Moody Coquitlam will lead us in singing the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I never seem to be cease to be amazed by statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in this House to congratulate a constituent of mine, Wyatt Sanford of Kennecott, on qualifying to represent Canada at the Tokyo Olympics this summer. Wyatt joins the likes of Tracy Cameron, Silas McClellan, and Lee Miller, all of whom are former Olympians who called Hants County home. He is the reigning welterweight national champion and has represented Canada internationally, including at the most recent World Boxing Championships, where he finished in the top 16. That strong showing was important, as the most recent Olympic qualifier in Argentina was cancelled, but Wyatt has been selected to represent Canada on the basis of his international ranking. Wyatt has put in countless hours of training and dedication and carries with him what I call famous Hants County grit and determination. He has already made us proud, and I know he will stand toe-to-toe with the world's best in Tokyo. Congratulations, Wyatt, and best luck this summer.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate incoming Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett on successfully forming a national government, and to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for 12 years of service, during which he strengthened the many bonds between Canada and Israel. I also want to congratulate the Israeli people on electing their new government, the culmination of a robust democratic process, which is the only one in the Middle East. The Conservative Party will always support Israel, our ally in the fight against terror, and will work towards a future when all the region's people can vote to have their democratic preferences reflected in governments of their choosing. That is to say, elected by a free and fair democratic process, as in Israel and Canada.
OK.
Française.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres personnes qui n'ont pas de traduction, qui sont en ligne?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Dans la Chambre, il y a de la traduction. Il n'y a pas de traduction.
There's no interpretation in the House or online, is that it?
Speak in English, and hopefully we'll see if you're getting it in French. Is it being translated? No longer being translated. Okay, let's give the IT folks a few minutes to see if they can fix it. Tu l'as? OK. Nous avons la traduction dans la Chambre.
We seem to have interpretation in the House.
Online. Est-ce que c'est traduit? Est-ce que vous entendez en français? Oui, parfait. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oakville Deputy Fire Chief Monique Belair has been a trailblazer for women in the fire service for 35 years. She joined the Oakville Fire Service in 2017 and has made a lasting impact here in our community. Camp Molly is an initiative that Monique developed to encourage young women in Halton to choose the fire service as their career. As she has said, she wanted to show them that the fire service is more than just putting wet on hot. As she embarks on her new role as fire chief for the community of Belleville, I have mixed emotions. I'm thrilled on her new role as chief, a role that sees too few women in Canada. But I'm sad to lose her from our community. Monique, thank you for your friendship and all you've done for Oakville, and especially the young women who went through Camp Molly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago this year, the Scouts of Saint-Jérôme, Saint-Hippolyte-Prévost, and Piedmont, led by Loyola Leroux, started a project whose scope can only be appreciated in hindsight. In spring 1991, they planted 25,000 trees. The following year, 45,000. Then 96,000 in 1993, for a total of 2.3 million trees reached in 2016 after all these years of planting trees. All sorts of public officials would join them to get their hands dirty, planting more trees. The internationally renowned Quebec artist and director, Frederick Bach, was one of those who would come every year to encourage these young tree planters. He was the creator of The Man Who Planted Trees. I want to mention this and remind the government that we are still waiting for them to plant the trees they promised. If the Prime Minister is looking for ideas, I can introduce him to Loyola Leroux. I'd like to thank these men and women who planted trees. The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, next week is the beginning of graduation season, and I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the 1,722 graduates of the 10 secondary schools in Orléans. This year, once again, the ceremonies will have to be adapted to the pandemic. But I know that no matter how we celebrate, our graduates will find an innovative way to celebrate that important step in their life. It's a real honor for me to personally sign each graduation certificate, each diploma rather, to congratulate them and wish them success. They have accomplished so much and are starting a new chapter in their life. No matter what they decide to do now, I know that they have the tools and support necessary. I'd like to offer a heartfelt congratulations to all the graduates from the riding of Orléans and throughout Canada. Thank you.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just over a week's time, we will all be back in our home ridings. While all of our ridings are diverse and unique, one activity that will be ongoing in many regions across Canada is annual summer road work and maintenance projects. Now, I raise this point as a reminder because it's critically important we remind our constituents to slow down and pay attention when passing through a construction zone. In British Columbia alone, there have been over 13 roadside workers killed over the past decade after being hit by vehicles, 30 more being injured. Let's not forget that a roadside construction site is also a job site. And highway workers and flaggers deserve the same respect that we would expect with citizens passing through our job site. April 28th is our National Day of Mourning for workers killed or injured on the job, but let's make every day this summer to take care to ensure those who work on our roads can be as safe and as stress-free as possible on the job. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to a community leader and mentor we lost too early. Brother Saleh Hafeji, with whom I worked closely in recent years, was a very special person who made a great impact in our community. Whether it was the generation of youth he helped through sports as a coach and mentor, his 25 years of service to Scarborough Muslim Association, Jame Abu Bakr Mosque, recently as president, or his decades of volunteering, helping people of all backgrounds. He loved his community, his faith, and most importantly, his family. His passing was sudden and a devastating loss for the Muslim community in Scarborough. To his mother, Aisha Hafeji, wife Fazila Hafeji, his sons, Muhammad and Hafiz Abu Bakr, daughter Maryam Hafeji, and his grandkids, we will miss Brother Saleh, or as his son said yesterday at his funeral, everyone's dad. He leaves behind a legacy we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British Columbians recently lost pioneer and centenarian Gerdal Kaur Opal at the age of 104. Coming to Canada in the height of the Depression and becoming widowed at the age of 30, her tenacity and strength to never give up remained with her until the end. As a Sikh Canadian pioneer and devoted member of society, she was also a feminist, always speaking out if women were not allowed to participate. She raised two amazing boys, one becoming the first Sikh Justice and Attorney General, the Honorable Wally Opal, the other a prominent realtor and boxing fight judge, Harry Opal. Gurdel Kaur Opal's life's efforts and accomplishments will not go without acknowledgement. She will always be remembered as an exceptional member of society, as well as a kind-hearted woman fulfilled by serving others. I'd like to extend my most heartfelt condolences to Wally, Harry, Jasmine, and Josh, and the entire Opal family as they grapple with the loss of their beloved matriarch. On behalf of Surrey Centre, our thoughts and compassion are with you during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's pledge of a one-shot summer and his recent attendance at the G7 summit simply proves that Liberals have one set of rules for themselves and another for hardworking Canadians who are abiding by health guidelines and who simply want this pandemic to be over. Every day I hear from my constituents who have been separated from their families and loved ones by the lengthy and extended border closure with the United States. This border closure has also had a devastating impact on our local and national tourism economy. Niagara is the #1 leisure tourism destination in Canada, employing some 40,000 tourism workers and generating over $2.4 billion in tourism receipts. Budget 2021 only commits $1 billion in tourism funding, which completely misses the mark when you consider Canada's tourism industry generated over $105 billion annually before COVID. Severely underfunding Indigenous tourism only adds to my disappointment in Budget 2021. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has failed families, they have failed border communities, they have failed Canada's travel and tourism industry, and they continue to fail the people of Niagara. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
The Afzaal family were kind-hearted, innocent Canadians who went out for an evening walk. They mattered, they were loved, and they were murdered because they were Muslim. Our Etobicoke North community knows the terrible pain we are once again feeling because we are still reeling, still healing from the brutal murder of Mohammed Aslam Safis, our friend who looked after the congregation at the International Muslims Organization of Toronto. This past weekend, we came together to grieve and show solidarity at a vigil at the IMO Masjid. Families are afraid, they are angry, and they want our mourning to lead to further action because hatred and violence can have no place in our country. To our Muslim communities, you belong, you matter, and you are loved. I stand with you during this very difficult time, and I will continue to fight for a better, more inclusive Canada.
L'honorable député de Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to a friend who left us too early. She fell victim to COVID-19. Madame Lucie Côté. She was a determined woman. She was proud of her roots. She was her husband Rémi's best friend. She cared deeply about her sisters Diane and Sylvie. She had 4 children, Jean-François, Jocelyn, Caroline, and Isabelle. And she was the beloved grandmother of 12 grandchildren, and she had many friends. Her whole life, she worked hard for those she loved and got involved in her community, both locally and nationally. She was kind, and she was a source of inspiration and leadership for all of us. Lucie was dreaming of retiring with her husband Rémi after a long life of hard work when this tragic pandemic happened. Lucie, we miss you deeply, but we will always remember your love of life, your great attitude, and your sensitivity. Rest in peace, Lucie.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament will rise this summer without receiving a report from the National Defence Committee into sexual misconduct allegations plaguing our military. Rather than facing tough questions of what transpired within the leadership of the armed forces on this government's watch, Liberal members of the Defence Committee, empowered by their partisan chairperson, have instead filibustered, delayed, and repeatedly suspended the committee to prevent a report from coming forward. Our current meeting has been ongoing since mid-May. To show how blatant and pathetic the Liberals' obstruction has become, Mr. Speaker, they have lately been filibustering their own amendment to a motion. anything to avoid a vote they know they will lose instead of giving answers for Canadians. Multiple defense reports are now casualties of this government's partisan antics. The Liberal members continue to place their party above the people and especially above victims of misconduct in our military. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to London's first woman mayor, Jane Bigelow, who passed away on June 1st. Jane served from 1972 until 78 and placed a great deal of importance on making London a better place to live, grow, and flourish. Jane was an advocate of libraries, museums, art galleries, and festivals. She often traveled by bike throughout the city and worked to establish our parks and walking and cycling trails. And after her political career, Jane volunteered to help women in local shelters and centers. Jane was described as a trailblazer, and my favorite story of Jane was based on an editorial cartoon in our local paper. It details Jane of Arc riding up to the London Club, a men's-only club at the time, who always invited the mayor to meet with their members. There was quite a stir within the club. They simply didn't know which tradition to follow, no women or no mayor. It is this leadership, though, that I want to specifically thank Jane for. She is one of the giants upon whose shoulders other women have been able to stand to allow us to fight for people and to make London a better place for absolutely everyone.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to congratulate the graduates of the various secondary schools in Quebec. The last few years of their school life, which is such an important period where you may forge lifelong friendships, were nothing like they may have expected. But people are resilient, and I'm sure these graduates found a way to find a silver lining to the situation. And perhaps they are now even better equipped to face the difficulties of life. I was a secondary school teacher for 25 wonderful years, mainly in 9th grade, where I was lucky enough to train tomorrow's citizens. This month is when the last cohort of students that I taught for a complete year is finishing secondary school. I would like to congratulate them from the bottom of my heart and wish them all the best. Never forget that nothing is impossible. Never let anyone convince you of the contrary. All the best.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, last month, 68,000 more Canadian families lost their job, and yet the Liberal government has spent more in deficits than any other G7 country, and in fact, more than ever in Canadian history. It is clear the Liberals cannot manage our economy and cannot deliver results, no matter how much they spend. And it is under this Liberal government's feminist policy that all economic gains made by women in my lifetime have been completely wiped out, and Canadian families are having to live through the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Inflation has hit the highest levels in a decade. The cost of groceries, lumber, housing have all skyrocketed to unprecedented levels. The paychecks of Canadians are buying them less and less, and yet the Prime Minister and his cabinet are acting as though everything is fine. Well, it's not. And Canada's Conservatives are the only party that will make economic recovery the #1 priority, ensuring families have secure jobs, can put food on the table, pay their bills, and have more opportunities in every industry in every region of this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of young Islanders in my district who are now looking forward to graduation and heading into a new phase of their lives. They are very proud of their accomplishments, as they very well should be. This past year has been difficult. In many cases, students were required to learn distantly, and this disrupted the usual interactions that are so important. But the young people I know understood the need to protect families, friends, and community, and every one of them deserve our thanks. So I would like to join with family and friends who are offering their congratulations to all students. And I know this, the life lessons and formal education of the past year will build a strong foundation for the future, and we should all be so proud of the sacrifices and dedication of a new generation of scholars. Félicitations à tous.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement libéral a confirmé que l'inflation a atteint un sommet de 10 ans au Canada à cause de dépenses sans contrôle de ce gouvernement. Tous les coûts de la vie augmentent. logement, éducation, transport et épicerie. Les Canadiens ne peuvent plus accepter des dépenses sans limite de ce gouvernement. Quand est-ce que les libéraux vont...
When will the Liberals stop spending out of control?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
De traduction, j'ai entendu M. que j'ai demandé le français.
OK, on va voir si on peut le corriger.
Okay, we'll see if we can correct the problem. Now, did everyone hear that, or was that just this one member? I just want to double check. Can you hear me in English now?
French. Okay, so it's working. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to repeat his question so that everyone... L'Honourable Chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. If he can just repeat the question for everyone's benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat it because this is an important issue. The Liberal government has confirmed that inflation has hit a 10-year high in Canada because of their out-of-control spending. The cost of all kinds of things is increasing: housing, education, transport, and groceries. Canadians can no longer accept this reckless spending from this government. When will the Liberals stop this reckless spending? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the biggest threat to Canada's economic recovery today is: partisan games from the Conservatives. The Conservatives' tactics are preventing us from getting the budget passed. And this irresponsible behaviour is threatening the well-being of all Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Inflation is at a 10-year high. The cost of housing is up nearly 40%. This is quickly turning into an economic crisis for Canada's working poor and families trying to buy their first home. The working poor and first-time homebuyers can't afford more of the same economic incompetence. Can the government guarantee that housing prices will stabilize and start going down by the end of this summer?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what poses the single greatest threat to Canada's economic recovery today: Conservative partisan games. Canadians need the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy and income support to be extended to the end of September. Our government wants to do that. But Conservative partisan delaying tactics are stopping us from passing the budget, and that irresponsible behaviour threatens the well-being of every single Canadian.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, what is irresponsible is that Canada's the only country in the world that had no budget for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to the housing crisis, this government is telling Canadians, don't buy a house, just rent. That minister and an out-of-touch ideological Liberal government is telling Canadians to give up on the dream of home ownership. Instead of their failed Liberal approach, Canada's Conservatives have a 5-point plan to secure our future, including help for first-time homebuyers. First-time homebuyers know they're only going to get help when this Liberal government gets out of the way and the Conservatives come to get the job done.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is utterly hypocritical for the Conservatives to even pretend to be concerned about Canadians and the Canadian economy. The single biggest threat the Canadian economy faces today is Conservative partisanship, which is blocking our budget. Conservatives are blocking the extension of the wage subsidy, rent subsidy, and income supports. Canada is ready to come roaring back, Mr. Speaker. We just need Conservatives to get out of the way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Falsifying his service record, throwing Admiral Mark Norman under the bus, misleading Canadians. Do we want to hear more? Because the Liberal caucus seems to forget, Mr. Speaker. He bought used fighter jets. He cut benefits to our troops fighting ISIS. He cut health care for military members. He cut defence spending. He's all but eliminated Canadian peacekeeping. And, of course, for 3 years, he covered up sexual misconduct allegations in the Canadian Armed Forces. The Canadian Armed Forces need leadership. When will this Prime Minister fire his Defence Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to looking after our women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces. We know that we have a lot more work to do, and we will get it done. And Mr. Speaker, it was their government that cut from defense with the strategic review, the defense reduction action plan that they had. We as a party have put over 70% increase into the defense budget, Mr. Speaker, and we have outlined it for 20 years. And we know that we have a lot more work to do to look after our Canadian Armed Forces members, and we will get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the minister will not do the honourable thing and resign after having failed women in the Canadian Armed Forces. The Prime Minister will not fire him. The Liberals are never accountable. Therefore, I want to speak directly to the voters in Vancouver South. If you want to end cover-ups on sexual misconduct in our military, if you want to secure accountability in Ottawa, it is going to be up to you to support the Conservatives in the next election to demand better and to replace the most corrupt and incompetent defence minister in Canada's history. It's up to you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll let my actions be judged by the members of Vancouver South, and I'm proud of my service. Mr. Speaker, but let's talk about the hypocrisy of the Leader of the Opposition. He leads a party that fails to protect a woman's right to choose, a party who amplified Islamophobic rhetoric when they were in government, who voted against a motion to condemn Islamophobia, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about a record, and we'll let the constituents of Vancouver South choose, and all Canadians to choose, and see their hypocrisy. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Quebec is getting ready to modify the French language charter with, of course, the participation of the National Assembly of Quebec. Meanwhile, the federal government is tabling another intended bill on the Official Languages Act, which, of course, will never actually be passed. The federal bill is actually challenging and opposing Quebec's bill. And when we point this out to the federal minister, she says she doesn't want to talk about this. She only wants to cooperate with us. But the problem is, which bill takes precedence, the federal one or the National Assembly of Quebec's bill when it comes to promoting and protecting the French language? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I want to reassure my colleague. This isn't just an intention. This is an actual bill. A bill that we will want to get passed. And we're asking all opposition parties, including the Bloc Québécois, to support it. Do they want to further protect the French language in Quebec and across the country? Do they want to ensure that Francophones have access to linguistic security so that French will become sustainable in the future in Quebec? No, it seems that they want to continue with their sovereigntist rhetoric and talk about Quebec becoming a country. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, she's interested in a few things. The Bloc Québécois wants to better protect the French language in Quebec and wants to do so legitimately. And to do so, that has to go through the National Assembly of Quebec. So she doesn't need to count on our support for her bill, which would officialize bilingualism in this country. So my question is this. Is she really claiming that her bill, which will never be passed, would better protect the French language than Quebecers would do themselves under the French language charter? The Honourable Minister. You know, this is the Bloc Québécois. They're always looking for arguments, although our goal is to protect the French language. We want to protect linguistic minorities all across the country. We have had one message for the whole country because that's how you ensure that federalism is strengthened and that opportunities all across the country are protected. Under the circumstances, our goal will always be to defend the Official Languages Act, to strengthen it, and to modernize it. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The big banks have received billions of dollars in aid from this government, and they have made massive profits. And now they're increasing banking fees, and this government is just letting them do it. But for the nearly 2 million people who need the CRB to pay their rent, this government is going to be cutting assistance by $800 a month. This is a bad decision. Will the Prime Minister reverse his decision to cut assistance to families? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the budget bill is not passed, then these COVID supports will end, like the CRB, the wage subsidy, the rent subsidy, and so on. They won't be available any longer. So if the NDP thinks that Canadians don't need this support, maybe they should be honest with them and say so.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I want to put forward a contrast for you. At least 68 companies, large corporations in Canada, received billions of dollars of support from this Liberal government and then turned around and paid out billions of dollars to their shareholders. This government's doing nothing about that, not going after them at all. But for the nearly 2 million Canadians who can't go back to work, who need to rely on the CRB to pay their rent, the government is going to cut their help by $800 a month. That's my question. Why is this government doing that? And will the Prime Minister reverse his decision to cut help to families in the middle of this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and my question to the leader of the NDP is, why is he stopping our government from extending the CRB? We agree that Canadian workers need additional support over the summer as the Canadian economy comes roaring back. That's why our budget extends support to September 25th. If the NDP thinks that support is no longer necessary, they should be open and say that to Canadians. Otherwise, help us pass the budget and extend these necessary supports.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our Canadian Armed Forces is in chaos. The unraveling of the top brass and the repeat cycle of resignations is beyond disturbing. Who's actually in charge? It's clear the Defence Minister has lost all respect, and he and the Prime Minister are considered a joke because of their terrible leadership. The men and women in our military can't afford any more of this. So here's my question. Can the Minister tell us, did the Prime Minister ever voice concerns to him about how he handled sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government and myself are absolutely committed to making sure that we create an inclusive environment for the Canadian Armed Forces. Our resolve is just the same as when we came and formed government in 2015 as it is now. And I hope that the member opposite will support Budget 2021, where we're adding $236 million for eliminating sexual misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I'll take that as a no, which means our military can just expect more of the same from this fake feminist government. Our military deserves a minister and a prime minister who don't just say the right words, but actually do the right thing. The respect and trust for this minister is gone. The damage to him is beyond repair. And when our military doesn't respect their top commander, we are in a very precarious place. Our armed forces and our country cannot afford this to continue. So will the minister do the right thing and finally resign?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives continue with their political cheap shots, we'll stay focused on the Canadian Armed Forces. When they were in government, they cut from the Canadian Armed Forces budget. Mr. Speaker, we've added. We're increasing the defense budget by 70%. We put people in first. Chapter number 1 is about our people, focused on our people in defense policy. But we know that we have a lot more work to do to eliminate any type of misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces, and we will double down and get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, he's doubling down on defending himself and his whole horrible failed record. The men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces do not respect this minister, and him continuing in this role is damaging our military. The minister has failed these people who defend us. Our troops have sacrificed so much, and it's time the minister did the right thing for these men and women. Conservatives have a 5-point plan to secure Canada's future, and that includes bringing accountability, honour and respect back to our military. So again, I ask this minister,
Will he do the right thing? Will he step aside for the sake of our country and for our men and women in uniform?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that we have a lot more work to do, as I said, and we need to get the work done, and we will. But when it comes to honoring the sacrifice of our Canadian Armed Forces members, it's about supporting them, giving them the proper resources for them to do their work. And that's what our government has done. In our defense policy, we've increased the budget by over 70% within 10 years, Mr. Speaker, guaranteed it for 20 years. We re-equipped all our services, not cut from the defense budget like the previous government done, so they could balance their budget. Thank you.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafière. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. It's time to send a message. The Minister of Defence has completely failed our military after years of incompetence. The Prime Minister himself has said that the problem of sexual misconduct in the military has gone unaddressed for far too long. But he's acting as if this didn't happen on his watch. If he really wants to change things, the Prime Minister needs to fire his Minister of Defence. Why is the Prime Minister stubbornly keeping him in his position? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I know that we have a lot more work to do when it comes to eradicating all forms of misconduct. We have started that from the day one that we formed government. We know that we have a lot more work to do, and I hope that the member opposite will support Budget 2021 because it includes $236 million for eliminating sexual misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafière. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country of honour, and our brave men and women who serve in our armed forces deserve all the support that we can give them. But every day that the Defence Minister remains in office shows a lack of respect for those who serve in our armed forces. The Minister shouldn't be thinking of how he can put things right at this point. It's too late. He should resign. When will the Minister understand that?
Honourable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, what our government understands to making sure to support our women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces, we need to resource them properly. We need to put proper policies in place. As I stated before, we know that we have a lot more work to do given the recent allegation that we have seen, and we will get it done. We have appointed Justice Louise Arbour to making sure that we get the right recommendations on how to making sure that we eliminate all forms of sexual misconduct. We will get this done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's time in office has turned into a cycle of scandals, followed by empty excuses and a false promise to do better. But we never see any real accountability. The situation in the military is a perfect example. It's become toxic and it's falling apart before our eyes. Either the Minister of Defence must resign or the Prime Minister must fire him. Which of the two will make the honourable choice? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to support the Canadian Armed Forces for what they need, not like the previous government where they cut from the defense budget just so they can try to balance their budget. We've increased the budget by 70%, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we put an emphasis on supporting our people. Chapter number 1, and if they read the defense policy, focuses on our people. We know that we have a lot more work to do when it comes to eliminating sexual misconduct or any form of misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces, and we are going to get it done. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebec wants to protect the French language. If Ottawa was respecting its jurisdiction, it would protect French by simply letting the Quebec Charter of the French language apply to businesses under federal jurisdiction. Yet the Minister is doing the opposite with Bill C-32. She's setting the stage for more bilingualism by extending the influence of Canada's Official Languages Act. She's creating a jurisdictional dispute instead of helping to stop the decline of French. Why does the Minister refuse to do the right thing by letting Quebec simply enforce Bill 101? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is referring to a dispute with Quebec. Maybe that's what she wants, but I don't think it really exists. This morning I had a conversation with my colleague, yesterday with Ms. Labelle, and, we agree because most organizations in Quebec have already voluntarily subjected themselves to Bill 101, so of course we will give them the choice to continue to do that, or to be subject to the Official Languages Act. So we are just filling a jurisdictional void here. We want people to be able to have access to services in French in federally regulated organizations and have the right to work in French. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there's no jurisdictional void here, and Quebec doesn't intend to rely on Bill C-32. Quebec's Minister of French has stated that one thing is certain, it's the terms and conditions of the Quebec bill that will apply in Quebec. The federal minister has replied with a challenge. She said, we have jurisdiction over federal undertakings, so do they want to protect French or do they want to stubbornly resist? Clearly, the minister has chosen to be stubborn herself. Even though her bill doesn't protect French, it protects bilingualism. Why doesn't she let Quebec simply protect French with its own Bill 101? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Listen, I have a lot of respect for my colleagues, but I have to wonder if she's really read the bill, because the bill is clear. It recognizes the right to work in French, to be served in French, and of course not to be discriminated against because you are a francophone in Quebec. So this is the first time that the government has made a step in this direction. I think it was high time to do it, and we are proud of tabling this bill. It's a historic bill that was tabled yesterday. Will the Bloc Québécois support it or not?
For Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has always had a casual relationship with the truth. He misled Canadians about the opposition of Iraqi officials for pulling our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS. He embellished his service record, saying he was the architect of Operation Medusa. He originally denied he knew about the General Vance allegations in 2018, but was complicit in the cover-up for 3 years. Canadians don't trust this Minister of National Defence. Members of the military don't trust him. When will the Prime Minister fire him?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the member opposite, who was the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence when they were in government, when they slashed the budget of defence at that time. Mr. Speaker, they didn't put the troops first. They didn't deal with the misconduct. Mr. Speaker, when we formed government, we made it very clear that we wanted to put our people first and to eliminate sexual misconduct or any form of misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces. But we know from recent allegations that we have a lot more work to do. We are willing to get it done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister hasn't learned anything from his own mistakes, so he should actually follow our examples. The Canadian Armed Forces is losing senior officers at an alarming rate. 2 chiefs of defence staff are under investigation. The 7th Vice Chief of Defence Staff since 2015 just resigned. All of this is happening under the failed leadership of this defence minister and is creating a national security crisis for our nation. The Minister of Defence must be held to account, and no one trusts him to rebuild our armed forces. So will the Prime Minister fire his inept defence minister today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting our Canadian Armed Forces, you need to put your money where your mouth is. And that's exactly what our government did, not like the previous government, when the member, especially when he was as a parliamentary secretary in National Defence. We have invested in the Canadian Armed Forces. All our services will be re-equipped when it comes to, because we've increased the budget by 20%. We have put an emphasis on dealing with misconduct, Mr. Speaker, something that we wish that we could have it done immediately. And we wish that we can have it done overnight, but we know that we have a lot more work to do and we're willing to get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked to learn that the man with control over the sexual misconduct investigation went golfing with the man accused of the sexual misconduct, General Vance. Clearly, these men at the top of the Canadian military were not informed of the seriousness of this investigation, were not informed of the need for a culture change in our military. This Liberal government and this defence minister have had 6 years to fix this, and yet they resoundingly failed, or this golfing scandal would have never happened. How can the minister take these questions with a straight face? Has he no honour, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as stated before, the Acting Chief of Defence Staff is reviewing this matter very closely as it falls within his responsibility within the chain of command. And the Acting Chief of Defence Staff has already stated that the Vice Chief of Defence Staff is currently no longer in his role. Our government has a lot more work to do when it comes to dealing with misconduct, and we will get it done. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has built his entire image on being a feminist, and yet after 6 years he has allowed this toxic culture to continue under the watch of his Defence Minister, who sat idly by and allowed the most powerful military men in our country to continue to demean and disrespect our women in uniform. What message does this send to the women and to men in this country, to aspiring women leaders in our military, that the Prime Minister thinks this is acceptable behaviour? Canadians are watching, Mr. Speaker, and will the Prime Minister be a leader for once and fire his Defence Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to dealing with misconduct, we know that we have a lot more work to do, and I hope that the member opposite will support Budget 2021, where we have outlined $236 million to eliminate sexual misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has defied Parliament and went back to court this week to try and quash the Human Rights Tribunal ruling. And his argument is, get this, that it's his government that is the party that was wronged here, not the thousands of Indigenous children whose lives were destroyed in that system from, quote, willful and reckless discrimination. It's also false to claim that these are historic wrongs. This is happening today. We are losing an Indigenous child every 3 days, and yet this Prime Minister would rather fight children in court. When is he going to stop his toxic legal war against First Nation children?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's important for all Canadians and for indeed this entire House to know that there isn't a single Indigenous child that has been asked to testify as part of this process and as part of the class actions that is our aim to keep it so. Any First Nations child that has been discriminated by the broken child welfare system will get fair, just, and equitable compensation, and we will move forward on that as precipitously as possible, as well as effect systemic transformation so this does not occur again.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have spent over $20 million fighting the Nuu-chah-nulth people in court, denying their fishing rights. Last month, the courts reaffirmed the rights of these nations for the third time. The government has until Friday to appeal the court's decision. The last time I asked if the government would respect Indigenous fishers' rights and let them get back on the water to support their families, the fisheries minister said they were working with the Nuu-chah-nulth. Let me be clear, taking them to court is not the same as working with them. Will the Justice Minister respect Indigenous rights, call off the government lawyers, and confirm that he will not appeal this ruling?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we have worked very hard to make sure that we are able to make sure that First Nations are able to exercise their right to fish as well as sell fish. We are going to continue to work with the Nuu-chah-nulth First Nation to make sure that these rights are upheld. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question.
I think we'll just stay quiet so we can hear the conversation that's going on between two very honourable members, just to make sure we're not missing anything.
Thank you.
I think, are we done with our conversation? Good. We'll continue.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is committed to strengthening seniors' financial security and improving their quality of life. And I was happy to see our government fulfill its promise to increase the OAS benefit for Canadians later in life in Budget 2021. But we know seniors have other needs. Can the minister tell the House and Canadians what we're doing to support some of the most vulnerable, low-income seniors from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy for seniors. While no solution can meet everyone's needs, step by step, we are making progress. For low-income seniors, we increased the GIS by 10% for singles and increased and enhanced the GIS earnings exemption. We lowered the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS to 65 from 67, and for future retirees, we enhanced the CPP by almost 50%. For everyone, we're increasing the basic personal amount, saving individuals close to $300 every year. Our government's work is making a real difference in the lives of seniors.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, today we learned that the cost of living in Canada is up, way up. Inflation is now at 3.6%, the highest it's been over 10 years. Prices for everything, gasoline, food, furniture are up, while millions of Canadians see their dream of home ownership disappear. Canadians need a leader who's focused on governing, not on preening for the cameras at the G7. When will the Prime Minister finally take his job seriously and make life more affordable for the people he's supposed to be serving?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is utterly hypocritical for the Conservatives to even pretend to be concerned about ordinary Canadians. The single biggest threat the Canadian economy faces today is Conservative partisanship, which is blocking our budget. Conservatives are blocking the extension of the wage subsidy, the extension of the rent subsidy, and the extension of income supports. Canada is ready to come roaring back, Mr. Speaker. We just need the Conservatives to get out of the way.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, even this finance minister doesn't get it. Inflation is way up. It's at its highest point in a decade, proving that the finance minister's trillion-dollar debt and endless deficits are inflicting more and more damage on our country. Meanwhile, the cost of everything is going up, and housing has become unaffordable for millions of families. How much more expensive does life have to get before this minister and her Liberal government realize how badly they have failed exhausted Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what else Canadians who indeed are exhausted and who indeed do need support. Let me tell you what else they're being deprived of because of the immature partisan games of the Conservatives. $5 billion to support provincial and territorial health systems, $4 billion directly to the healthcare system, and $1 billion for the essential vaccination campaign. That is what Canadians need right now, Mr. Speaker, and it's what Conservatives are blocking.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
So today it's clear we have an inflationary bubble. This government is just trying to pump even more hot air into that bubble. They have created a $1 trillion debt, which means too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. Now, in addition to not having paychecks, Canadians who do work are seeing their paychecks nibbled up by this growing level of inflation. Will this government reverse its inflationary policy, stop spending what it doesn't have, restore fiscal responsibility, and allow Canadians to afford their cost of living?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what is truly irresponsible today, just as we are poised to finish the fight against COVID. What is irresponsible are Conservative partisan games. Canadians need the wage subsidy. They need the rent subsidy, and they need income support to be extended to the end of September. But the Conservatives are stopping us from passing our budget, and it is that irresponsible behaviour which threatens the well-being of every single Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
So she just wants us to help her give more and more inflationary spending into the economy, driving up the cost of living, particularly on the working poor, and devaluing the wages of the Canadian people. We have the second highest unemployment in the G7, higher than the OECD, higher than the UK, the US, Japan, and Germany. And now those same unemployed Canadians are facing higher prices for shelter, fuel, and food. Instead of ramming through another inflationary budget that drives up the cost of living, why won't she actually reverse course and protect the value of the dollars Canadians earn?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the member opposite needs to get his numbers right. Canada's labour force participation rate in April was, in fact, higher than the labour force participation rate in the US, in the UK, in France, and in Italy. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want all members of this House to help me and to help our government support Canadians. I want them to help me extend the business and income supports. I want them to help me give more support to our seniors and to our youth.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, C-32 invalidates Quebec's Bill 96 and its efforts to apply Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses. C-32 doesn't make French the language of the workplace. It just tolerates workers speaking French. It doesn't recognize French as the only official language of Quebec and does nothing to counter its threatened minority status. So C-32 prevents Quebec from controlling its own language policy. And why would Quebec support that rather than its own Bill 101? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should stop fear-mongering. Look, C-32, which is the act to modernize the Official Languages Act, which was tabled yesterday, makes federally regulated businesses required to allow workers to work in French, to serve customers in French. Basically, are the same provisions as in Bill 101, adapted to a national system which applies both in Quebec and in areas outside Quebec with a heavy Francophone presence. Many employers already comply with this, but for those, there will be no longer a legal vacuum for the others. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Quebec wants Bill 101 to cover businesses under federal jurisdiction. It's simple. It's all about applying the existing law. And the Bloc has a bill that does just that. We don't need a government bill plopped down 6 days before the end of the session that will never be debated or voted on. Our bill will be put to a vote in half an hour. It's as simple as that. So, will the minister be voting with us to enforce Bill 101 in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. I remember the debates I had with my colleague when he constantly was asking me to strengthen the Official Languages Act and to recognize the unique situation of French in Quebec so that federally regulated businesses would be required to provide for a French-speaking workplace and to serve customers in French. So it's all been done. It's all there in our bill. And the question is, will he support our bill? Will the Bloc support new measures in the Official Languages Act?
Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, there's no reason why the government can't answer the following question. President Biden directed U.S. intelligence to determine whether the pandemic originated from human contact with an animal or from a lab accident at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Last weekend, the G7 discussed this issue and the government pledged cooperation. Given that government scientists at the Canadian lab in Winnipeg worked closely with the Wuhan lab, will these scientists and their documents, including lab notes, be made available to U.S. investigators?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we support the call by President Biden to get to the bottom of this issue. It is so important that after the world has been turned upside down by the COVID pandemic and that over 3 million people have died, that we try our very best to understand what caused this pandemic. And for that reason, using the best available science, we should do exactly that, try to figure out where this all started from.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, we know from public documents and peer-reviewed academic papers that a Chinese military scientist, Fei Yuyan, of the People's Liberation Army worked at the Winnipeg lab, a level 4 facility where the world's most dangerous viruses and pathogens are handled. Who approved this individual to work at the government's lab in Winnipeg?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the National Microbiology Lab is a secure facility, and everyone working at and visiting the lab must undergo security screening and adhere to the strictest protocols, procedures, and policies. This is very important to not only the lab, but to Canada and to Canadians. And so I want to thank the lab during Public Service Week for their incredible work to helping Canadians through COVID-19.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the minister didn't answer my question. I'll try another. During this pandemic, the health minister has been telling Canadians to follow public health orders. Yet the health minister continues to defy a House order to hand over documents about the Winnipeg lab. Does the minister not see how corrosive this is to the rule of law when she tells Canadians to comply with public health orders while at the same time defying an order of this House?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, that's quite a piece of conflation, Mr. Speaker. What I will say is that I have fully shared through the Public Health Agency of Canada and through the President, Ian Stewart, fully unredacted documents to a committee of all parliamentarians for the review. And so, in fact, those documents are available for review in a way that does not compromise privacy or national security issues.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, business women all across Canada have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Women have been forced out of the workforce to care for their children due to the pandemic, and we've seen them take longer to get back into the workforce. Budget 2021 makes a generational investment in an early learning and childcare system that will enable women to get back to work. Could the minister talk about other measures in Budget 2021 to support women entrepreneurs? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for this very important question. We know the pandemic has revealed critical problems with our social safety net, especially issues facing women entrepreneurs. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight this government's transformational investment in Budget 2021. And this increased funding will not only allow women to get back to work, but it'll build a stronger economy. I'd like to highlight the proposed investment to bolster the women entrepreneurship strategy. This will give women entrepreneurs the mentoring, training, and financing they need to make their businesses thrive. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this week the Minister of Health graced us with her presence at committee to answer questions, but she wasted our time for 3 hours. She said the same non-answers and platitudes that she gives in question period. She even went so far as to suggest she hadn't been briefed on this security breach at the Winnipeg lab. So can the Prime Minister confirm that his Minister of Health really wasn't briefed on this? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, I see the member opposite is putting words in my mouth. And in fact, I spent 3 hours at committee. It was approximately my 26th appearance in front of the House committees this season. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, that I was fully transparent with the committee. And I reminded the committee that the fully unredacted documents are with NSI COP, a committee of parliamentarians that has the appropriate clearance to review those documents.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd encourage the minister to consult the blues of the committee because it was clear she said she didn't know anything. She never knew anything. Our questions about the Winnipeg lab are legit, but the Prime Minister accuses us of racism and fear-mongering. However, at G7 meetings last week, the same Prime Minister supported a motion that called China a threat to public safety and a government trying to undermine the global system. The Prime Minister acts all brave on the world stage, but won't answer our questions. Why not? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I spent 3 hours at the committee answering questions from parliamentarians and repeatedly referring the parliamentarians to the statement of the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada, who has submitted all the documents unredacted to the appropriate committee of parliamentarians that can review those documents.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the fact is when the Prime Minister says protecting public safety is the reason he's keeping the truth from Canadians, the real problem, though, is that if this information were made public, it would show how the Prime Minister got played by China. And it wouldn't be the first time. We all remember how he was had when he tried to collaborate on vaccine development. And that's why the Prime Minister wants us not to know what happened. Can he at least confirm that all research cooperation with China has been called off? There was an interruption. So I would ask the member for Charlesbourg to repeat his question, please, so that we can hear it. And I'd also like to remind all members who are joining us virtually to ensure that their microphones are on mute. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps saying protecting public safety is the reason he's keeping the truth from Canadians about the major security breach at the Winnipeg lab. But the truth is that if this information were made public, it would show how he got played by the Chinese regime. And it wouldn't be the first time. We all remember how he was had when he tried to collaborate on vaccine development. Can the Prime Minister at least confirm that all research cooperation with Chinese scientists has been called off? The Honourable Minister.
Yet again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Conservative Party playing really dangerous games with national security, and we will never do that on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We understand that there's an appropriate way to release documents in a way that protects their privacy and their national security aspects, and those documents have been released in a fully unredacted fashion to a committee of parliamentarians who have the appropriate clearance to do those reviews.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, climate change is the existential issue of our time, and Canadians across this country want to see their governments take action to address it. More than ever, the environment and the economy have to go hand in hand to offer our children and grandchildren a healthy environment and one in which they can thrive. So could the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associate Minister of Finance please update this House on the investments we're making to grow the economy and protect the environment?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member of Etobicoke Centre for his important question. We are taking action to fight climate change and grow our economy. Our investments in Budget 2021 are a critical step forward because on this side of the House, we know that climate change is real. Budget 2021 represents $7.6 billion that will help build a cleaner and more sustainable future, which builds on $50 billion from our strengthened climate plan and also another $15 billion investment in public transit. This includes to help restore wetlands and rehabilitate stormwater systems, and also in interest-free loans of up to $40,000 for home retrofits. Mr. Speaker, we are—
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, following the 215 children found buried in Kamloops, First Nations are calling for action. But this government is MIA. Pimicikamak Cree Nation calls for the International Commission on Missing Persons to come in. This government sends them a form letter. First Nations ask for help to search for mass graves. This government recycles an insulting 2019 funding announcement. And now we have news that SNC-Lavalin is filling in while the government neglects its responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, this is genocide. First Nations and experts are calling for an independent commission and international experts concrete action. When will the Prime Minister listen and act?
Honourable Minister.
All Canadians were heartbroken when we learned of the remains of children of the former Kamloops Residential School. We are working with the community and our partners, such as the BC First Nations Health Authority, to provide all the resources and the supports needed as determined by the community and all communities. We are also reaching out to Indigenous communities across Canada on how to best support them in finding their lost children and healing, including how they can access the $27 million of funding being made available right now on an urgent basis.
And that's all the time we have for today for question period. Nous avons un rappel au règlement. L'honorable.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House support the unanimous consent motion passed in the National Assembly of Quebec on June 9, 2021. Recognizing primarily that 1. The Charter of the French language explicitly recognizes the right of First Nations and Inuit to maintain and develop their languages and cultures. 2. Several Indigenous languages are threatened with extinction. 3. The 11 Indigenous nations in Quebec have, like the Quebec Nation, the right to live in their languages and to promote and protect them. 4. The Government of Quebec has a responsibility to assume in this regard. And that the House asked the federal government to recognize its responsibilities and to deploy more resources to protect and promote Indigenous languages in Quebec and in Canada.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving this motion will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre a entendu.
Accordingly, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-254 under private members' business. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Madame Vignola.
Mrs. Vignola, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moved that Bill C-254, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commençons par le parrain.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
La motion veut bien se lever.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Charbonneau.
Ms. Charbonneau. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I just want to verify if my vote was counted. I was told my face was not recognized by the system. Yes, it was. It was counted as yay.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 151, 151.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est...
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
Merci. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage bill of Bill C-271 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Marcil, seconded by Mr. Trudel, moved that Bill C-271, an act to amend the Governor General's Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will now proceed to members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui appuient.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Opposed to the motion on the left?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Wait.
We do oppose.
Last one.
50. Yeah. 50.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ensure that my vote was recorded as nay.
It was, in fact, recorded as nay.
Thank you.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 32, 32. Nays contre 294, 294.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion defeated.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Blanchet relating to the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moved that the House agree that Section 45 of the Constitution Act 1982 grants Quebec and the provinces exclusive jurisdiction to amend their respective constitutions, and acknowledge the will of Quebec to enshrine in its constitution that Quebecers form a nation, that French is the only official language of Quebec, and that it is also the common language of the Quebec nation.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Le parrain, que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Back to Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Culkins.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that voting period has ended.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Charbonneau.
Ms. Charbonneau. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. Things aren't working well today. I wanted to vote in favor, of course. Thank you very much.
Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 281, 281. Nays contre 2.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Okay. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M62 under the private member's business in the name of Mr. Harris.
The question is the following one.
By Mr. Davies moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should establish a federal dental care plan as soon as possible for Canadian families earning less than $90,000 per year who are not covered by a dental care plan as an interim measure towards the inclusion of full dental care in Canada's healthcare system. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Harris, y est pour.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
Those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Left.
I'm sorry? We will start with the left. Will all the members on my left-hand side please rise?
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
All those on my right-hand side who are in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left-hand side opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I was asked to submit my vote again. I believe it is now registered twice. At least I've had 2 messages back that I voted nay for that bill, so I don't want to be identified twice. So can you check and see what's happened?
It was identified as nay, and I just want to remind all the members that if they vote a second time, the first one gets automatically cancelled. So that works out well, but thank you for that opportunity to explain that. Ms. Kakak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to vote yay, please.
Ms. Kakak, yay pour.
Ms. Bendayan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense bien avoir voté contre la motion.
Non. Est-ce que...
Je désire voter contre la motion.
Okay. Madame Bendayan, contre. Nay.
Mr. Maguire.
Yes, I'm just checking my vote. It came back as if it may not have been recorded as a nay.
It's a nay. It has been recorded as a nay. Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur le Président, il semblerait que l'application a eu un pépin. Je voudrais inscrire mon vote contre.
Monsieur Boudria, contre. Nay.
Merci. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
Yeas pour 36, 36. Nays contre 285, 285.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 53 minutes. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I wish to inform the House of the questions that it will discuss at adjournment tonight.
Housing. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable, seniors.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country, forestry industry. Very good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Yes, I have to proceed with this. Okay, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Merci, Madame le Président, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honor to present in both official languages.
Hear the translation, so I'm sorry, I paused for a minute there, Madam President. Dans les deux langues officielles, le rapport de...
In both official languages, the report of the Canadian delegation to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly. The 18th Autumn Meeting held in Marrakesh, Morocco from October 4th to 6th, 2019.
Also, the Canadian delegation to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, respecting its participation at the 19th Winter Meeting held in Vienna, Austria, February 20 to 21, 2002. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cookville.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages.
Honourable Member, could the Honourable Member lower his microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Mandate of the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, pursuant to Standing Order 109. The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hill.
Yes. Yes. Whoops.
Honourable Member Turn. Yes, thank you.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, Conservative members on the committee will be presenting a complementary report to the report on international human rights regarding the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise that I'll be calling CORE.
Concerns about CORE, in particular its advisory capacity, its potential conflicts of interest, and its effectiveness and jurisdiction. Extraterritorial concerns at a minimum would require information and collaboration with entities outside of Canada. In addition, greater industry consultation would be necessary if CORE's responsibility is to be expanded to all sectors, a desire that has been expressed by the government. Therefore, Conservative members recommend the government conduct through an independent expert panel.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre, could she put herself on mute, please? My apologies, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Therefore, Conservative members recommend the government conduct through an independent expert panel a comprehensive review of CORE every 4 years to ensure its effectiveness as a tool to uphold human rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Special Committee on the Economic Relationship between Canada and the United States, entitled Buy America Procurement Policies, an Interim Report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee of Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Ensuring Robust Security in Federal Purchasing. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I would also like to just take a moment to thank and say thank you to the clerk, who has done such a great job in organizing the meetings that led to the production of this report. And thank you to the analysts who wrote the report. Your work is impressive, and we so appreciate your dedication in producing this outstanding document that will hopefully go a long way when it comes to how the government looks at the integrity of their procurement procedures. Thank you to the witnesses for your well thought out testimony and candor during the meetings that took place on this study. Your contributions are invaluable and are the crux of this report. So we really appreciate the time and effort undertaken to provide us with this input. Thank you to the House of Commons staff, including our interpreters and technical staff. We know that these hybrid meetings have not always been easy, and we are so thankful for the work that you have done behind the scenes to keep everything up and running. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party supports the report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, but we will be we will be tabling an additional report. We need to understand the systemic gaps in the federal government's purchasing system. We really only have here the tip of the iceberg regarding the national government's lack of care regarding its procurement. We need changes in the bid for tender system in order to fix the systemic gaps. We also need strong leadership. We need it urgently. We have carefully examined the details of the contract, and we have heard from members of industry. Nagtech is a business that is founded in China, and which was founded by the son of a high Communist Party official. The bid was made, and the contract was granted despite the national security risks. The grant of a contract to such a business, which had links with the CCP, the fact that this was considered a good idea by the PM shows his lack of interest in our national security. Canadians are right to be concerned about his lack of concern about the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. That is why we are tabling this supplementary report with additional information.
For Niagara Centre.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, entitled Emerging from the Crisis, a study of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the air transport sector. Madam Speaker, may I take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the witnesses who gave testimony to this very important study, our clerk, analysts, and other members of the House of Commons Resources team. As well, Madam Speaker, members of the committee and their respective teams. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the following three reports of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The ninth report, entitled Supplementary Estimates A 2021-22. Your committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same. The 10th report, entitled Food Security in Northern and Isolated Communities, Ensuring Equitable Access to Adequate and Healthy Food for All. And the 11th report, entitled Collaborative Approaches to Enforcement of Laws in Indigenous Communities. And once again, Madam Speaker, our committee worked remarkably well in difficult circumstances. We heard amazing testimony from a tremendous panel of witnesses in all of our reports. And of course, our hardworking staff is to be congratulated, our analysts, for helping to prepare these very important reports. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the 10th and the 11th report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, entitled Setting Salaries in Canada.
Thank all members of the Indu Committee for their collaboration. A special shout out to the clerk, the analysts, and the IT team, et les interprètes pour leur travail acharné.
I'd like to thank the interpreters for their hard work.
109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Mattison, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Early Learning and Childcare. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for seconding this bill and for her work on this file. There's an affordability crisis in childcare across the country. Families are struggling to find childcare spaces and get on wait lists before their children are even born. Costs are unaffordable in many cities, and parents are forced to make impossible choices between delaying their return to work or paying huge amounts for the childcare that they need. Liberals have promised an affordable, universal childcare program for 28 years without action, and women have been disproportionately impacted by their delay, taking on much of the care work. Budget 2021 has made several promises and finally moving forward with establishing a childcare program. However, there is still a lack of critical details. That's why I'm tabling this bill today, to establish the core principles of a universal childcare program, one that is based on accountability, quality, universality, and accessibility, and to establish the standards needed to meet these principles. I'm calling on the government to work with us in moving childcare forward. It is too important not to get right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, Ms. Madison, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Presenting. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor today to rise and present e-petition 3393 on behalf of many Canadians, particularly from my riding of Chatham-Kent Leamington. These petitioners are extremely concerned that Bill C-10 unjustly infringes on citizens' rights to freedom of expression as outlined in Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In particular, the speech that Canadians engage in on digital platforms is crucial to their conveying their basic individual expressions. Bill C-10 provides the CRTC with the authority to control and regulate user-generated content on digital platforms that Canadians use every day, to censor what Canadians post and see on social media and the internet, as well as sweeping powers over how Canadians communicate or express themselves online. These Canadians want their rights upheld and due process followed. And I commend you, the Speaker, for so ruling yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce two petitions. The first is E2853, signed by over 500 citizens. They assert that the climate crisis is the foundational issue of our time. It represents an existential threat to all species. Working with Indigenous leaders, they ask that we protect our old-growth forests for our planet's health and future generations. To do so, we need to stop logging old-growth trees now. These magnificent species are global treasures that must be preserved and nurtured for the wonder of all humanity. I join with them in their call for this government to create a citizens' assembly on climate and ecological justice to accomplish these goals. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is E3282, signed by over 750 citizens. They point out that the CERB requirement of a minimum of $5,000 of earnings was arbitrary and perversely prevented some of the poorest Canadians from receiving benefits. It's been estimated that 175,000 workers did not get benefits because they earned under $5,000 a year. They call for the removal of this arbitrary and punishing standard and have retroactive compensation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may be permitted, I'd like to wish happy birthday to my lovely wife, Cheryl, who turns, I won't say how old, today.
You're not permitted, but happy birthday to Cheryl. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Speaker, I have the honor to table in this House a petition that is signed by many Canadians calling the government's attention to the farmers' protests that continue to take place in the states of Punjab and Haryana in India. Petitioners are calling on the Canadian government to respond to reports of violence against these protesters and wish to convey their sincere belief in the right of individuals to freedom of expression and to peaceful assembly. And I note, Mr. Speaker, that those rights to peacefully protest are enshrined in the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition signed by 100 or so citizens who are concerned about the growing international organ trade. There's currently a bill in this Parliament that would prevent the organ transplants with organs that were obtained illegally or without consent, and we would support Bill S-204.
Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition that says, whereas the opioid crisis is one of the most deadly public health emergencies of our lifetime, with a death toll taking place on average every 2 hours, a death toll of almost 15,400 over the past 4 years alone. Whereas the overdose crisis rages, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Canada to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency, to take steps to end the overdose death and overdose injuries, to immediately collaborate with provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian overdose action plan, to ensure that any plans consider reforms that other countries have used, such as legal regulation of drugs to ensure safe supply, decriminalization for personal use, and changes to flawed drug policy and policing, and to ensure that this emergency is taken seriously with adequately funded programs and support. And this is coming from the Mums Against Opioids.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition calling on the House to address concerns related to the broad definition applied to conversion therapy contained in Bill C-6. The petitioner's concerns relate not to the intent of C-6, which they strongly support, but rather to the chilling effect the broad definition contained in Bill C-6 may have on counsel from parents and teachers, as well as professionals and religious counseling that is voluntary and with full consent. Mr. Speaker, the petition contains 4 recommendations to the House with respect to clarifying the definition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith, and this is the 29th petition of this nature. The petitioners are deeply concerned about protecting British Columbia's endangered old-growth forest from clear-cut logging. They note that old-growth forests provide immeasurable benefits, including carbon sequestration, biodiversity, cultural, recreational, and educational value. And the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to work with the province and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority of Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of petitioners in my riding of Kings Hants, specifically in the Windsor-West Hants Regional Municipality, who are calling on the government, but specifically the minister responsible for fisheries and oceans, on their concerns around the continued use of ministerial orders on the Avon River. Specifically, the petitioners note that there is concerns around environmental impacts to the existing freshwater resource and to the third largest employer in the riding, in the region, I should say, Mr. Speaker, in Ski Martok, concerns around the ability for firefighters to be able to draw fresh water from the Avon to be able to fight fires and emergency situations, and also persisting dust storms, which are causing health concerns for residents in the area. Mr. Speaker, specifically, they call on the minister to use her discretion under the Act, subsection 34.1, to be able to reverse the current order, to be able to protect the interests and the effects that are being highlighted in this petition. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of constituents in Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, I present the following petition. Whereas the federal government has introduced Bill C-21, which includes sections prohibiting the majority of replica firearms, such as airsoft guns, whereas Bill C-21 will criminalize hundreds of thousands of law-abiding Canadians for possessing legally obtained firearms, whereas Bill C-21 will financially devastate thousands of Canadians reliant on the sale of firearms, whereas hunting has a long history in Canada for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians, and needlessly revoking citizens' firearms erases and discounts our history and traditions. Therefore, the undersigned petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to stop targeting law-abiding citizens for possessing legally obtained firearms to protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians by ensuring firearm legislation is based on evidence and not ideology, and to therefore withdraw Bill C-21.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have 5 petitions to table today, so not to worry. Canada has spent a great deal of blood and treasure in Afghanistan. This petition, the first one I'm tabling, highlights the situation of the Hazara community in Afghanistan, the historic violence as well as the ongoing violence and persecution that the community faces. It identifies a terrible genocide that took place at the end of the 19th century. It identifies more recent acts of violence, such as a horrific attack on a maternity ward in May of 2020, targeted attacks in Baysad, Jibril, and Jalalabad in the earlier part of this year. Over 150 Canadian men and women have lost their lives in the fight in Afghanistan. So Canada has a close relationship with Afghanistan, and Canadians feel deeply the desire to advance justice and human rights in Afghanistan. Therefore, petitioners call on the House to formally recognize the 1891 to 1893 ethnic cleansing perpetrated against the Hazaras as a genocide, to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, and also to support Bill S-287, my private member's bill, which seeks to ensure that all development assistance contributes to peace and security when it is being dispersed. The second petition is in support of Bill S-204, a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ in a case where there has not been consent. This bill is currently before the House, and petitioners certainly would like to see this bill passed expeditiously. It's been passed in the same form unanimously in this House in the previous Parliament. It's been passed twice unanimously in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the third petition I am presenting deals with Bill C-6, the government's conversion therapy bill. Petitioners are very supportive of efforts to ban conversion therapy. However, they're concerned about the definition as written in the bill, that it is an inaccurate definition, that it would apply, in fact, to private conversations in which sexual behavior is discussed, but which have nothing to do with conversion therapy as it's been historically defined. So petitioners call on the government to ban coercive degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, to ensure there's no laws discriminating against Canadians or limiting their ability to access services on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity, and also to fix the definition in Bill C-6. The fourth petition highlights the situation in the Tigray region and more broadly in Ethiopia. Petitioners are concerned about the human rights and humanitarian situation in Ethiopia and want to see greater engagement from the Government of Canada on these issues, and that includes promoting greater engagement around elections and election monitoring coming up in Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, the fifth and final petition that I'm tabling today highlights the horrific situation confronting Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners note various aspects of these atrocities in this petition. They call on the government to recognize the Uyghur genocide. They call on the government to use the Magnitsky Act and to recognize that any proposed cooperation with the Chinese state should be viewed through the lens of the fact that the government of China and the Chinese military is in the process of committing a genocide as we speak. I commend these petitions to the consideration of members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 681, 683, 693, 695, 698, 703, 705, 715, 720, 721, and 723. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 682, 684 to 692, 694, 694 and 697, 699 to 702, 704, 706 to 714, 716 to 719, and 722 and 724. If those could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Je suis maintenant.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on June 7th, 2021, by the member for Louis Saint Laurent concerning the government's non-compliance with an order for the production of documents. First, the Chair wishes to describe the sequence of events that led to the question of privilege currently under consideration. On two occasions, on March 31st and May 10th, 2021, the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted an order requiring the Public Health Agency of Canada to produce unredacted documents. In both cases, the documents were to be sent to the law clerk and parliamentary counsel so that he could assess their contents. The order of May 10th also provided that a report should be made to the House if the documents were not produced within 10 days. The agency's refusal led to the presentation of the third report from the committee. It recommended that the House adopt an order for the production of the same documents and that it include the same requirements as the order of March 31st.
On June 1st, 2021, the House was seized of the matter through an opposition motion, and it adopted an order the next day to have the documents provided to it. The relevant extracts contained the following elements. The documents shall be deposited with the law clerk and parliamentary counsel. The law clerk and parliamentary counsel shall promptly thereafter notify the Speaker, who shall forthwith inform the House whether he is satisfied the documents were produced as ordered. The law clerk and parliamentary counsel shall confidentially review the documents with a view to redacting information which, in his opinion, could reasonably be expected to compromise national security or reveal details on an ongoing criminal investigation, other than the existence of an investigation. The Speaker shall cause the redacted documents to be laid upon the table at the next earliest opportunity, and after being tabled, they shall stand referred to the Special Committee, and the Committee, after consulting the law clerk and parliamentary counsel in camera, may decide to make public any redacted material. On June 4th, 2021, the President of the agency wrote to the law clerk and parliamentary counsel informing him that the documents sent to him had been redacted because the order of the House did not offer the appropriate guarantees for protecting information related to national security and personal information. He added that the agency was cooperating with the National Security and Intelligence Committee of parliamentarians and had sent that committee an unredacted version of the documents. Tout en s'appuyant sur
Citing relevant references and numerous precedents, the member for Louis Saint Laurent stated that the role of the House and its committees in holding the government to account for its actions includes the power to require the production of documents. The member also argued that sending the unredacted documents to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is not an acceptable alternative.
OK. Est-ce que la traduction est...
Is the translation working now?
Very good.
He concluded that the government had not complied with the order of the House because it had redacted certain information and had not provided a valid reason for doing so. There was thus apparently a prima facie case of contempt on which the House must rule, and for which it must determine the appropriate sanctions. The members for Jonquière and St. John's East added that they shared some of the concerns of the member for Louis Saint Laurent, while insisting that privacy and national security are not sufficient pretexts for non-compliance with an order of the House. Furthermore, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is not a committee of the House, and its membership did not include, at least until very recently, representatives of all recognized parties.
In response to these arguments, the member for Kingston and the Islands suggested that the chair deemed that there is a prima facie question of privilege. The motion that the member for St. Louis Saint Laurent intends to move is not consistent with our customs and practices. Moreover, it offers no mechanism to preserve the confidential nature of the information contained in the documents, which is why they were sent to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. While they are not being challenged, it is still worth recalling that at the heart of the parliamentary system and firmly anchored in our Constitution, there are rights and privileges that are indispensable to the performance of members' duties. Thus, one can read on page 137 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practices, Practice 3rd edition, and I quote, "By virtue of the preamble and Section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, Parliament has the ability to institute its own inquiries, to require the attendance of witnesses, and to order the production of documents, rights which are fundamental to its proper functioning. These rights are as old as Parliament itself." End quote. Cela dit,
that being said, the chair is essentially being asked to rule on two very specific questions, namely whether there are limits to the application of this privilege and whether sending unredacted documents to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is an acceptable alternative.
Comme je l'ai déjà indiqué,
as I've already indicated, the member for Kingston and the Islands and the president of the agency are concerned about the lack of regard for national security issues and the provisions for protecting personal information to which the government is normally subject. This isn't a new argument. It was the subject of an important ruling from April 27, 2010. While confirming that the House had at times agreed to abstain from requiring documents for reasons of national security or international relations, among others, Speaker Milliken took care to clarify that it was quite different in an instance where the House expressed its will by adopting an explicit order.
In his ruling, Speaker Milliken, at page 2042 of debates, responded as follows to the government's objections, and I quote, "To accept such a notion would completely undermine the importance of the role of parliamentarians in holding the government to account. Before us are issues that questions the very foundations upon which our parliamentary system is built. In a system of responsible government, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold the government to account for its actions is an indisputable privilege and, in fact, an obligation," end quote. House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, adds this at page 985, and I quote, "No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of the power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers," end quote. In accordance with the order of the House of June 2nd, 2021, the chair tabled a letter received from the law clerk and parliamentary counsel on June 7th, informing him that the documents were not produced as ordered, as they were not unredacted versions.
After concluding that there was a prima facie case of privilege in his ruling of April 27, 2010, Speaker Milliken, still concerned about the issues raised, deemed it wise to ask members to continue their discussions for a limited period of time before allowing the member who had initially raised the question of privilege to move the usual motion for debate. Indeed, the order in question at the time offered no measure to protect the confidential information contained in the required documents, be it, for example, examining the documents in camera, limiting the number of copies distributed, or even providing for their destruction once they had been studied. The result of these discussions would in no way affect his decision. The Speaker's intention was simply to offer a final delay to allow time to reach a compromise. In the current situation, the order adopted provides that the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel first examine the documents, redact them using specific criteria, and discuss them with the members of the special committee in camera. The Minister of Health was also called to appear and did so on Monday, June 14th, in an effort to continue some form of dialogue. However, it's not up to the chair to judge the extent of the measures taken, but merely to note that they were considered. There is thus no reason to allow an additional delay.
The second question relates to the government arguing that there is now a more appropriate forum to deal with documents having national security implications, namely the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. The committee, created by statute in 2017, is composed of members of both houses with top secret security clearance and who are bound by oaths of confidentiality. Paragraph 8(1)(c) of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act allows the committee to consider any matter relating to national security or intelligence that a minister refers to it. The Minister of Health indicated that she has formally asked the committee to review the documents at issue. However, as the member for Louis Saint Laurent and St. John's East have pointed out, the Act also makes clear that despite its composition, This body is not a committee of Parliament. It exists outside of Parliament. In these circumstances, the Chair cannot conclude that the documents submitted to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians fulfills an order of this House or if it's of its committees. Nothing in the Act affects or limits the privileges of the House to order the production of documents, even those with national security implications. It is for the House and not for the government to decide how such documents are to be reviewed and what safeguards to put in place, if any.
As a result, in the opinion of the Chair, the failure to comply with the order of the House of June 2nd, 2021 constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. There is one last point to settle. The Chair has read the wording of the motion suggested by the member for Louis Saint Laurent in his written notice. It departs considerably from established practice. The scope of this type of motion is limited. As indicated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 150, and I quote,
Et je cite,
I quote, "The terms of the motion have generally provided that the matter be referred to committee for study." Unquote.
A review of this rare exception of the rare exceptions shows that there was a certain consensus on the procedure to follow and thus the wording of the motion. As Speaker Milliken confirmed in a ruling on March 9, 2011, at page 8842, and I quote, "The Chair is of course aware of exceptions to this practice, but in most, if not all of these cases, circumstances were such that a deviation from the normal practice was deemed acceptable, or there was a unanimous desire on the part of the House to proceed in that fashion." End of quote. Il est également des précédents.
There are also precedents that support censure. In short, given that the parameters for such motions are clear and that the practice is well established, the proposed motion should be a motion of censure or to refer the matter to the appropriate committee for study. Under the circumstances, and since discussions are required, the Chair reserves its ruling and will return to the House as soon as the member is ready to move the appropriate motion.
Qu'il convient de proposer. Les greffiers au bureau.
The table officers and I are available to support and guide the honourable member as he drafts his motion.
I want to thank the honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day. The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, you've noticed from me of a point of privilege. I'm rising today because the government's imposition of a new tax without needed approval of the House of Commons has breached the privileges of all members and has done so in contravention of Standing Orders 79.1, 80, 83.1, as well as principles laid out in pages 827, 828, 829, 831, 833, 835, 841, 893, and pages 906 through 908 of Bosque and Gagnon, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, and numerous rulings by your chair, most important of all, Section 53 of the Constitution Act 1867. In essence, I'm rising today to ask, Mr. Chair, that you find a prima facie case of breach of privilege because of the government's imposition of a secretive and insidious tax designed to raise funds for it to spend at the expense of the Canadian people without holding appropriate votes in the House of Commons and possibly in direct contravention of other laws that have been passed by this House. The new tax of which I speak is designed to raise more money for the government to spend. In fact, it raised more money for the government to spend in the last fiscal year than all other sources of revenue combined. This tax should be called the inflation tax, which is...
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member for Carleton. We have a point of order for the member of Kingston, for Kingston the Islands.
I would ask that you consider what the member is suggesting to be a point of privilege and rule whether or not it is admissible for him to try to filibuster time in the House of Commons right now, which is clearly what appears to be the objective here, Mr. Speaker. Can you provide some kind of insight as to whether or not this is actually a point of privilege, what we're hearing in the House right now?
Well, the honourable member for Kingston the Islands, I'm going to let the member for Carleton continue. I haven't quite grasped exactly where he's going with it, so I'll let him keep going. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. I speak of this illegal inflation tax in which the government is funding its spending with newly created currency that increases consumer prices through the levy of inflation. Let me clarify the difference before I go any further between inflation and the inflation tax. It is not a tax when independent and separate from government consumer prices rise due to supply and demand dynamics. However, when they rise because the government and central bank coordinate to expand the money supply, thus raising consumer prices above what they would otherwise be, and force consumers to pay what they would otherwise pay, that is a tax. I do not raise this point of privilege lightly, but after careful consideration of the nature of the government's actions and their real-world effects on Canadians, both of which I have described. As well, I rely heavily on the jurisprudence from your chair and the clear legal definitions of a tax. To prove this breach, I would have to show three parts. First, that there is a privilege for members of Parliament at stake, and that privilege is that governments cannot tax what the House does not expressly approve through votes by each member in the chamber. Second, I would need to prove that the policy in fact imposes a tax. And finally, I would need to provide proof that the House did not approve this tax. Together, these points prove that the government committed a prima facie case of breach of my parliamentary privilege by denying me the opportunity to vote on this tax increase before it took effect. So let me start with the first part. Is there a privilege for each member to vote on any new taxes introduced or imposed on Canadians? The answer is yes. In fact, this privilege on Canadian soil originated with the British North American Act, Section 53 of the Constitution. It is clear. Bills for appropriating any part of the public revenue or for imposing any tax or impost shall originate in the House of Commons. End quote. This constitutional principle is further enshrined in Standing Order 80-1, which says all aids and supplies granted to the sovereign by the Parliament of Canada are the sole gift of the House of Commons, and all bills for granting such aids and supplies ought to begin with the House, as it is the undoubted right of the House to direct, limit, and appoint in all such bills the ends, purposes, considerations, conditions, limitations, and qualifications of such grants which are not alterable by the Senate. The failure of this House to, quote, direct, limit, and appoint revenue-raising measures is accordingly not only a violation of the Constitution, but also of the privileges of members of the House set out in the standing orders. In the Ihrig estate case, the courts considered the constitutional implications of a tax raised through such improper and indirect means. Mr. Justice Jack Major, writing for the majority, wrote that Section 53 of the Constitution codifies the principle of no taxation without representation by requiring any bill that imposes a tax to originate with the legislature. End quote. I requote him again. My interpretation of Section 53 prohibits not only the Senate, but also any body other than the directly elected legislature from imposing a tax on its own accord, end quote. Any other body.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member just for a moment, and I appreciate the multiple examples. Maybe if I can ask him to be concise and maybe get to the crux of his point, so that we can all gain it. And I'm sure he can submit what he's got on paper as to the table, and we would take a look at it from there. I'll let him continue, but I would ask him to be as concise as possible. A point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Appreciate very much your very wise counsel here. However, I missed the last 3 paragraphs. I was wondering if he could repeat them because I didn't quite get the point of what he was saying, and I just think for clarity's sake it might be good if he just clarified it.
Well, I'll let the honourable member for Carleton continue as he wishes. It is his time. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Justice Major made clear that it is his interpretation that no body other than the House of Commons can initiate a tax increase. And I would submit that includes no body includes the Bank of Canada itself in collaboration with the government. When the court said that there should be no taxation without representation, it got to the heart of my point here today. And I'm going to quote the court again. The Lieutenant Governor in Council cannot impose a new tax ab initio without the authorization of the legislature. And the Governor in Council has no power priorio vigore to impose taxes unless under the authority specifically delegated to it by statute. The power of taxation is exclusively in Parliament, end quote. The court went on to say that Section 53 ensures that parliamentary control over and accountability for taxation, and quoted the distinguished legal scholar Elmer Dredger, who, as follows: through the centuries, the principle was maintained that taxation required representation and consent. The only body in Canada that meets this test is the Commons. The elected representatives of the people sit in the Commons, and consistently with history and tradition, they may well insist that they alone have the right to decide to the last cent what money is to be granted and what taxes are to be imposed, end quote. Elsewhere, the court held in the West Bank First Nation case, similarly, that, quote, the Canadian Constitution through the operation of Section 53 of the Constitution Act 1867 demands that there should be no taxation without representation. In other words, individuals being taxed in a democracy have the right to have their elected representatives debate whether their money should be appropriated and determine how it should be spent, end quote.
I'll just interrupt the honourable member for Carleton. We have a point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm having a very difficult time trying to understand the privilege. Can the member specifically, concisely indicate what is the new tax that he is referring to? I don't understand the privilege at all. He seems to.
I'll just to point out that I did ask the honourable member to be a little bit more concise and maybe a little more descriptive, not so descriptive where all the examples, we appreciate all the examples. The honourable member for Carleton, I'll let him continue.
Yes, and just because that member does not understand the fact, that does not erase that it is indeed a fact. Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Timmins for his help along the way. Peter Hogg, who until his death last year was Canada's leading constitutional scholar, underscored the point that I am making now in a 2002 article. It must, quote, "It must be remembered that the taxing power is one upon which the rest of government depends, as the King and Parliament both recognized in the 17th century. Nothing important can be done without resources, and it is control of the taxing power that provides the resources. Moreover, no other power has direct and immediate effect on citizens as the taxing power, and for that reason, nothing the government does is as unpopular as the imposition and collection of taxes. There is a huge incentive for governments to offload this power to a delegate who can raise taxes quietly without any irritating fuss in Parliament or the legislature, and who can shoulder the blame when the media do get wind of the action." End quote. As Professor Hogg noted, this is not a new problem. In fact, it's one of the oldest and most important matters in the system of parliamentary democracy. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that taxation is the reason we are all here today. The Crown's power to tax and the need to obtain consent of those paying the taxes is why Parliament exists in the first place. And you can look at 800 years of history going back to the Magna Carta to find that the principal disagreement between Crown and Commoner has been on the subject of taxation. And so it is essential to the privileges of every member of this House that every single levy or tax come before us to be voted on before it is enacted. So I think I have clearly proven that it is the privilege of every member to vote on a tax increase before it is imposed. So what is the tax of which I speak? The answer is it is the inflation tax. Now, is inflation excessive inflation, which results from excessive money creation, in fact, a tax? Well, look to the definition of a tax found in Oxford Languages, a 150-year-old dictionary, which defines taxes as follows. Quote, a compulsory contribution to state revenue levied by the government on workers' income and business profits, or added to the cost of some goods, services, and transactions. So I will break down that definition. First, that it is state revenue levied by the government. Second, that it is added to the cost of some goods, services, and transactions. And third, that it is a compulsory contribution. So, first, is the inflation tax designed to generate state revenue levied by the government? Well, I will give you the data to prove that in fact it is. In February of 2020, the Bank of Canada owned $106 billion of government debt. As of the end of last month, that number had reached $412 billion. That is an increase of almost $300 billion in 1 year. It is also an increase of 300%. Last year, the amount that the Bank of Canada produced for the government by purchasing government debt was over $300 billion. It was the single biggest source of revenue for the government, bigger than income tax, consumption tax, tariffs, and private loans combined. Never before has the Bank of Canada been the single biggest provider of funds for the government's operation. It does this through a process whereby the government sells debt onto the market and the bank buys it back at a higher price. This has the effect of flooding government coffers with cheap credit that it can spend liberally, as it did last year and continues to do right now. But the result, Mr. Speaker, is a massive increase in the money supply. When the Bank of Canada uses its balance sheet to buy government debt, it increases the number of dollars in circulation. In the period since late winter and early spring of 2020, the money supply has increased by over $300 billion. In fact, from February 2020 to February 2021, the money supply grew by $354 billion. The deficit for the last fiscal year was $354 billion. In other words, the same amount the government needed to borrow was the amount that the Bank of Canada created. This led to a 20% year-over-year increase in the number of dollars in coins, bills, and bank deposits. That is the biggest increase since 1974, which was the last time the government went on a money printing binge that led to major inflation crises thereafter. For context, the increase in the money supply is so large that it could fund our armed forces for 10 years. Or, to use another measure, for fully $1 and $6 in the entire M2 money supply has been created in the last year alone. In the fiscal year 2021, the Bank of Canada, as I said, was the single largest source of funds for the Government of Canada. All revenue from other sources was $294 billion. Net new borrowing was $41 billion, but revenue from the bank was $303 billion. You know, Mr. Speaker, $303 billion is an extraordinary and unprecedented sum. And the bank did not do this on its own. Let me now speak about the direct coordination between the government and the bank that led to this massive increase in the money supply. The parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance actually said that there was coordination between the bank and the government. And the coincidence that you see in the amount of money printed and the amount of money spent demonstrates this coordination as well. For example,
interrupt the honourable member. I believe we have another point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really and truly, I have been listening very closely, and it seems to me the member is saying that there is an inflation tax, so whenever inflation goes up or down, it should be brought to the House so that members can say no to inflation in terms of a vote. That's the best I can tell. If the member could just move on, and so that you can make a decision on the issue, Mr. Speaker. I don't see this, but it's your...
Yeah, I don't believe it's a point of order, but I do ask the honourable member to be a little bit more concise. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order as well.
Yes, I'm getting frustrated as well. I'm not really sure where the inflationary tax element comes in, but I'm very frustrated that just because the member for Winnipeg North doesn't understand something, that the House has to stop and change direction. I would ask him to let the member finish so we can actually understand whether we agree with him or not. But I think it's just not fair to have the member for Winnipeg North always being confused and always interrupting.
We have another point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a real kick out of the fact that the NDP is on the floor of the House of Commons now supporting these antics by the Conservatives. It looks as though the NDP has made a decision that they're interested in doing this. So I would suggest that you rule that the previous comment by the member from the NDP is out of order because, quite frankly, that was not a point of order.
I'm going to stop the honourable member, and I'm going to ask all the honourable members to, when they raise a point of order, please refer to the point or the standing order that they're referring to. And we can go from there. both the member for Timmins, James Bay, and Kingston and the Islands. I ask you to respect the honourable member for Carleton and let him continue. And again, the honourable member for Carleton, I want to ask him to be as concise as possible and respect the chamber's time. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. As I pointed out before the interruption, the bank, according to the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, the government has been, quote, coordinating with the central bank to produce these funds, and these funds have been used to spend. Now, the massive dollar figures involved that I mentioned earlier are not only staggering and unprecedented, they may be illegal. In fact, I stumbled on a section of the Bank of Canada Act, Section 18, subsection J, only hours before I was originally planning to make this point of privilege. And having read that section and looked at the numbers, I came to the conclusion that there very well might be a breach of law involved in what the bank and the government have colluded to do. Allow me to read the section in question. Section 18, the bank may, J, make loans to the Government of Canada or the government of any province, but such loans outstanding of at any one time shall not, in the case of the Government of Canada, exceed 1/3 of the estimated revenue of the Government of Canada in a fiscal year. I turn your attention, Mr. Speaker, to Table A14, Summary Statement of Transactions, Budget 2021. Projected revenues, $355.1 billion. So to respect Section 18J of the Bank of Canada Act, which limits the bank's ability to lend money to the government to no more than 1/3 of projected budgetary revenues, the bank would be effectively capped in its loans to the government at $118 billion. $118 billion being 1/3 of the $355 billion of projected revenues. In fact, the Bank of Canada balance sheet shows that it now holds $415 billion, almost $300 billion more than the legal cap provided in the Act. Now, when I discovered this apparent breach, I immediately delayed my introduction of this point of privilege to spend the time to verify and re-verify my calculations. I've never seen a government body so flagrantly violate limits that the Parliament has placed upon it in statutory law, so I thought there must be some mistake. But as I crunched the numbers, I realized that no, in fact, the 1/3 limit was breached. I then reached out to the Library of Parliament to conduct a full review of all the legislation passed to approve emergency COVID spending since spring of 2020 to find out if maybe the section was temporarily suspended or a special exemption to it was created in order to allow this kind of dollar figure to be lent from the bank to the government. And sure enough, the Library of Parliament said there was no such exemption or suspension of the section. It is still in place. In other words, this research shows, and I ask that you and your trusted advisors and the officials at the Library of Parliament to verify my claim here, that the Bank of Canada has breached limits that Parliament has imposed on its ability to lend money to the government. Now, these limits do not exist without reason. There is a reason why Parliament chose deliberately to write a section into the Bank of Canada Act limiting the amount of debt the bank could buy. And it is the reason is this, because Parliament foresaw that future governments might try to use the printing presses over at the bank in order to pay for spending that it could not raise through the more normal process of taxation. With the limits Parliament placed on the Bank of Canada's purchase of government debt, Parliament effectively banned the government from raising taxes by inflationary money creation instead of by legal and legitimate taxation. That the government and the bank have circumvented that ban and broken a law of Parliament breaches the privileges of every member of this House to vote on laws that are made and repealed. In the process, the government has breached the principle of the independence of the central bank. This breach is not the result of the independent action of the bank. Let me quote the parliamentary secretary to the finance minister, who said during the appearance of the governor of the Bank of Canada before the Finance Committee on June 16, 2020, and I quote, "There's been an enormous coordination between OSFI, the bank, and the federal government." An enormous coordination. Well, I have given the fiscal and mathematical evidence to show that that coordination has occurred. In fact, not only did it occur last year, when the bank bought effectively 85% of the government's deficit, and wherein the bank increased the money supply by exactly the same amount that the government borrowed in the previous fiscal year, but that quote-unquote enormous coordination has continued into this fiscal year. On April 19th, the Minister of Finance introduced a budget in this House projecting a $154 billion deficit, or borrowing effectively $3 billion a week. 2 days later, the Governor of the Bank of Canada held a press conference announcing that his bank would be buying $3 billion a week of government debt. In other words, the government is borrowing $3 billion a week, and the central bank is buying $3 billion a week. The government is running a $155 roughly billion deficit, and the bank is lending roughly $155 billion throughout the year. In other words, this coordination is not just in words.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member for Carleton. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, how much longer are you going to let this go on for? When I rise on a point of order, or the member from Winnipeg rises on a point of order, you're very quick to shut us down if we're not addressing the point of order. This member's been going on for almost 30 minutes on what is obviously not a point of privilege.
I just want to point out that we're letting the honourable member get his information out, and it is a point of privilege that's been raised. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Just on that point of order, we shall listen the member who has raised the point of order privilege. This is the base of the House of Commons, to respect the will and the thinking of each and every member. We could disagree with what the member is saying, but at least we shall listen to him, and especially in a privileged question, which is not easy to address. We recognize that, but it's so important for Canadian taxpayer that we shall listen to the member.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, then over to Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what concerns me was that it seems that a member of Kingston and the Islands, he can attack me all he wants, but he can't attack the role of the Speaker. I think he should offer you an apology. You are doing your role, and you are doing it in an impartial, nonpartisan manner, and I'd ask the member to withdraw those comments and apologize to you for trying to interrupt the work of this House.
I just want to point out that we're getting into argument here, and it's a debate as opposed to pointing out, as I ordered earlier or asked earlier, if you're getting up on a point of order, let me know what the point of order, what the rule that's being broken, and then we can go from there. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do apologize if I, by any means, challenged your authority. I think you do an excellent job as Speaker, but I certainly didn't do that, I don't believe. I merely asked a question as to how long you were going to allow this to go on for. To the point from the member from Louis Saint Laurent, let's just be honest about what's going on here. The Conservatives...
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member because it's turning into argument. I'm going to ask for order. If I can ask for order. If I can ask for order. I'll let the honourable member for Carleton continue, and I'll ask him to be concise, as I did earlier, and get to the crux of the matter, and let us know exactly where he wants to go so that we can continue. And this is a point of privilege, is something that is very important in the House, but we do want to make sure that we get the point and we can rule on it.
As I said, when I quoted the Oxford Dictionary, a tax has three characteristics: that it is state revenue levied by government, that it adds to the cost of goods and services and transactions, and that it is a compulsory contribution. I have just gone through the first point, in which I have demonstrated that this cash creation is state revenue levied by the government.
We have another point of order. I'm going to the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within our standing orders, and you have alluded to it yourself, it does state that members do need to be concise and virtually to the point in regards to how in which a member's privilege might have been taken. And I think there is a bit of frustration in the sense that we have witnessed other members from the Conservative Party at times use a privilege as a way to...
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right that the point of order is asked to be concise, but now we're moving into argument or debate, and I don't want to move into that. We'll let the honourable member be as concise as possible, and I'll let him continue. The honourable member for Carleton.
As I said, the second characteristic of a tax is that it adds to the cost of some goods, services, and transactions. Just today, Statistics Canada released fresh data showing what consumers have known for months, that inflation has rocketed up to 3.6%, well above the Bank of Canada's 2% target. This data was essential to my argument today, thus one of the reasons why I waited for its publication before presenting this point. As of this morning, Mr. Speaker, 3 of 4 measures of the Bank of Canada for inflation show that inflation has breached the 2% target. Several product groups were well above that. Gasoline is up 43.4%. Home ownership replacement costs, 11.3%. And durable goods, which include things like cars, appliances, and furniture, is up 5%, just to name a few. That is demonstrated proof that people are in fact paying the cost of the inflation tax. Food prices are also on sharp rise. According to the latest Canada Food Price Report, food costs increased 2.3% last year, with an expected 4.5 to 6.5% increase in meat, 3.5 to 5.5% increase in bakery, and 4.5 to 6.5% increase in vegetables this year. Housing prices have ballooned 30% from March 2020 to March 2021. Now, this is where the cause and effect is most evident. COVID should have reduced housing prices, Mr. Speaker. The wages with which people buy houses dropped. People lost their jobs, making it harder to place offers on homes. To escape lockdowns, more people moved to the countryside, where prices per square foot are lower. Immigration came to a halt, reducing the number of buyers in the market. All of these factors would have driven demand and therefore prices down. In fact, the country's top housing regulator, CMHC, predicted prices would drop as much as 14% for that reason. And you know what? They did begin to drop in March and April of last year. Then, suddenly, as the Bank of Canada's increase in the money supply began flooding into the market, prices began to reverse. The government pumped $356 billion of brand new, newly created cash into the system. And that was exactly the size of the deficit and the size of the money supply growth. And
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member for Carleton. We have another point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member is not being concise and to the point. If the member wants to continue to debate the issue, he can have an opposition day tomorrow. There's a budget debate. That's where he could be making these points. These are, from my perspective, I do not hearing, and I leave it to you to make that decision. I am not hearing a matter of privilege, but rather a waste of time, valuable time.
Well, the Speaker can't determine whether it's a waste of time, but he can determine that things are being repeated and coming over again. So I'm going to ask the Honourable Member for Carleton to be concise and not repeat some of the arguments and the stats that he has mentioned earlier. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay has
Yes, I'll be very concise. Again, I think the member for Winnipeg North has interfered multiple times without saying anything. I would, hoping that we'd have this done by now, but with these continual interruptions by the member for Winnipeg North, we're almost going to see the clock out, and I just think it's very unfair.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Leeds, and Rideau Lakes.
And the Thousand Islands, Mr. Speaker. And so I would just say on that same point of order that the member had raised, he's using points of order as a tactic to interrupt the member. The chair had made a decision and given instruction to the member for Carleton to be concise, and the member for Winnipeg then challenged the speaker's interpretation of what was and what was not concise. So we're seeing this tactic where we have members using their privilege in this place to raise germane questions of privilege, and we have members from the government side who enter into debate instead of actually accepting the decision of the chair, and that was with respect to whether or not the member was being concise. And so it wasn't a question of repetition. So I would just hope that other members, under your direction, Speaker, would allow the member to conclude his question of privilege without these interruptions, these tactics that they're deploying.
Once again, we're getting into debate, but again, I'll let the Honourable Member for Carleton continue and ask him to be as concise as possible once again.
As I was saying, housing prices were dropping until the bank began printing its money. The increase in the money supply flooded into the mortgage system. In the first quarter, from the first quarter 2020 to the first quarter 2021, mortgage lending grew by 41%, and as a result, from April 2020 to April 2021, housing prices went up about 42%. In other words, there's a direct cause and effect relationship between the increase in the money supply and the increase in prices. And this is supported by years of research by academia, Mr. Speaker. Milton Friedman, for example, said, he's an award-winning, Nobel Prize award-winning economist, said inflation is everywhere and always a monetary phenomenon. John Maynard Keynes.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member for Carleton. Private members' business starts at 5:30, and depriving private members or members of their private members' items is really unfair to them. There's something that they wait on. I'd like to interrupt, and the Honourable Member for Carleton can continue either tomorrow or later on tonight as we go from there. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, prohibition deposit of raw sewage, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has 8 minutes remaining. Alors, we'll now proceed. Nous allons continuer avec l'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapedia. She's not online.
We'll go to the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to rise tonight to speak to Bill 269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, a prohibition of the deposit of raw sewage, from the member for Regina Capel, who also had been Speaker, and I must say I probably have not agreed with many of the things the member for Regina Capel has said over the years. However, I think the issue of raw sewage in our water systems is a very, very important thing to be discussing, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity here. We know that there's an element of it, this is under provincial jurisdiction, but the fact that people should be able to know that we have a top quality environmental system in this country to keep people safe should be an issue that we're all deeply concerned with. And I think my honourable colleagues here can probably speak of many municipalities where we have issues of raw sewage being pumped into waters and rivers. I think one of the things that I'm not really seeing in the bill, however, is the effect that we see in the direct areas under federal jurisdiction, which is, of course, on First Nation reserves. And I think it's really, really important for Canadians to understand that across Canada, there's a two-tiered system of infrastructure, a two-tiered system of health, a two-tiered system of education, a two-tiered system of rights. And those are the rights that exist for the citizens of this country that are under the provincial or territorial governments, and those other citizens who are living on the reserves of our nation, who are under the mandate of the Department of Indigenous Services, the old Indian Affairs, the ultimate colonial system that there is, and the chronic underfunding that we see in basic infrastructure. So when the Liberal government ran in 2015 on getting rid of the water crisis, and that they told everyone they'd have mission accomplished by the beginning of 2021, it inspired and galvanized Canadians, because Canadians asked themselves, how is it possible in a nation as rich as Canada, how is it possible in a country with the greatest water resources on the planet, that so many people can't turn on their tap and drink safely? And the fact of dirty water is also tied to sewage and the broken sewage systems. So when the Prime Minister ran, or when the Prime Minister was elected on that promise, people believed he would follow through. I mean, what would be an easier thing for the new incoming Liberal government to do than to ensure that we have proper water? But what the Liberal government didn't promise to do was to deal with the water systems, and that includes sewage. And why is that important to understand that distinction? Is because they decided that they were going to do it on the cheap. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, I remember the terrible Kashechewan water crisis, and we are in a terrible crisis right now in Kashechewan with COVID, with the member for the Indigenous Services Minister, who sat on his hands and done nothing up until this COVID crisis is blown out of proportion. And it brought me back to when I was first elected in 2005, when we had an E. coli outbreak in Kashechewan. And we saw the same lack of action. And at that time, it was the sewage system in Kashechewan that was built right near the water treatment plant, because it was done cheap. And so when the rains came and the sewage treatment system, the settling ponds overflowed, they flowed into the water system. And in Kashechewan, we didn't even have a proper backup system, so that if something comes in on the outtake, it actually stops the incoming sewage. They didn't bother to put that in because they did it on the cheap. So why do we need to think about it in that perspective? Is it the water crisis that caused the E. coli in that community that led to mass evacuations of the entire community was the result of the failed sewage system. So when the Prime Minister failed on his latest promise on water, people are saying to him, how is this possible? This was supposed to be this Prime Minister's #1 promise, that he was going to deliver clean water. But if you look at community after community, and you look at the Indigenous Services list of communities with safe water, what they're focused on, Mr. Speaker, is always on the press release and not actually assessing the real problems. The amount of times they say, oh, we've gotten rid of this boiled water advisory and that boiled water advisory. I've been in communities where they've told us, oh, we got rid of 6 boiled water advisories. Yeah, well, it's because it was like at the very edge of town, there was a building that had a well, and now that well's clean, but the rest of the community isn't safe. That is not a comprehensive solution. So I had asked the parliamentary budget officer to cost out the Prime Minister's promises. They were very clear. the government was deliberately underfunding. They were deliberately underfunding in terms of the training that's needed to run a water treatment plant. They were deliberately underfunding on the issue of maintenance. Only in the Department of Indian Affairs could they cut a ribbon at a plant and walk away and think that there's never ever going to be a need for maintenance. I mean, any municipality will tell you things break. So you have isolated communities like Martin Falls, the Goki Post, when sewage hits, the sewage lifts are hit by lightning, and the boards cack out, and they call the department and say, listen, our sewage lifts aren't working anymore. And the feds say, well, that's not our issue. Well, how is a community of 300 going to fix the fried out sewage lifts? So what happens? Well, the sewage gets into the water, and then the water treatment plant starts to go down. And then the feds say, well, we're not going to fix that because it's not in our capital budget, but they will spend upwards of $2 million a year on bottled water. And that bottled water money, it's not new money, it comes from another community where they were actually going to do infrastructure. So they're taking money from an infrastructure project in one community that desperately needs infrastructure, and they're buying bottled water in another community because they're refusing to actually fix the issue. And what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, when they're looking at how to fix water, they're looking at what's the cheapest, what's the easiest, and how do we get out without having any more cost. So I'll give you the example of the community of Attawapiskat. The water supply is a stagnant pool. It doesn't matter how many chemicals you pump in that water. You will never get good, clean, safe water. So the more chemicals you pump into the water, the more caustic it becomes, the more damage it does to children's skin. It is really, really something to see, Mr. Speaker, to see little children with open wounds all over their bodies living in homes in Canada, and you could go to any northern First Nation and you will see the effects of these on these children. And then the government, every now and then the media will pay attention and the government will say, we don't understand the mysterious cause of these illnesses and the rashes. Well, it's obvious. What's happened is that because you have a stagnant pool of water and you dump it full of chlorine to make it drinkable, that when the children are being bathed, it's damaging their skins start to open, and that's when the infections get in. And we've had this in so many communities. I've had children medevaced out because of these conditions. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is you could look at Neskantaga, 26 years without water. And the Minister of Indigenous Services keeps scratching his head. He can't figure out why he can't get clean water to Neskantaga. It's because they're willing to build a plant, but they're not willing to build all the infrastructure that supports a plant. So a municipality needs proper water plant, they need a proper source of water, they need proper pipes, they need an entire system in order to get water to the community. Someone from Neskantaga said to me, yeah, what they're offering them to do is put a new engine in a rotted out Ford vehicle and think we can drive it down the road. You can't do it without the proper infrastructure. So you need proper piping, you need a proper water source, and you need a plant that's actually built for the needs of the community, something that the Department of Indigenous Services will never do. We also see, Mr. Speaker, the same companies getting hired and hired and hired again. Now, if in any other business or any municipality, a company built a water plant and it failed, there would be an investigation. Do you think that that company would get the contract the next time? Not a chance. But in the Department of Indigenous Services, the fact that a water plant fails, oh well, whatever, just another day at the office. The bonuses still go out to the senior bureaucrats and things don't change. This is the fundamental inequities that people are facing. You're dealing with communities like Maniwaki, just up the road, 100 and some kilometers from Ottawa. Kitigan-Zibi Reserve, we can't get clean water, but beside it in the municipality of Maniwaki, we have clean water. Why is that? It's because one is under a provincial system, and under that provincial jurisdiction, there are clear standards, there are obligations, there are rules in place, and they have to deliver clean water to their community. But the neighboring reserve is under the federal government, so you don't have any obligations. You don't have any standards because the feds don't want to put the standards in place because they don't want to spend the money. That is what systemic discrimination looks like, Mr. Speaker. It's in the water, it's in the sewage, it's in the school systems, it's in the failed health. So I'm very interested in this bill, and I'm very glad that I had a chance, and I'll be here all week taking questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my good privilege to rise today to speak on Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, prohibition deposit of raw sewage, tabled by my colleague, the honourable member for Regina Capel. As the Fisheries Act currently stands, there is no definition of raw sewage. Bill C-269 would amend the Act by adding raw sewage to denote sewage that has not yet been processed or treated to separate and remove contaminants, and includes used water from sanitary appliances that contains human fecal matter or human urine. Used water other than the type of water described in paragraph A from sanitary appliances or from other appliances in a kitchen or laundry, and surface runoff and stormwater that is mixed with the type of water described in paragraph A. In section 34, the bill inserts a statement that would not allow raw sewage to be eligible for an exemption permit from the minister. And Bill C-269 would amend section 36 of the Fisheries Act by adding, no person shall deposit or permit the deposit of raw sewage in water frequented by fish. It also states a non-application for Canadian fisheries waters located in the Northwest Territories and Nunavut or north of the 54th parallel in Quebec or Newfoundland and Labrador. The bill would also indicate that dumping raw sewage in water frequented by fish is guilty of an offense and liable. The act would come into force 5 years after the day on which it would receive royal assent. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-269 is a simple and straightforward bill. It calls for accountability and urgency of action. For me, personally, it triggers a vision for improved environmental protection and infrastructure. In 2015, when the member for Ottawa Centre was the Minister of Environment, she allowed the City of Montreal to dump 8 billion litres of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. So regardless of any justification, that is an unfathomable amount of toxic matter that was dumped into the water. I can't even imagine what the repercussions of that was. According to Environment Canada from 2013 to 2017, more than 1 trillion litres of untreated wastewater are known to have leaked or been purposely dumped across Canada. And the City of Victoria and surrounding municipalities has finally come to become one of the last major communities to stop dumping sewage into water in 2020. But according to Mark Matson, president of nonprofit water protection organization Swim Drink Fish, Canada still has ongoing sewage pollution problems. Bill C-269 is necessary to protect our waters from contamination and wildlife species and water to be able to survive and thrive. It is time there is no more ambiguity on this. Being a member of Parliament for Port Moody, Coquitlam, Manmore, and Belcarra, I have the privilege of being an advocate and steward for many environmentally sensitive places within my riding. This privilege brings responsibility, and today I would like to highlight a very special and globally significant creek, which is Stoney Creek, which some of the rivers in my riding feed into. Stoney Creek is the environmental lifeline for countless wildlife, as well as an urban oasis for both my riding and the neighboring riding, Burnaby North Seymour and the greater region. Countless hours and decades of work by stream keepers from the Stoney Creek Environmental Committee, as well as local residents, have resulted in the return of salmon to Stoney Creek. Today, Stoney Creek is the most successful Vancouver area urban creek for returning salmon. Stoney Creek is the spawning grounds for chum and coho salmon, as well as steelhead and trout. It's also significant on a global basis as it is home to the endangered Nooksack dace. Approximately 10,000 Nooksack dace remain. It is very moving to watch the salmon on their spawning journey. I see their long upstream, painful journey of perseverance ending in sacrifice for the next generation. It is very emotional to watch. I was shocked to learn, though, that after torrential rainfalls, sometimes raw sewage overflows from Coquitlam sewers and make their way to the celebrated Stoney Creek, where endangered Nooksack dace have made their home and the coho and chum salmon come to spawn. It is troubling for me that sewage overflow coming from my riding in Coquitlam is contaminating the aqua ecosystem in the riding of Burnaby North Seymour in Stoney Creek. Upon discovery, I officially offered my assistance to the mayors of Coquitlam and Port Moody to seek federal infrastructure funding for their sewer systems when they seek upgrades. However, I'm perplexed as to why the member for Burnaby North Seymour, who is the Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans, who's been in office longer than I have, has not taken any action on this troublesome issue or championed funding for sewage infrastructure when the harm is being done to wildlife in his own riding, and reports of sewage being dispensed into Stoney Creek has been happening under his watch for years. According to obtained records since 2014, at least 9 documented discharges of sewage have occurred in Stoney Creek watershed. Raw sewage has spewed from manholes in my riding and flowed into the creek, and some experts believe that raw sewage is also escaping through exfiltrating from the Metro Vancouver Stoney Creek trunk line and flowing into the groundwater and ultimately into Stoney Creek. The Metro Vancouver Stoney Creek trunk line was constructed in 1959. Over time, concrete piping and gasket will tend to deteriorate, increasing the likelihood of both infiltration of groundwater into the pipe and inflow from surface water entering collectively known as inflow and infiltration I&I, as well as exfiltration of sewage into the groundwater in creek. Records obtained via Freedom of Information requests show the following levels of E. coli in Stoney Creek. On September 18, 2020, 8,664 colony-forming units per 100 milliliters of water. In August, 7,701, and October, 4,611. Samples exceeded 1,000 colony forming units per 100 milliliters on 6 days. Ultimately, to solve the problem, new sewage infrastructure needs to be built. From obtained records, it is apparent that Metro Vancouver trunk line is over capacity, a very common phenomenon. Meanwhile, the catchment's population is projected to increase 15,000 to 50,000. Constituents and other nearby residents are concerned that not expanding the sewage infrastructure promptly will result in increased contamination of Stoney Creek, as well as situations where new home purchasers are not able to move into their new homes due to lack of sewage capacity. And similar recently happened in another BC community of Campbell River. The topic of sewage is not a glamorous one, but waste elimination is a basic health and safety issue that needs to be dealt with, as we have seen a microscopic virus like coronavirus has done much damage in our lives and to our establishments. Development of residential homes is a natural part of urban sprawl. Building more affordable housing is necessary to allow young families and first home buyers to break into the housing market and have a home. But development without proper infrastructure is dangerous for the community and surrounding ecosystems. So Bill C-269 is a good place to start, to trigger more accountability and action to upgrade all the infrastructures needed. Development is inevitable, but without the proper infrastructure, we could see a host of problems, of which the impact can be the contamination of our waters and harm to endangered species and salmon. It requires a concerted effort among all tiers of government to solve this problem effectively of aging sewage infrastructure and innovating new systems to meet the demands created by growing development in urban and suburban centers like my riding, and extreme weather events from climate change. If done with efficacy, a simple bill like BC 269 could instigate the unfolding of a larger vision to yield greater protection of vulnerable fish, species, and water habitats, improved public health and safety, and job creation to help reopen our economy. This is a problem across our country, and municipalities are aware of it, but they're stuck. They have so many things and other pressing matters they have to get to that without the funding, it gets shuffled under the pile. But with Bill C-269, accountability would be placed. And we can keep talking about the environment with trumpet blasts, but without deadlines and rules and a plan to accomplish these goals, it's still talk and no action. We know as humans, we all need a deadline and some rules to get anything done. I see this bill as one that has great potential to help us literally clean up our act. One thing I did discuss with the member from Regina Capel was the 5-year clause, the 5-year term. And in discussing with him, it is something that should be debated and discussed with fulsome conversation so that we are helping the municipalities set themselves up for success and not failure. It should not be punitive. It should be something to help them get things done efficiently. So, Mr. Speaker, as I continue and as I come to close, I feel that this is an issue that has been around for a long time, and everyone's aware of it, but it's one of those things that nobody wants to tackle because the money's not there. But we know with the infrastructure bank, the minister promised $35 billion, but how much of that was used for things like this? So moving forward, as we discuss Bill 269, I hope that we can come to the table, bring our different ideas, and use this as a starting point to break that cycle of all these old aging infrastructures that aren't being dealt with, so that we can protect the environment, that we can move forward with positive, prudent development that does not create other problems, and that the municipalities don't feel like they're alone, but that they have the support of other tiers of government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages and responsibility for WED.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, and to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, the key issues with this bill. The government opposes Bill C-269 for multiple reasons. It would reduce environmental protections. It would negatively impact current federal, provincial, and territorial collaboration on wastewater. It would impose significant financial and practical challenges on all levels of government, and it would be redundant and could weaken existing federal pollution prevention powers. Mr. Speaker, as the member for Regina Capel knows, the Fisheries Act is the federal government's most effective tool to prevent and set strong controls for the management of wastewater releases. The tools created through the Fisheries Act, combined with our government's historic investments of $2 billion in support of over 1,700 water and wastewater projects across the country, have made significant progress in protecting the water quality of our lakes, our rivers, and oceans. And Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Act already prohibits the release of deleterious substances, pollution into water unless the release is specifically managed under federal regulations. The Fisheries Act also contains strong regulatory controls requiring notification of pollution releases, and that every effort is taken to prevent a release or mitigate potential adverse impacts if one is unavoidable. We all want to end releases of raw sewage, Mr. Speaker, and that's why our government has invested nearly 2.5 times the amount of federal funding for wastewater projects compared to the previous Conservative government over the same period. The same Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, that in 2012 gutted the Fisheries Act's most powerful pollution prevention tools and severely underfunded investments in water and wastewater infrastructure. I'd also point out that as the former leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Regina Capel proposed cuts to billions in public infrastructure funding, the same funding that helps support critical water and wastewater projects in communities across the country. Prohibiting raw sewage, as this bill prescribes, would not prevent all untreated wastewater releases from occurring. And due to years of chronic underfunding in public infrastructure under the previous Conservative government, our government has had to step up and invest in critical wastewater treatment to minimize the occurrence of such releases. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is already an effective and responsible approach in place to address this problem. Releases of raw sewage are already managed under the federal regulations for wastewater, or they are prohibited under the Fisheries Act. Mr. Speaker, our government has been clear in its commitment to protect Canadian waters. That's why in 2019, we strengthened protections in the Fisheries Act by restoring lost protections and incorporating comprehensive and modern safeguards. If enacted, Mr. Speaker, this bill would mean taking several steps back. The bill does not introduce any new protections, Mr. Speaker, enhanced monitoring or regulatory controls to address wastewater beyond the strong measures that already exist within the Act. This bill would not increase, but reduce environmental protections and would have significant and harmful impacts on the ability to prevent and manage pollution under the Fisheries Act. If enacted, This bill would take raw sewage out of the definition of a deleterious substance, thereby removing raw sewage from all of the critical protections and requirements that the Fisheries Act currently provides. In addition, by removing raw sewage from the existing prohibition of deleterious substances in the Fisheries Act and excluding northern waters from the proposed bill's scope, this would create a gap where raw sewage could legally be released in the north. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. While our government's current national strategy effectively targets the most significant sources of pollution, this bill would impose enormous fiscal and practical challenges to all levels of government for a minimal environmental benefit. Eliminating raw sewage within 5 years would mean replacing the underground plumbing networks in over 700 cities across Canada at a cost of over $200 billion. Aside from the unprecedented costs, it is simply not possible to design, plan, and build new or upgraded wastewater treatment facilities in over 700 cities across Canada in under 5 years. A typical planning and construction cycle for wastewater infrastructure will usually take 10 to 20 years. Mr. Speaker, we need to acknowledge that many communities are already making investments to reduce the environmental impacts associated with wastewater infrastructure. This includes projects in advanced wastewater treatment, green infrastructure, and converting waste to energy. These projects are a much more cost-effective way to achieve environmental outcomes than spending hundreds of billions of dollars on a small percentage of reductions. Mr. Speaker, the government cannot support such a poorly thought out bill. It does not add value to the existing strategy to address wastewater in Canada. Instead, it actively threatens it. Furthermore, our government already has a robust national strategy in place that establishes achievable and predictable timelines for communities to complete the necessary treatment systems, installations, and upgrades. While upon first glance, this bill would appear to offer environmental benefits, Mr. Speaker, a closer look reveals that its proposed legislative changes would create considerable negative environmental and economic consequences. Just wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, our government is making historic investments in critical wastewater infrastructure to support our comprehensive national wastewater strategy, which combined will keep Canadian waters safe and healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon, Amitis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that the Bloc Québécois is happy that the Conservative Party is talking about this issue. Initially, we might be surprised to see the Conservative Party taking an interest in this issue. But we should recall that during the previous election campaign, they had committed to act. We should remember that at the time, the Conservatives were surfing the wave of the Montreal Flushgate. In 2015, Montreal had to dispose of 8 billion liters of wastewater into the St. Lawrence. And it's probably to meet that commitment that the former Conservative leader has decided to table Bill C-269. Once again, we are pleased that the Conservatives are taking an interest in this, in reducing water pollution. This debate enables us to draw attention to an important environmental matter, the issue of the disposal of wastewater into our waterways. And it's not new that the Conservatives are considering this. I will go back a little to the past to discuss previous promises regarding wastewater treatment and the inaction of the federal government in this area. In July 2012, the Stephen Harper government created a standard, the Wastewater Systems Effluent Regulations. It was an initial standard, the first standard in Canada on the issue of wastewater treatment. And the federal government was estimating that 75% of facilities respected the new standards. And for the remaining 25%, the government committed to fund them more. Regarding the facilities that posed the highest risk, they needed to comply with the standard by 2020. Then for lower risk facilities, they had until 2030, in the case of Montreal, for example, or until 2040 to meet the standard. The former Minister of Infrastructure, Denis Lebel, had promised that Ottawa would invest in the long term and partner with provinces. The Union of Municipalities of Quebec had estimated that the cost would be $9 billion to update municipal facilities. That was in 2012. Recently, a report from the Réseau Environnement showed that instead we would need $17 billion, and that's just the money that would be needed to upgrade existing infrastructure, which are reaching the end of their useful lives. That does not consider the issue with water treatment stations that do not meet the federal regulation, and does not consider the investment necessary to create new facilities for municipalities that don't have any. Yes, there are municipalities that don't have any facilities for this. 80 Quebec municipalities do not have a wastewater treatment plant. For example, there are 10 municipalities in my region, the Bas-Saint-Laurent and Gaspésie, which do not have facilities for this. And it's 2021. It's hard to believe. This is a serious problem, but the federal government doesn't seem to want to take financial action. In Quebec, we know that there have been many unfortunate incidents in this regard. The River Foundation made a list of more than 60,000 spills in 2019, more than 470,000 hours of spillage of wastewater into Quebec waterways, and the issues of water pollution don't stop there. Recent research has shown that there are health consequences of endocrine disturbers in waterways. When these chemicals find themselves in the environment, they can enter animal or human bodies and interact with hormones, and that can have a negative effect on bodily systems for animals and humans, even with low quantities of these products. We've seen the negative effects of this in fish and mollusks in the St. Lawrence, as well as with amphibians in southern Quebec waterways. Many scientists agree that endocrine disruptors can be a cause of cancer or reproductive problems in humans, although there aren't many studies on the issue yet. Various chemicals are being studied in this regard currently. For example, pesticides and parabens. Another reason that we need to think about this problem is the presence of microplastics. A study carried out by McGill scientists published in 2020 in the well-known journal Environmental Pollution revealed that microplastics pollution in the St. Lawrence is similar to the level of microplastics in the biggest Chinese cities' waterways. Researchers found on average 832 pieces of plastic per kilo of dry sediment. That's 4 times as much as what was found a few years ago in the Outaouais River. That means that the St. Lawrence is in one of the worst situations of any waterway analyzed. And the problem is that microplastics can stay in the environment for a very long time. They can remain in sediment, and many organisms may eat them and pass them along the food chain. So all of this research shows that waterway pollution having to do with wastewater spills is very concerning and must be addressed. Now, let us come back to this bill. Unfortunately, C-269 doesn't offer a solution to settle or to fix the problem of wastewater discharge. Why? Because it's inconsistent. It would still enable some dangerous materials to be discharged. It seems like a good idea, but it isn't. To reduce water pollution, yes, we do need regulation against the discharge of wastewater into the environment, but this bill would allow some noxious substances to still be authorized, like oil products, chemical products, pesticides, heavy metals, fertilizers, and so on. So even if it is adopted, this bill would enable industry to discharge into our rivers wastewater full of various products, such as oil products, from their facilities, as long as the discharge respects the wastewater system's effluent regulation. That means that, once again, these chemical substances could get into the environment, although that wouldn't be the case for municipalities' water systems. So what will towns have to do? Well, in Montreal, a discussion has been going on for 15 years about constructing a facility to treat wastewater, and it was announced under Gérald Tremblay. It was supposed to be done in 2012 and 2018. Then in 2019, Radio-Canada revealed that the construction was supposed to be done in 2023, and that it would cost $500 million. In 2020, the Plante administration published a call for interest for the construction, but there have been no developments since. So once again, this latest 2023 target might end up being deferred further. But the City of Montreal has until 2030 to meet current federal regulation. It's all very well to create regulations, but if a municipality doesn't have the means to create a treatment plant, then what can the federal government do? Nothing. The solution to this problem, such as the pollution of the St. Lawrence, does not reside in obligations or arbitrary bans. It has to do with structural investment to support municipalities so that they can meet their responsibilities in regard to wastewater treatment. What we need is significant amounts of money clearly earmarked for this, clear budgets over a significant period of time. It needs to be well planned in advance, otherwise municipalities in Quebec will not be able to meet these standards. So, in conclusion, I would reiterate that the Bloc Québécois is pleased that this is the beginning of a debate on water quality and pollution, and we need to acknowledge that this debate will attract attention to this important matter. But for the reasons that I've already mentioned, the Bloc Québécois will vote against this bill because, as I've said, this bill doesn't actually bring forward a solution to fix the problem. Our waterways need clear financial commitments, which are not in this bill. Our waterways need a long-term, clear federal commitment to invest significantly in infrastructure in order to enable municipalities to handle their wastewater. The federal government needs to make appropriate transfers to Quebec and the provinces. Thank you.
Questions, resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my time... Oh.
Oui, en effet, je vois
Indeed, I see the honourable member for Manicouagan. And indeed, your name is on the list. But there is another slot for the other speaker as well. So I must invite any other speakers, and then if time permits, I will definitely invite the next member, the honourable member for Manicouagan. So for now,
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And during my time in this place, I must admit, I've always found great value in private members' business. It's our opportunity as members of this place to bring forward legislation that ultimately we believe will better serve this great country. Yes, there is a lottery system in place, but there's also nothing to stop the government of the day from taking a great idea in a private member's bill and incorporating it into government legislation. Indeed, we've witnessed this practice before. Another aspect of private members' business is often that members in this place vote more freely than with other government bills. Now, that can add a very interesting dynamic, particularly during a minority, Mr. Speaker. But given my passion for private members' business, I must state in advance that speaking in support of this particular bill is an important one to me. Because what this bill proposes to exclude raw sewage from the definition of deleterious substance so as to entirely prohibit its deposit in water is a critically important environmental protection that we can take in this place. Indeed, I would suspect if you asked most Canadians, they would believe this is already a banned practice in Canada. However, as we know, the minister can sign off and essentially provide an exemption on this, much as a former environment minister of this Liberal government has done previously, and that should concern us all. Because increasingly, what we see with this Liberal government is environmental policy being applied in a discriminatory manner within this government. Now, while I could, Mr. Speaker, provide a number of different examples, I would just much rather not. Politicizing this issue is ultimately not helpful in this debate. And I would like to think that if there's one thing that we can all agree on in this place, is that it's never a good thing to dump raw sewage into fish habitat. I would hope that we would all agree on that point. That should be a basic guiding principle of environmental stewardship, that we do not contaminate fish habitat. Now, while I believe there is much we can agree on in principle with this bill, I also recognize there are criticisms. Critics have raised costs to municipalities as one of those criticisms. It's a fair point, but in making this criticism, this point also acknowledges that yes, there are municipalities that are currently adding to the problem, and that lack of revenue to fix the solution is the primary reason why. On that note, I will point out this bill proposes to not come into force until 5 years after the day on which it receives royal assent. That's 5 years to take action, 5 years to ensure this becomes a bigger priority for the federal government, and 5 years to work out the details with local governments. Yes, I realize that there are many challenges and reasons why some can argue that this can't be done in 5 years. But to those, I would ask a very simple question. Does anyone want to argue that this should not be done? On that point, I would like, Mr. Speaker, to think we all can agree. J'ai bon espoir en moi, et si nous pouvons convenir.
I'm hopeful that if we can agree that this must be done, we will then be able to figure out how. We must take measures in this direction. Now, it is well-founded to say that this bill isn't perfect. It isn't perfect, that's true, but we need to send a message that protecting fish habitat is a priority. Yes, the criticism we've heard raises valid points. It could be difficult indeed to apply this, and there are costs. That is all true. And on the matter of costs, we also need to consider the cost of inaction. In my former writing, the water supply of a rural area was being contaminated by fecal matter, and that made the consumption of drinking water dangerous. In order to secure the drinking water supply, it became necessary to find the source of the contamination. And that was actually much more complicated than it seemed. Ultimately, a very difficult process was begun.
Installed. All of this cost a lot of money. Finally, a proper sewage treatment plant was installed. And yes, that did occur under a former conservative government. But that's not the point. The point is that today, that community water system is no longer contaminated. And more importantly, the groundwater is not contaminated. This all matters because the Okanagan River system passes through this unincorporated community, where currently local Indigenous communities have been working in partnership and very successfully, I might add, to restore lost salmon habitat. It is, Mr. Speaker, an incredible success story. Obviously, it also speaks towards the importance of not dumping raw sewage into fish habitat. So to those who raise the valid concerns of costs to local government, I point out there are indeed many costs of inaction that can result from this situation. More importantly, critics aside, I come back to one simple point. While some can raise concerns over getting this done, I have yet to hear anyone suggest that it cannot be done, nor that it should not be done, only that it could be challenging. This current government in 2015, hand on their hearts, told Canadians that better was always possible. I would submit that Bill C-269 proposes better protection for our fish habitat than are currently available. This bill is an important next step to moving forward to better protect our environment. Now, before I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to thank the member who sponsored this bill, the member for Regina Capel, for his ongoing leadership and commitment to seeing this area, this gap in our governance addressed. Mr. Speaker, this gap, whether it was intentional or not, exists. We cannot let the price of saying, well, there's a cost. We need to count the costs to the environment that are currently going on. Yes, there are challenges here, but Mr. Speaker, it's because of a member like the member from Regina Capel that we are debating this important subject, adding the spotlight to an issue that has haunted this country too long. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, I hope we can all agree on in this place that dumping raw sewage into fish habitat is wrong, and that we need to do our part in partnership with communities, local government, in partnership with provinces, Indigenous communities, to make this problem go away so we all can have that clean water. We all can feel proud of the contributions that we've made to this. I thank the member for Regina Capel for helping elevate this argument and having this debate, and I do hope that all members will put aside that partisanship and say yes to his proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. We have 7 minutes left for the honourable member for Manicouagan. And then we'll have to save enough time for the sponsor of the bill at the end. So resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, which I would summarize as the following. Great minds think alike. My colleague from L'Amitié ce matin agreed with me. And I would say, like her, that it's not really a good idea, even though it might look like one. There have been a number of incidents over the last few years when sewage was dumped into the St. Lawrence, into the Richelieu, and that was in March of this year. And that was the 4th time that wastewater was dumped in 3 years. The same thing happened in Longueuil in 2018. 150,000 tons of sewage went straight into the St. Lawrence. And of course, we couldn't forget Flushgate in Montreal in 2015. So there are many examples of this. And incidents of dumping wastewater into rivers are not rare, unfortunately. In 2019, there were over 60,000 such incidents. And that's very significant, Mr. Speaker. So if you look at all the data and the pollution that followed from those incidents, I would expect a much more ambitious bill here. That's why I said it's not really a good idea, even though it might look like one. It's true that Bill C-269 gives this House an opportunity to talk about environmental protection, and the Bloc Québécois is happy to have that opportunity. But this bill doesn't offer any real solutions to fight the complex problem of wastewater dumping. It doesn't deal with all of the toxic substances that could be deposited. And it doesn't deal with the fact that municipalities often don't have any other option than to dump wastewater into rivers and streams. The fundamental problem here is that this is a bill of half measures. You can see that the bill excludes certain types of toxic substances. If you think of Flushgate, for example, this bill wouldn't have helped. So the Conservatives' bill does open the door to all kinds of substances being deposited in our waterways. For example, oil products, chemical products, pesticides, heavy metals, cleaners like bleach, paint, and so on. So if you want to be serious about protecting our waterways, you need to go much further than this. Banning the deposits of raw sewage is one thing, but then allowing deposits of all kinds of other substances that are just as dangerous is another thing. If the Conservatives really want to show that they want to protect our waterways, they should change the bill to avoid having two different categories of pollutants. Another problem I would raise that undermines this bill, Mr. Speaker, is this. How can Conservatives ban deposits of raw sewage if the municipalities don't have adequate water purification installations? In a recent article in Le Devoir, it was stated that 80 municipalities in Quebec don't have appropriate facilities for water purification. Another report also said that we would need to invest $17 billion just to get existing facilities up to code. $17 billion. So clearly we're very far from the miracle solution that the Conservatives think that they're proposing here. We need serious measures against chemical and wastewater dumping, and this bill doesn't do that. The federal government needs to make significant, predictable investments over a number of years to help municipalities so that municipalities don't have to cut corners when it comes to protecting our waterways. Mr. Speaker, the federal government needs to invest to allow municipalities to have the infrastructure that they need to deal with wastewater. To conclude, because I know I don't have much time left, if the Conservatives want to show that they're virtuous and that they care about the environment, they should aim higher and propose real solutions. They're not the solutions that I see in this bill. If they really want to deal with the problem of the deposits of raw sewages, they should include all toxic substances, and the federal government should reach out to municipalities to make sure that they have adequate facilities. Otherwise, the problem will never be solved permanently. So the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this bill. Thank you.
Now there's just enough time to invite the Honourable Member for Regina Qu'Appelle for his right of reply, and the Honourable Member will know he has up to 5 minutes. We'll now go to the Honourable Member for Regina Qu'Appelle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate all the members of Parliament who spoke in favor of this bill. Out of respect for the House's time, I will not repeat the points that I made in my original speech, but I would like to just take a few moments to address some of the misinformation that I heard throughout the debate from members who are opposing this bill. First of all, we hear this argument all the time from the Liberals that they make this false allegation that Conservatives were not going to make the same commitments to infrastructure spending as they did. This is completely false. In the last campaign, our platform committed the same amount of money to be partnered with the provinces and municipalities in order to rehabilitate our cities, towns, and municipalities. It is this Liberal government, this current Liberal government, who has allowed billions of dollars in infrastructure spending to be lapsed. So there's no doubt that cities and towns are feeling the burden, feeling the weight of the lack of action, the extra burden that falls to them when the federal government doesn't partner with those dollars, when they allow those dollars to be lapsed. It means that there's further pressure on cities and towns and further pressure on property tax payers. This is another bogus argument I heard was that somehow this bill would weaken protections. Well, only to a Liberal would banning something lead to weaker regulations. Right now, the minister is able to grant these types of permits, and as was already referenced this evening, did just that when it allowed the city of Montreal to dump billions of liters of untreated raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. So this is clearly just a case of the Liberals projecting onto another party what they themselves are guilty of. The member for Lac St. Louis, the Liberal member for Lac St. Louis, asked in debate if this idea was such a good idea, why didn't Conservatives include it in their platform? That's an easy one to address, Mr. Speaker. We did.
We made a campaign announcement, and it is on page 27 of the previous campaign platform that our party ran on. This is a long-standing commitment that our party has been in support of. Another member this evening talked about how this bill would permit the dumping of raw sewage in northern communities. They've got that completely backwards. This bill bans the dumping of raw sewage, but it leaves an exemption for northern communities, recognizing the additional burdens that they face in terms of meeting the needs of their infrastructure requirements. That means that this bill would not immediately apply to them, but they would be covered under existing regulations. Those existing regulations that are already out there, as was mentioned, they don't disappear with the passage of this bill. These are complementary pieces of legislation, and this is no excuse not to support this bill. I heard just a few moments ago talking about from the block member, wondering why there weren't other types of harmful substances in the bill. Again, that is not a reason to vote against this bill. If we can all agree that raw sewage should not be dumped into our rivers, lakes, and oceans, then surely we can pass this bill. If there are other substances that members would like to see added into the list of things that would be banned from being dumped, Conservatives are all ears for that. But members would know that in a private member's bill, there's a need for much greater focus. That's much focusing on something that is achievable and practical, something that we can certainly all immediately agree to, is necessary in terms of a private member's bill. Private members don't have the same ability, the same tools as government ministers have. If the government was saying, hey, look, we're not going to pass this bill because we're coming with a comprehensive list of harmful substances that shouldn't be dumped into rivers, lakes, and oceans, then I'd be happy to participate and happy to coordinate with that and happy to support that type of initiative. But they're not. There's nothing on the order paper coming down the pipe. So why wouldn't we take this easy step to ban the dumping of raw sewage? And very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I know members have talked about the cost. There's no doubt that this will add a significant burden, a significant cost on municipalities. And here's where Conservatives have the answer. The Liberals are talking about the fact that they don't have the funds available to that. Well, they have no problem costing our economy billions, attacking our energy sector, or canceling pipelines, even though there is no evidence that those measures, shutting down production here in Canada only to see emissions go up in other countries, have a positive effect on the environment. Yet we have a simple, tangible, practical, achievable proposal. Suddenly they're pretending they're worried about the cost. And that's where we know where we can find the money, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have put $35 billion into the Infrastructure Bank, an institution that has completed 0 projects in 4 years. So there's plenty of existing funding that Conservatives would make available to municipalities so that they can comply with this new law. And as my colleague from British Columbia mentioned, there is a 5-year coming into force so that the government has time, so that a future Conservative government has the time to partner with these municipalities to ensure that they have the investments that they need to upgrade the systems, so that once and for all we can stop dumping raw sewage into our waterways. It's 2021. Canada is a developed nation. There is no excuse for this practice to continue. And that's why I'm so pleased to have presented this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:30 p.m., the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Falk, Provencher, moved that Bill C-269, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, prohibition on deposit of raw sewage, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Now, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. And I see the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London on her feet. We'll see what she has to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would request a recorded vote.
En conséquence, conformément à l'ordre.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now I see the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent rising on a point of privilege, perhaps? The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Rise up on the motion of privilege, and I move, seconded by the member for Abbotsford, that this House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10, 2021, and accordingly orders its President to attend at the bar of the House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment delivered by the Speaker, and B, delivering up the documents ordered by this House on June 2nd, 2021 to be produced so that they may be deposited with the law clerk and parliamentary council under the terms of that order. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members may recall that the Speaker has made a statement on this particular matter earlier this day and is satisfied that it meets the notice and admissibility requirements, and therefore Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Fast, moves that this House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10th, 2021, and accordingly orders its President to attend at the bar of the House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment delivered by the Speaker, and B, delivering up the documents ordered by this House on June 2nd, 2021 to be produced so that they may be deposited with the law clerk and parliamentary council under the terms of that order. Debate. The Honourable la députée de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honored to take part of that debate tonight. This is a very important debate that we have to address tonight. We're talking about transparency. We're talking about confidence of Canadians in their institution. We're also talking about the role of the House of Commons and the role of each and every member of this Parliament. We are here, Mr. Speaker, because we receive mandate from our constituents. Those are our real bosses. It's not the Prime Minister who can dictate what the House can do and how the truth can be provided. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, this debate tonight is key, is important for the way we see the House functioning and the democracy can work in Canada. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in the next few moments, I'm going to be going over some of the circumstances that led us here today, where we are discussing an order of the House and a public agency. Now, there were sometimes surprising relationships between the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg and the laboratory in Wuhan, linked to the militaristic communist government in China. Now, there were some surprising events over the last few months in this laboratory, which is the most important laboratory of its kind in Canada, and which has the highest security clearance when it comes to microbiological work. We have faith in this institution, but that faith would be undermined if we didn't get to the bottom of this affair. That is why, in this House, we want to get to the bottom of things and really find out what happened. Now, what happened in this laboratory? And what happened concerns us. And I don't just mean us as Conservatives, or as parliamentarians, I mean all Canadians. There have been reports on CBC, Radio-Canada, and the Globe and Mail on this story. There have been neutral observers who have no political slant here, who have all observed that there is a very concerning situation, four very concerning things that happened in Winnipeg. Now, the laboratory in Winnipeg had given the highest security clearance to a researcher who had links to the Chinese army. How can that be? We need to know, but we haven't been able to do so. And I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. When I'm talking about the Chinese army or China, this is absolutely not racist or xenophobic, as the Prime Minister had the dishonesty to state in this House. Nor is this a question of feeding conspiracy theories, as a parliamentary secretary said so contemptuously last week. No, Mr. Speaker, we're not playing a game of chicken, as the Minister of Health said last Friday when I was asking questions. If it's embarrassing for her, too bad. This is my job to ask questions, and I will continue to do so. The questions that we're asking about the links between the laboratories in Winnipeg and Wuhan, they have nothing to do with xenophobia or games of chicken or conspiracy theories, contrary to what ministers and even the Prime Minister have said in this House. So, first of all, a researcher with links to the Chinese army receives the highest security clearance possible for work being done within that lab. Secondly, 2 viruses, lethal viruses, were transferred from the Winnipeg laboratory to the one in Wuhan. Now, it's possible, Mr. Speaker, that all of this was done according to the rules and that there was nothing suspicious, but we need the documents to verify that. And as long as we don't have the documents, we don't have the answers. So that's the second issue, the transfer of this virus. Third, 2 highly placed researchers who are really at the heart of this microbiology lab's work were expelled from the laboratory. They were actually escorted out by RCMP officers. And a few weeks later, they lost their jobs. Now, lots of people can lose their jobs, but if you are escorted out by the RCMP, it seems that maybe there was something suspicious going on. Now, media reports from CBC have informed us that those 2 researchers, it was actually a couple, a husband and wife, were receiving about $250,000 in salary, which is pretty good. But they lived in a house that was worth $1.5 million in Winnipeg. Wow. Guess the banks are pretty generous to give them that kind of a mortgage. I think there are questions to be asked there. And finally, Mr. Speaker, after those 3 events, 2 senior officials in the agency suddenly resigned, took the retirement, and left the scene. Do we know why? Well, we definitely want to know why. So those are the 4 events that should be of concern to us because this is a public agency. We've got a foreign researcher with a high security clearance. We have lethal viruses being transferred between the labs. 2 highly placed researchers who lost their jobs and were escorted out by the RCMP. And finally, 2 administrative officials who left their jobs suddenly. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, this is why we're asking these legitimate questions.
Speaker, as Member of Parliament, we have a job to do. So this is why our group of opposition tabled a motion a few months ago to create a committee, a special committee about Canada-Chinese relations. This is quite important, Mr. Speaker, in the events of today, and also the big relation that we should have with this country. But, Mr. Speaker, this committee work on those issues, work to know what did happen in these institutions, the Laboratoire National.
The National Lab in Winnipeg.
Mr. Speaker, on 2 occasions, this committee asked the Public Safety Agency of Canada, Public Safety Agency of Canada, to table document twice about those events, on March the 31st and on May the 10th. À deux reprises, Monsieur le Président.
Twice, Mr. Speaker, the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations called on the leadership of those responsible for the Winnipeg lab to table the documents about those 4 events that I highlighted. And I'm talking about the sudden departure of those scientists. Twice, Mr. Speaker, the director refused to properly meet the committee's request. And that led us, Mr. Speaker, on June 2nd, here in the House, we in the official opposition held a debate in the House calling on the government through the Public Health Agency, or PHAC, to table those documents that are essential to a full understanding of the situation. It wasn't just a request, it was an order of the House to get to the bottom of things. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government did not comply with that order, and I'll come back to that later, the circumstances surrounding that unfortunate decision not to comply. But let's remember one thing, Mr. Speaker. Some might be tempted to say, look, we're talking about national security here. We're talking about international relations. We can't just release documents willy-nilly. You have to be careful. Well, of course, we're fully aware of that. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, our motion of June 2nd was crystal clear, and the same thing for the motions that the committee passed. There was an adequate framework. It was the table officers and a committee of experts who could go through the documents and redact anything that was highly sensitive and that couldn't be made public for reasons of national security, and administrative facts that might have to do with the expulsion of these researchers or how the highest security clearance is given. Those are legitimate concerns. Once the documents are released, once that happened, then we would have been able to go through the documents with a fine-tooth comb. But, Mr. Speaker, the government decided instead to defy the order of the House, and the Prime Minister's argument was this. He said that for reasons of national security, and I'm basically paraphrasing him, he said, we in the Liberal government have created a body that can handle this kind of situation with all the necessary deference to national security. And that committee is called the National Committee on Security and Intelligence, the Committee of Parliamentarians. It's not a parliamentary committee. It's a committee of parliamentarians. There's a difference. That committee was created in 2016 by the Liberal government. And the Prime Minister was very proud. Last week he was saying, we created this to make it possible to get to the bottom of things without endangering national security. It's fantastic. Well, the second opposition party was along with us. Requests were made to change the membership of that committee in September, November. And so it took months and months and months, and then all of a sudden, that was dealt with. So the committee of parliamentarians created by the Prime Minister is literally the Prime Minister's tool. It has its limits because that committee can receive documents, and the Prime Minister and the ministers keep saying that we gave them the documents they need to do the job. But there's just one thing. The Prime Minister forgot to say that every document that is analyzed and every resolution that's passed by that committee, it's the Prime Minister who has a veto on everything. The Prime Minister can decide if he personally feels that a document should not be released. He's the one who decides, no one else. If he doesn't like the committee's recommendation, he alone decides what to do with it. If he feels that, in his opinion, if the committee thinks something's sensitive, but he doesn't think it's a danger to national security, well, he can override their conclusion, their finding. So that committee, the members took an oath to never speak publicly about anything they saw. And I would never question my colleagues who are parliamentarians on that committee. I would never question their integrity. But what's the point of having a committee of parliamentarians if they can't speak? They're parliamentarians. That's what they do. They speak. They speak publicly. What's the point of having a personal committee of the Prime Minister that can't speak? The Prime Minister controls it absolutely. He can veto anything the committee does. And so that committee exists, but it is not a parliamentary committee. And we are of the view, well, personally, I don't want to put words in the Speaker's mouth, but it's our view that that committee is the Prime Minister calls all the shots and pulls all the strings on that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we raised a question of privilege subsequently because the motion was passed. It was an order of the House, and the government flouted it. And we raised a question of privilege, and just 2 hours ago, the Prime Minister recognized that there was a prima facie question of privilege. The President, rather, found that there was a prima facie case and found in our favor. So now the question is, are we going to press forward? Are we going to push ahead on this matter? And yes, we are. It's our view that the director of the Public Health Agency of Canada made a mistake by refusing to comply with the order, and that's why we're here now. And as you said in your ruling, the director should be severely reprimanded or censured for defying an order of the House, and those documents should be tabled in the House. They should be reviewed by the House of Commons, by the clerks, rather, the table officers on our behalf. The clerk of the House of Commons should vet the documents to ensure that national security will not be endangered. But above all, Mr. Speaker, the orders of the House should be respected. And we haven't seen that with this government, and it's dishonorable. Others have spoken about this. There was an event that occurred in 2010 that had to do with documents that might have affected national security. And Speaker Milliken at the time said that, yes, those documents should be made public, and there was a way of going about it. And so the Liberals are trying to throw that in our face and saying that you guys didn't want to release the documents when you were on the other side of things back in 2010. But in 2010, the issue was an issue relating to Afghanistan. It was a war zone. Our men and women were deployed in Afghanistan at the time, and their lives were at stake. And we had allies, too, whose lives were in danger. They were fighting terrorism along with our forces. So we had Afghans, too, Afghan nationals who were risking their lives. So Canadians were wearing our uniform, and they were our soldiers. They were risking their lives. So it's not at all the same situation, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're talking about administrative decisions that are doubtful, that are questionable. And the Public Health Agency gave some scientists with links to the Chinese army the highest possible Canadian security clearance. And they also decided to send 2 extremely rare and dangerous lethal viruses to a lab in China. And then those 2 researchers were suddenly kicked out of the lab. They were escorted out by the RCMP without any explanation. And 2 senior officials also took their leave abruptly. So those administrative decisions were questionable. They raised suspicion, and they affect the honor of Canada in the area of research. So that's not at all comparable to what was happening in Afghanistan in 2010. No one's life is in danger. At least I certainly hope not. We're not talking about any foreign fighters like in Afghanistan, or at least I certainly hope not. We're not talking about allies risking their lives like our Afghan friends who were interpreters. The situations are completely different from one another. So it's an unfortunate comparison to talk about what happened in 2010 when we had legitimate reasons to be concerned about national security because we were at war, as compared to today when we're asking for information about events that will help us get to the bottom of some very mysterious situations that warrant our attention because, yes, we feel that national security has taken a hit in the circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go back over the facts briefly. This House ordered 2 weeks ago the Government of Canada to table a document here in the House. It was an order of the House. The government did not comply with that order. They disregarded the order, they disregarded the House of Commons, and they flouted the will of Parliament. And instead, they gave those documents to a committee created by the Prime Minister that is fully controlled by the Prime Minister because the Prime Minister has a veto over everything that goes on in that committee and, above all, everything that comes out of that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we are calling for those documents to be released. We call on the Director of the Public Health Agency of Canada to provide those documents and to be censured as you see fit, as defined by your ruling, so that Canadians can find out, finally, what happened with these shady dealings that warrant our examination, what happened between the Winnipeg lab and another lab situated in Wuhan, and in the wake of 4 events that cast a shadow over Canada's reputation, over Canada's integrity, and especially cast a shadow over our scientists who need to be able to work in the most secure environments possible with the full confidence of all Canadians. They deserve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted against the motion that the Conservatives actually introduced because I do believe it is an issue of national security. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to what the member was saying, one would think that these documents have not been provided at all, and nothing could be further from the truth. The documents were provided to a committee. In fact, 2 committees. One committee where redaction was required. Another committee where it was no redactions whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we need to recognize that there is an issue of national security. The documents in question have been provided in 2 forms to 2 different groups where there is a membership of members of Parliament from all sides of the House. And my question to the member is, does the member not recognize that the Conservative Party could be wrong? Maybe there is a sense of national security, and the Conservative Party of Canada is just overlooking that particular issue in favor of political partisanship inside the chamber, what we have seen, in fact, over the last couple of weeks.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Colleague from Winnipeg North, and you know that I pay all my respect for this gentleman who served in this provincial legislature and here in the House of Commons for the last 30 years. And as member of Winnipeg, I'm sure he was very concerned with what happened a few kilometers away. Maybe it's even in its own writing. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to address 2 points with the question of my colleague. First of all, well, he talked about the committee. He just missed the name of that committee. We're not talking about the parliamentary committee. We're talking about the committee created by the Prime Minister himself, in which the Prime Minister has all the authority and all the power to decide if yes or no some information will be public. This is a huge difference, Mr. Speaker. And the other point, Mr. Speaker, is that the national security? For sure it is a national security issue. So this is why we want to know what did happen. But based on the fact that we will correctly address this issue. So this is why we will follow the rules established for many, many years, that the clerk and some expert will review those documents to be sure that no one will lose their life for that. But Mr. Speaker, we're talking about 4 administrative decisions that occur in the highest rank, the laboratory that we have in our country, and we shall know what did happen there to know exactly, to take the lessons, to not repeat the bad decision that could have been made in that situation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech. Clearly, this motion is important, the motion that we're debating now. And obviously, when the Speaker of the House says yes to debate on a privilege motion, everyone needs to take it very seriously. Now, I know that my colleague has a lot of experience, not just in the House of Commons, but also at the National Assembly. So my question is straightforward. In his experience at the National Assembly and in Parliament, is there any precedent for this type of privilege motion? And also, all the things we've seen happen over the past few weeks. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia. It's a pleasure to mention how outstanding his French is. It's impressive and inspiring for all of us. The strides he's made in his second language. My colleague raises an excellent question. Personally, I've never experienced anything exactly like this, where national security went to the very heart of the matter. But my colleague from Vancouver, from BC rather, will recall that there is a precedent from here in the House, and it was in 2010 when Speaker Milliken ruled on the release of some documents. And we were in government, and the Speaker expressed some reservations. But as I said, they're 2 completely different situations. One was a situation of war in Afghanistan, and today it's about unfortunate administrative decisions by the Public Health Agency at the Winnipeg Lab. 2 completely different situations. And this one is preventing us from getting to the bottom of things, and that's what we want.
Yes. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And this is an interesting debate. We sense that there is a pattern coming out with the Liberal government and its tendency to try to hide some things, a lack of transparency and a lack of ethics in a number of files. We can think recently of the We Charity decision, but there are other examples of a lack of transparency. I'd like to hear my colleague talk about the reoccurrence of these incidents. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for Shefford for the hard work that she does in this House and in her committee work. I'm not going to make this parallel that the member made, given the Prime Minister's comments about xenophobia. He said Canada is going to be transparent. We're going to be accountable to the public. And he doesn't remember what he said in 2015. He forgot his promise, too, that it was the last time that there would be this kind of an election in our parliamentary system, that we're going to have 3 short, small deficits, and then it's exactly the opposite, Mr. Speaker. There is one thing the government had promised, and that was...
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innsbruck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for speaking on this very important issue. And I was very pleased today to hear the Speaker rule that Parliament does reign supreme. And, you know, we've seen over the course of the last 6 years of this government, a government, Madam Speaker, that came in saying that they were going to be transparent by default. In fact, as the honourable member was speaking, I was reading the mandate letters of many of the ministers, and in every single one of those mandate letters, it speaks to that. But we've seen a pattern, a history of trying to hide things from this government. And so I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak about this pattern and this history and just what an impact it has, not just on our democracy, but the transparency and accountability of Parliament. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Madam Speaker, I want to pay all my respect to my colleague from Barrie, and I deeply appreciate his work as a Member of Parliament for his constituents and for what he believes and fight for. And I can assure you that in the caucus is a very important key player of each and every decision that we have to make. And so this is why, Madam Speaker, we want to address the issue of transparency. Yes, it is important to know what did happen in this country, and especially when we're talking about laboratories. And yes, we remember, Madam Speaker, that in 2015, this Prime Minister and this party has been elected, saying, oh, now we'll start a new era in Canada. Canada is back, Madam Speaker, because, we'll be more transparent and we'll be more close to the people and we'll tell the truth at each and every step of the way, like would say the Health Minister. But, Madam Speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, 6 years later, what we can see, so many broken promises, and especially this one about transparency, except one, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister said during the campaign in 2015 that he will create a committee for national security. He just missed one thing in his promise. He didn't say that at the end of this committee, the veto will be obtained by the Prime Minister. This is the key element of that decision, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I want to thank the House Leader of the Opposition for his intervention today, Madam Speaker. I certainly learned a lot from his references to the times when Stephen Harper was found in contempt. But what I find troubling about what the member said, Madam Speaker, is that he said back then it was different because lives were on the line. We were in war. But my question to him is, how does he know lives are not on the line now? And as a matter of fact, he doesn't know, because when he said that, he followed it up by saying, I don't know if lives are on the line. So quite simply, why would he be willing to put lives on the line if the possibility exists?
The Honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The answer is in the end of the clerk. The clerk is the one who will review document and will realize if there is some life in danger. But, Madam Speaker, let me remind you that in 2010 we were talking about a war zone. I don't think that Winnipeg is in war zone, and I hope the army of a foreign country is not there. If it is, Madam Speaker, yes, for sure, we want to go deep in this situation, but I really hope it's not the case.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would typically start a speech by saying how happy I am to be speaking to a particular bill or motion, but I'm not going to start my speech this way because, quite frankly, I'm not happy to be speaking to this motion, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to tell you why. Canada is in the middle of a global pandemic, Madam Speaker. The Public Health Agency of Canada is at the forefront of this fight against COVID-19 and doing everything in their power to help Canadians stay safe. Now, I'm getting heckled from the other side because they clearly perhaps don't think, Madam Speaker, that the Public Health Agency is at the forefront, and they're entitled to their opinion through those heckles. But indeed, I would like to take an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to explain to them what the Public Health Agency is doing on the front lines. When it comes to vaccine distribution, Madam Speaker, to date, this includes sending over 33.8 million vaccines to provinces and territories, with millions more arriving in the weeks and months to come, and includes $284 million in strengthening provincial vaccine distributions. The Public Health Agency, Madam Speaker, is also assisting with respect to hotspots throughout the country. This includes working closely with provinces and territories to support them in the responsibilities to deliver health care. Through the Safe Restart Agreement, Madam Speaker, $7.5 billion has been invested to help provinces and territories access the PPE they need, and we are also investing in contact tracing, testing to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 and increase hospitalizations. Testing assistance is another thing they're doing at the Public Health Agency, Madam Speaker. Canadians have been tested for COVID-19 35 million 830,746 times. And we continue to have a high rate of testing and are constantly working with provinces and territories to increase laboratory capacity and the number of tests done per day, and the Safe Restart Agreement has supported provinces to increase their testing capacity. The Public Health Agency, Madam Speaker, is also supporting direct lab assistance. We have 6 federal labs that are up and running to support provincial lab capacity by processing an additional 6,000 tests every single day in this country. Border protection, Madam Speaker. The Public Health Agency, since March of 2020, has deployed its employees to keep our borders secure. More than 180 public health officers are currently present at points of entry across the country. Travelers' quarantine plans are verified upon entry into Canada. We've made up to 4,600 calls every day to verify travelers' compliance with these mandatory requirements. And when needed, cases are referred to law enforcement. Isolation is another thing that the Public Health Agency is assisting with. The Safe Voluntary Isolation Sites program is helping more than 15 cities, municipalities, and health regions provide safe, accessible places people have to receive a positive COVID diagnosis, self-isolate to prevent them and their households contact safe and prevent community transmission. So while the Public Health Agency is at the forefront of the fight to protect Canadians from COVID-19, the Conservatives want to hold the agency in contempt of Parliament. And why do they want to do this, Madam Speaker? Because the Public Health Agency of Canada was not prepared to provide documents that could threaten the national security of Canada without appropriate safeguards. The Public Health Agency should be spending all of its time and effort right now fighting COVID-19, but instead has to spend their time fighting self-serving Conservative partisanship. The hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, that comes from the Conservatives is astounding. They claim to be the party of law and order, but they are willing to put the national security of Canada at risk at the first opportunity because they believe that it helps their partisan self-interest. They want to distract the Public Health Agency of Canada from fighting the pandemic because it's good for the Conservative Party. This is pathetic, Madam Speaker. This shows the true colors of the Conservative Party under the leadership of this leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, we do not deny that the House has the power to order documents. However, just because one can do something does not mean they should. It might come across as a cliche, Madam Speaker, but with that great power that we have here does indeed come great responsibility. And Conservatives have chosen power without responsibility for nothing more than a fishing expedition in search of political gain, all at the expense of those who have been supporting us these past 15 months. As I indicated, Madam Speaker, in my intervention in response to the question of privilege from the House Leader of the official opposition, the Opposition Day motion from the Conservatives lacked any meaningful mechanism to ensure the confidential information contained in the papers ordered to be provided to the public. The member is now proposing that the Minister of Health table unredacted documents in the House, which means they would become public. Let's let that sink in for a moment, Madam Speaker. Conservatives want documents that could threaten the national security of Canada to immediately be made public. How reckless and irresponsible, Madam Speaker. This is the modern Conservative Party of Canada. Now let's talk for a minute about what we as a government proposed so that we could ensure MPs have access to these sensitive documents while also ensuring the national security of Canada is protected. Before I do this, I would like to point out that one of the highest priorities of any government should be to protect information that could harm the national security interests of Canada. And you know what? This should be the priority, quite frankly, of any party that purports to position themselves to be the government in waiting. And while Conservatives like to give themselves fancy titles like shadow minister and pretend like they are ready to govern, they have failed the most basic test of any party that seeks to form government. They are willing to sacrifice the national security of Canada simply because they can and because they cannot control their innate instincts to overreact and to act recklessly when they think it helps their partisan self-interest. I think this tells Canadians, Madam Speaker, all they need to know about the Conservative Party of Canada under the leadership of this leader. And they just simply are not ready, Madam Speaker. The government took a responsible approach to the documents by referring the matter and providing unredacted documents to the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians, given the expertise of the members of the committee in the matters of national security. I would note, Madam Speaker, that there are 2 Conservatives that sit on that committee, and why the Conservative Party doesn't trust them is beyond me, but perhaps they should look at replacing them with people they do trust on the committee. This approach is similar to what the Conservative government did in 2010 with the Afghan detainee documents. Providing the unredacted documents to NSICOP respects the balance of interests between the right of parliamentarians to have access to information and the obligations of the government to protect information related to national security. And as I stated, Madam Speaker, in the House previously, NSICOP has a broad mandate to review Canada's legislation, regulatory, policy, administrative, and financial framework for national security and intelligence. It may also review any activity carried out by the department that relates to national security or intelligence. Committee members come from both houses of Parliament. It is a body that was created by an act of Parliament, by parliamentarians from both the House and the other place. All members hold top secret security clearances and are permanently bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act. Members swear an oath of solemn affirmation or solemn affirmation indicating that they will obey and uphold the laws of Canada and not communicate or inappropriately use information obtained in confidence as part of their responsibilities on that committee. NSICOP was created for exactly these types of situations and is the appropriate place for the review of these documents. Madam Speaker, by proceeding this way, the government has ensured that the information may be injurious to Canada's national interests, could compromise national security, the privacy rights of Canadians, or related to an ongoing criminal investigation can be protected. This leads me to my next point. Why? Given that the government chose a responsible approach, similar to the process that the Conservatives used in 2010 for the documents that they released, that they have access to information while protecting national security, have Conservatives decided to proceed with this question of privilege? The simple answer, Madam Speaker, is obstruction. They do not want the Budget Implementation Act to move forward, despite the fact that it includes key measures for Canadians. First, the extension of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, the lockdown support, all these until September 25th of 2021. These are due to expire this month unless Parliament approves the extension. The extension of important income for Canadians, such as the Canadian Recovery Benefit and the Canada Recovery Caregiver Benefit. Third, establishing a new Canada Recovery Hiring Program, which will help businesses with the costs of hiring new workers during the recovery. 4, an increase in old age security for those over 75 to provide with better financial security when their savings may run out. Enhancing the Canada Workers Benefit, which will mean more money for low-income Canadians to which will support about 1 million Canadians and lift nearly 100,000 people out of poverty. It will also enhance employment insurance sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. It will establish a $15 an hour federal minimum wage. It will extend the waiver of interest on federal student and federal student loans and appreciate loans to March 2023. It will provide for emergency top-up of $5 billion for provinces and territories, specifically $4 billion through the Canada Health Transfers.
I have to interrupt. I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the Honourable Member's intervention, we are dealing with the motion related to the question of privilege. So perhaps the member would like to spend time talking about why his government redacted the document and is not being transparent.
Have to give the member the leeway to explain why he's making his points.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can understand why the Conservatives don't want to hear this. And I am telling you why it is that they're choosing this path right now, why they don't want to talk about these, why the member from Carleton stood up here for 45 minutes, literally on a point of privilege that had nothing to do with privilege. It's because they don't want to debate and discuss these meaningful implementations for Canadians. This, Madam Speaker, despite the fact that members from Parliament from all parties in this House have debated this legislation for a combined 22 hours, hearing from more than 160 speakers, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance has studied the bill exhaustively for more than 40 hours, hearing from 132 witnesses, and the minister appeared before the committee to address the members' questions. The Conservatives also are obstructing because they don't want C-12, the net zero legislation, to pass. Why do they not want this to pass? Well, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. They don't even believe in climate change. Don't take my word for it, Madam Speaker. The members...
Well, member for London Middlesex. Elgin, London Middlesex.
Thanks very much. Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Elgin.
It's all good. It's all good. And although I'm just enjoying this, I just find that you've given him lots of leeway, but if we could get him back to perhaps where he's going on this, it seems like it's just being an attack and not actually talking about the relevance of this motion. No, actually, you're speaking. I don't think you have to point of order. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah. Who is speaking? I can't see. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Your screen was frozen. Yes.
Oh, apologies for that, Madam Chair. I just want to add briefly to the point of order from the previous member and say that the member for Kingston and the Islands frequently rises on points of order with respect to relevance of other members, and I wonder if there's some basis for insisting that he be held to the same standard that he seeks to apply to other members.
We are entering on the domain of debate here. Yes, I would like to encourage the member to please stick to the subject at discussion.
Madam Speaker, before I continue, I just want to make sure that the clock stopped during that time and that if any, I believe the clock continued to run while the member from Elgin Middlesex, London Elgin Middlesex was talking. Just I want to make sure that we will backtrack that. And I don't blame her for trying to interject on me there, Madam Speaker. When your party doesn't believe in climate change, it makes sense that anytime somebody brought that to anybody's attention, you'd want to shut it down. But the Conservative, I think I've, wow.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
I appreciate this, but I find now that we continue with this irrelevance of this conversation that he continues to have. If he could get back to it, because now he's absolutely misleading people. I believe in climate change, and I do not feel...
The Honourable Member, please, we do not start a debate in the middle of a debate on a point of privilege. I would encourage the member to, yes, please go to the point of privilege and speak to it.
Once again, I was interrupted a second time because the Conservatives don't believe in climate change. And I can understand why this is something that is tough for them to swallow. But the truth hurts sometimes. They're going to have to listen to it. This is what happens, Madam Speaker, when 54% of Conservatives in their party said they don't believe in climate change. Okay? Just go back and you can review the records from their most recent annual convention. The Conservatives want to obstruct, Madam Speaker, by passing Bill C-10, which updates our Broadcasting Act to support our cultural sector. And they continue to distort and hijack the issue by only helping the web giants. But the reality is those web giants are taking more and more of the share of how we listen to our music, watch TV, and watch movies. And unless they are brought into Canadian regulatory framework, then we will lose our cultural sovereignty. That is precisely why Bill C-10 was brought forward and why we need to ensure that it is adopted. The Conservatives also want...
For Abbotsford on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we have had enough order made, all pointing to the fact that this member is not following the rule of relevance. If you wish, Madam Speaker, I'd be glad to read the motion that is before us. It's a motion of contempt against this Liberal government and the Public Health Agency of Canada. That is what we're debating right now.
I have precisely asked to consult a table officer on this issue. Please, I'm consulting with the table officer. Thank you. Member for Kingston and the Islands. On the point of order.
On the point of order, Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier on, the reason why I'm raising these points is to explain to the House why I believe that the Conservatives have introduced this motion, so it is completely relevant.
Well, but I'm prepared to give a bit of, leeway in the way the honourable member brings the subject forth, but we do have to go back to the subject of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives also want to obstruct the passage of Bill C-6, which brings forward amendments to the criminal code and moves us closer to seeing an end to the damaging practice of conversion therapy, a practice that continues to harm the LGBTQ communities in Canada and around the world. This harmful practice must finally be put to a stop.
The honourable member for Abbotsford on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I have now heard this member address everything but the motion. He's touched on the Budget Implementation Act, Bill C-30. He's skated over Bill C-10. Then he skated over Bill C-6. What other legislation is he going to touch on before he gets back to this motion, Madam
If I may, the honourable member started in the first 9 minutes or so of his intervention to speak strictly to the question of privilege. It's in the past 5 minutes that he's been on this subject.
I'm trying to explain to this House, Madam Speaker, why it is that I believe that the Conservatives have brought forward this motion. And it's hard to listen to this. I can appreciate the member from Abbotsford doesn't want to hear this. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, that there are people in our LGBTQ community across this country that are subject to a horrific practice that this party, the Conservative Party, is holding up the government from passing, with the Bloc and the NDP, passing important legislation to keep these Canadians safe. And Conservatives continue to obstruct on the passage of this bill. In fact, 2 members of their caucus, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and the member from Cloverdale, Langley City, recently produced a video which highlights benefits of professional counseling to challenge gay sexual behavior.
Can I remind the member, please, we are approaching the end of the member's time. Can we go back to the relevance of the point of privilege?
Madam Speaker, I would submit to you, and I will sum up right now, I will submit to you, and what I've been trying to put to this House today are the reasons why I believe that the Conservatives are up to these games. We have 6 precious days left, Madam Speaker, in which we can pass very meaningful legislation. We can ban conversion therapy. We can pass a budget bill that helps Canadians. We can make sure that very important legislation is put in place for our environment. These are all items, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives do not want us to complete before this legislative calendar is over. Why, Madam Speaker? I don't know. But what I do know is that today, the member's challenging me on relevance. Today, the member from Carleton stood there for 45 minutes rambling on about a debate issue that had nothing to do with a point of privilege. And guess what? The member from Timmins, James Bay, supported him through it, encouraged him through it, gave him excuses to continue on and on and on.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. The question of relevance was previously raised, and the Speaker did give instruction for the member to return. But since that point, the question of privilege that the House is debating has not been raised, but instead all items except for that item, including naming other items that are on the order paper in the coming days, and questions of privilege that are not the current one that's being debated, including the one raised by the member for Carleton earlier today. The member is not being relevant to the topic at hand.
As I've expressed before, there is quite a leeway in the way we interpret relevance. I have invited the honourable member to go back to the question after, but the honourable member does have the floor, and he may proceed with his points.
My remaining couple minutes, Madam Speaker, I guess I would start by saying, and I think this is very relevant, that the Conservatives are great at dishing it, but they can't receive it. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. I'm actually trying to give a speech to the House of Commons as to why I believe they're bringing forward this motion and putting forward this today. And I genuinely believe this. You can say, the member from Abbotsford, the member from London Middlesex, the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Three Lakes, they can all stand up, Madam Speaker, and say that my motives in speaking today have nothing to do with relevance. But I would argue to you that they're completely relevant. The relevance is that this is why they're doing this. This is why they put forward this motion. If I'm not explaining to this House why I believe that Conservatives put forward this motion, how could I possibly not be more relevant than that, Madam Speaker? Conservatives have been hell-bent on obstructing this government for the last several months. I've been here every single day to witness it and to see it. The NDP and the Bloc, by and large, have been here to debate policy and have been here to talk about what we can do to advance Canadians while still maintaining their partisan approach. Conservatives have lost that, Madam Speaker. They don't know how to do it anymore. They don't realize what their role is in this House, and they will do anything for political gain.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find it very, very interesting to have listened to the member's speech, and I think that his speech emphasizes the exact point: is that this government is contemptuous to the very idea of what Parliament represents, and that's democracy, Madam Speaker. And I think that it's telling that he wanted to talk about everything other than the fact that this government has done everything it can to obstruct, to limit access to, and to ensure that Canadians do not get the answers that the majority of parliamentarians. He keeps saying that this is somehow how this partisanship that is driving this. Well, Madam Speaker, my constituents would suggest very much otherwise. That when you have a government that that is so, and I won't use the unparliamentary language that member used to describe Conservative actions, but Madam Chair, Canadians are tired of politicians playing politics. And that member's conduct is exactly what Canadians are sick and tired of, Madam Speaker. So I would ask that member take some of the responsibility for the fact that we find ourselves in a position where we are debating the absolute contempt that this member and that this government has shown for Canadian democracy.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member may have not listened to the entire beginning of my speech, where I specifically talked about why this was so out of place for these documents to be coming here. But I'll let him cherry pick what he wants to hear. But I'll tell him what Canadians in my riding are talking about. Canadians in my riding are saying, why on earth would the Conservative member from Cloverdale Langley say that the LGBT community is unclean? That's what my constituents are saying. This member wants to talk about democracy. How about we start representing the Canadians, the people throughout this country who are negatively impacted so seriously by the actions that have occurred through this country? Why aren't we protecting them?
Before we proceed, can the honourable member take his headphones from near the microphone? They are creating disturbances. Thank you. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Kingston and the Islands for his speech. I would like him to explain what I'm seeing seems to be symptomatic of three things: the contempt of this government towards democracy, and what I said earlier, the disdain of this government by obstructing a great deal of files and the lack of transparency that comes up in many different files. And if this evening he says that we're debating this instead of other bills, it might be because the government is responsible for its own political agenda. And if it let bills drag on for so long, they are the responsible ones for this. I don't want him to answer by saying what he thinks the Conservatives thought at the time. I'd like to know why he didn't take more time in his speech to talk about the debate that we are actually debating.
Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but the Bloc Québécois had to support this government on a number of occasions to invoke closure or time allocation because we needed to move on with the agenda. This member is so incredibly aware of what's going on in this House. She's actually had to support the government on occasion to move forward with the legislative calendar. She knows that the legislative calendar is completely being held up by the Conservatives. She knows that, Madam Speaker. I apologize if it's not clear that, you know, and I recognize the fact that on this particular issue, she has a different point and that she supported the Conservatives to get to here. But the reality is that we can't move along the calendar because of what the Conservatives are doing.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened carefully to what the honourable member was saying here. And I find it curious that he tries to enlarge the debate to a whole bunch of other matters that he is concerned about with the official opposition. And that's, you know, particularly delaying matters. You know, the delay, and the reason we're here today is because the government itself refused to follow the rulings of the precedents of this House. The ruler of Speaker Milliken, April 27th, 2010, clearly states the powers of the House of Commons to members of the House of Commons, members of Parliament, to have access to documents. It's a seminal ruling. It was confirmed again today by the Speaker. And the simple way of ending this debate is just agree to comply with the rulings of the Speaker and with the order of the House, and produce the documents so that they can be produced to the committee in accordance with the ruling of the Speaker, who's satisfied that the provisions have been made for their protection. That's the simple answer to his argument.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Madam Speaker, with respect, and I want to congratulate this member on a very good speech that he gave last night when saying goodbye to this House. But with respect, I would disagree that that's such a simple thing to do. The documents have been withheld because of the national security nature of them. Do you not think that the director of PHAC understands the seriousness of documents being ordered, but still chose to do something outside of the direction? The director did that because of the national security implications. So to suggest that it's just as easy to turn them over is a massive willfulness misunderstanding or misappreciation of the reality of the situation.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Similkameen and South Okanagan. Oh my God. Similkameen and South Okanagan. Nicola South. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly appreciate that. I'd like to just ask this member. This member has given a long speech, and he's ridiculed and pointed fingers at certain members and their intentions. But he sounds like he's speaking, Madam Speaker, from a position of absolute truth. So I'd ask him, does the member have security clearance to be able to speak that those documents say exactly what he wants to say? Because that's the problem, Madam Speaker. He's not part of the executive. He has a duty, like all of us who are not part of the executive in this place, to hold that government accountable. So I'd like him to say, does he have some sort of confidential information here that says that those documents say exactly the narrative that he's trying to frame tonight?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
No, I don't, and that's the whole point. The difference between this member and I, Madam Speaker, is where I err on the side of caution, he errs on the side of reckless behavior of potentially exposing national security items to the public.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The handing over these documents is not a matter of political choice. It's actually a matter of law. And Liberals shouldn't think of themselves as being above the law. I will observe for the benefit of the member that when PHAC was first asked about these issues, the president of PHAC did not invoke national security. He actually invoked the Privacy Act. So this invention of the idea that there's a national security problem with handing over these documents, it's a later invented talking point, and it wasn't the rationale used in the first place for not handing over the documents. And finally, Madam Speaker, I want to put to the member that the second motion adopted by the committee on May the 10th was moved by the member for Cumberland Colchester, a Liberal member, a member of his own caucus, moved a motion to demand the documents. That motion was adopted unanimously by the committee. Every single Liberal member of the committee voted to have the documents handed over to the law clerk, reviewed by the law clerk, have redactions done by the law clerk, and then given to the committee in camera, which was a secure process endorsed by the Liberal members of the committee. Now, he doesn't have to like the Speaker's ruling, but the Speaker has ruled. The Speaker has ruled on a matter of law and obligations of Parliament. And the Speaker has ruled that NSICOP is not a parliamentary committee. And that is clear in law and is clear in the Speaker's ruling. Does the member believe that the government has an obligation to comply with the law in this case?
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I absolutely do, Madam Speaker. But I also respect the fact that the government has a responsibility to protect national security and privacy as is also legislated. So what did they do to try to rectify the situation in a way that would be a good balance? Is they delivered the documents to a proper committee that had the proper security clearance as it related to this. And I'm sorry if the Conservative members don't trust their representatives on that committee.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't expecting such a welcome from my Conservative colleagues. Salutations to you all. So, we're here to debate a motion presented. It's sad that he's leaving us.
Vous attendez plus. Donc, je vous dirais que on est là pour débattre.
I'd say that we're here to debate this motion, this proposal, which, it seems to me, rests on something important. In the end, parliamentarians should have rights. When we pass something, when we pass a motion, it should not just be forgotten, as though it were nothing more than a grand spectacle. And then, no big deal. We vote on it, and then it doesn't matter. They keep talking about parliamentarism, Canadian parliamentary democracy. With its British origins, we're told that Parliament has all of the powers, has all of the legislative power. The government is responsible before it. That's what they keep telling us. However, in the end, we see that the votes of this Parliament essentially serve nothing. Is that normal? Is that how this parliamentarism that we brag up the virtues of, is that how it works? It seems like we're talking more about monarchy here than parliamentary democracy. Because when we vote on a motion, apparently it leads to nothing but symbolic gestures, as we see in this case. I see the same thing in my own files. I am the critic for international trade, and every time there's an international trade agreement, we're not invited as parliamentarians to mandate negotiators to put forward some matters, to withdraw some, to put forward some interests, and protect others. We are not consulted whatsoever. It's only at the end of the process that we're invited to rubber stamp it. I think the member for Louis Saint Laurent, part of the official opposition, is putting his finger on this culture of parliamentary democracy, which only acts that way in name.
Nous étions pour, mais...
But we expressed some doubts, and the assistant House Leader referred to information that might affect national security that should not be found in just anyone's hands. And so those secrets should not be revealed. Now, we were doubtful about that, too. That was a concern. So we said we agree with your motion, but that part concerns us. But we still voted for it because we said that if there is information disclosure, well, if that's going to happen, then it will be voted on in committee. And no party has an absolute majority. There are enough parties to block the leak of this information should it come to that. So, in other words, I don't understand the reasoning of why our colleague across the way has these concerns, the assistant House Leader. Now, there's also something that we have to fix, and the member for Louis Saint Laurent put his finger on it. He said, our motion does not seek to stigmatize either China or the Chinese community. And we in the Bloc Québécois, well, we don't have exactly the same approach with regard to China. We have always sought a standardization, a normalization of relationships, of a relationship with China, because those relations have been poisoned over the years. A few years ago, the relations were good. We almost had a Canada-China free trade agreement. We would have been against that because we don't think it's a good idea, but now we have seen a poisoning of the relationship with China. But that doesn't prevent us from being lucid. My colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, has often raised the matter of the Uyghurs. So we voted with the Conservatives. I think it was the first week after the election when we sat here. We voted on the creation of this Canada-China committee. We voted for that. So our position is one of respect, because for a very long time, China was not respected as it should have been, and it was not recognized. General de Gaulle, with his great lucidity, was the one who recognized China, and that was the right thing to do. But now we have to be lucid as well. There are abuses, human rights abuses, and there are real stakes that need to be observed, real issues. I'm not going to come back to the broader question of the timeline of the expulsion of the doctor, her husband, and so forth. I'm not going to come back to that because I think people know about that, but it does raise questions concerning the laboratories. Now, if we look at the microbiology lab in Winnipeg, it's the only virology laboratory with level 4. It deals with the most dangerous pathogens on the planet, and that laboratory must respect a protocol that is extremely stringent to make sure that no viruses leak, because obviously that would have disastrous consequences. This type of facility has a number of chemical products, so people have to wear protective gear. They have to wear a rubber suit, and they need an external source of air. So everything is extremely well controlled and monitored. And access to the laboratory is very strictly controlled for both entrances and exits, because we don't want to bring in things that shouldn't be in there, but we certainly don't want things to leak out or escape either. So very few people have access to that laboratory. It's a level 4 laboratory, and usually that does not deal with viruses like COVID-19. COVID-19 would be in a level 3 lab. A level 4 lab deals with pathogens for which there are no antibodies to cure it. There's a certain theory, certain conspiracy theories that say that Dr. Cheng is going to send the COVID-19 elsewhere, and of course that doesn't make any sense. The laboratory deals with viruses such as Ebola, Lassa fever, measles, and other of those kinds of things. And so that is managed by Public Health Canada, and it can be designed to ensure that pathogens will not escape in terms of fire or earthquakes. Now let's look at these labs in China. This is quite interesting. China has 2 level 4 labs, the one in Wuhan and the veterinary research one. Now, the first one was in cooperation with France, and it also manipulates viruses such as the coronavirus, hence the conspiracy theory that says that COVID might have escaped from that lab. The laboratory in Wuhan is the one that has the largest collection of coronaviruses in the world, and we know that there was a certain laxity in China, that there were leaks, for example, SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome. Well, SARS escaped from level 3 laboratories in Beijing on a number of occasions, despite the very high risk for the Chinese population. So now what we need to know is that most scientists agree that this virus came from an animal, not from the Wuhan lab. Now, it could have come from the lab, but if that was the case, then COVID would be for China what Chernobyl was for Russia. But there is still a certain aspect that was observed and that was singled out in 2017 in a journal where a number of researchers showed that the Chinese system, because of how secretive everything is, it means that it's impossible to criticize the authorities in China. And if there is something wrong, then they might try to cover up something that happened with these labs. And that's where the risk comes in, for example, of the escape or leaks of these viruses. So it's very surprising that Canada would have authorized the delivery of samples of the virus outside the lab. So that is not why. It doesn't explain how the virus got to Canada. Now, there are certain concerns with regard to security, definitely. In 2005, there were scientists in the CDC in the U.S. Who recreated the Spanish flu to study it and to better understand how it worked. They tested the virus on animals, which quickly died. And the American authorities also looked at the virus by studying samples in order to sequence the genomes of the virus. So it is possible that China might be doing such tests as well. And the lack of transparency there makes it impossible to ascertain that with any certainty. We know that China is particularly interested in the Ebola virus and that it invests massively in Africa because they have a great deal they have a great deal of investment in Africa, and that investment, those investments might be threatened by a resurgence of the virus. And we know that as part of this research, there's another concern, which is how intellectual property of other countries might be used, because we know that China acquires intellectual property from Canada. The Chinese president, Xi Jinping, said in 2020 that he intended to develop a Chinese vaccine for the planet. Now, so sometimes China gives away or sells some of its doses. Now, it does make a good vaccine, better than some Western countries, but China uses these vaccines to pressure Taiwan. For example, it pressured Pfizer to not distribute the vaccine to Taiwan and to force the Taiwanese administration to negotiate with Beijing. It's important to realize that in general, in the medical context, China is a country that is a veritable expert in terms of data collection, especially when it comes to the medical sector. We could go on and on about the commercial strategy of China, but we must remember what it calls in its official communications the Silk Road, the One Belt, One Road. And that initiative was stepped up during COVID, and it was linked to a digital component as well. So with what we're looking at today, obviously, it is perhaps emblematic of something that we need to look at more closely. China invests massively in research and development, in technological diversification, for example, data centers and 5G. And China is a world leader in collecting medical research. Data collection and data protection standards are quite different in Canada and China. For example, let's take the case of BGI. BG Genomics in China is in Shenzhen, which is the Silicon Valley of China. Now, this company has donated equipment to different states, different countries during the COVID pandemic, and the Americans refused, even though these offers seem generous. But there are a number of partners in hospitals and researchers that are listed on the Chinese stock market. Beijing built and manages the National Gene Bank. It is under governmental control, and it contains the largest number of biological samples in the world. And they use supercomputers to compile genetic information. So that is how everything is closely linked. Data collection from the businesses, military power, and the Chinese state. And the laboratory of the Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto analyzes 15,000 COVID samples per day in 2020. They lacked resources to fund their equipment, and the lab obtained donations from whom? From Beijing. Equipment, from BG. And there was an extraction robot that accelerates the analysis of COVID tests. And the company looked after the installation of the equipment and the training and the logistical support at Mount Sinai. And Global Affairs Canada said absolutely nothing about that. In Montreal, BGI has appears to have been doing genomic sequencing, but it denied doing so in Montreal. And it said that is it their official statement that is the case? Were there people in that building? And there are 6 BGI sequencers in Canada, including in Quebec. In the case of Quebec, both of the devices in McGill remain the property of the company. Remain the property of the company. And they refuse to answer any questions about where the data is stored and people will have access thereto. And BGI has an agreement with concerning maintenance of the company. So there's a technician who has access to the machine, and really he can do whatever he wants with the data. And Canada is the only country in North America where BGI sequencers exist. The equipment also has a partnership with Genome Canada. It's a confidential agreement. That's normal. But there are 2 main questions regarding data collection and a certain trade monopoly on the part of China with regard to the biopharmaceutical sector in North America. We know that China collects DNA data, And there's a Toronto laboratory, the one at Mount Sinai Hospital, claims that no data is shared with BGI. The Washington Counter-Espionage Center is examining that, and they are worried about the control of the biopharmaceutical sector in North America by China. And obviously, Washington has its own way of collecting data through algorithms. Those are two large empires, but we can look at the report that was published, 750 pages, and it was submitted to President Biden, in which the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence is studying China. Has Canada been looking at these matters as well? We can believe that no, and unfortunately, the tone that we're hearing in the House on the government side with regard to a motion concerning these events would lead us to believe that we're still not ready to face the present and let alone the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Barry Instill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned earlier, when the member from Louis Saint Laurent was speaking, we've seen a really disturbing pattern in this place of the government's lack of transparency and accountability. And it was an order of Parliament to provide these documents. And thankfully, the Speaker ruled today as a last line of defense for this Parliament and for this democracy that what the government had done was, in fact, a breach of parliamentary privilege. And that's the reason why we're here tonight to debate this issue. In fact, it was the Speaker who said that it was up to the opposition to come up with a motion. So the motion was presented. And yet we heard the indignation of the previous member, the member from Kingston and the Islands, speak about just about everything except this motion of privilege. So I want to ask the honourable member, in his opinion, does he feel that this is a fair debate to be having tonight, given this systemic pattern of lack of transparency and accountability in this Parliament by this particular government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It appears extremely clear that the government does not like us to look into its affairs. We saw it with the We Charity as well. It's very clear. On many subjects, it is clear that despite the cooperation that we need to show in times of crisis, that this abuse of power is not justified or justifiable. There is a blatant problem, and we should denounce it because the government is not transparent.
Questions and comments.
John East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I want to ask him whether, we just heard about the fact that other committees were trying to receive information from the government and they failed to get there. We now have a clear ruling from the Speaker. The government's response in this case was to send the documents to NSICOP, which we argued was not a committee of this House and is not as answers to the Prime Minister. The Speaker concluded that committee exists outside of Parliament and that documents submitted to them does not fulfill the order of this House. Is he satisfied that is so, and that this is the first opportunity we've had to get the government to recognize and fulfill an order of a committee for documents now made by the House, and that this is time for the government to comply with these orders and produce the documents?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Quite briefly and simply, I maintain my point, that is, Parliament is seized with emotion and it must be respected. The government should not always be trying to find a way to get around or through the holes. There is a motion that it requires that important documents be disclosed and made known responsibly, of course. It must be respected, period.
The Honourable Deputy Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. My neighbour is always an eloquent MP, and he clearly demonstrated today in his speech that he is eloquent. There are three things, be it in committee or in the House, the government behaves as a majority government instead of a minority government. It's forgotten that it has a minority mandate from voters. Second, the relationship this government has, it's acting a little bit like an archaic monarchy instead of a real democracy by sometimes violating our rights as parliamentarians. And third, he talked about the differences we had in our international relations and our vision in the Bloc Québécois, which is different from that of the Liberals and the Conservatives, and to ensure a better control of our border security, our national security, to be able to sign treaties ourselves abroad. Would it not be important to have Quebec as a country and to have a seat within the other nations? The honourable member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, yes.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate this member's intervention today. He's certainly chronicled a large amount of concerns regarding China, but ultimately this motion, Madam Speaker, is more about holding our own government to account. Now, the government has said that they are concerned about national security, laid out a plan to have NSICOP to do a review. But ultimately, the Speaker ruled that that was not a committee of Parliament. And now the government has to come clean, and we want to have the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to come to be censored by the Speaker, and then to supply the information to the law clerk. Does the member agree that through that process, we will be able to ascertain the government's managerial competence while at the same time preserving this country's national security interests?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understood from my colleague's question that he was asking me to reiterate what I had said in my speech, that is, on the need to have national security and transparency and know where to draw the line between the two. And I would reiterate, that's precisely our point.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask the following question of my colleague, because following the intervention by the Liberal member, it didn't seem that the government was taking this motion on the question of privilege seriously. It is the Speaker himself, as you know, Madam Speaker, who decides if there is enough evidence for this. And it seems the government doesn't understand this. And my question for my colleague is simple. Does the government understand the weight of a question of privilege that has been agreed to by the Speaker of the House, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte? I would be inclined to ask my colleague, or rather to say in response to my colleague, that you need to ask the government this question. But I would say that we don't feel that they understand the scope of it. It's quite simple. We heard a speech that did not address at all the subject set out in the question of privilege. Then we heard a series of points of order in order to interrupt others. We heard that it wanted to not answer the questions and gave answers worthy of this government. That is non-answers. So I think the member understands the answer.
Saskatchewan.
Was that called, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies, there was a delay for some reason. I wanted to ask the member about this broader question of research cooperation with the Chinese military, because this is an important values question and a policy question that underlines this debate, and one gets the sense that there might be information about this cooperation in these documents that the government does not want to see shared. We know now that there were people, in particular one official from the People's Liberation Army Academy for Military Medical Sciences that was working at the Winnipeg lab. We know that there's been interchange and other forms of cooperation between Chinese military institutions and Canadian labs. And when this issue was raised at committee, the health minister seemed sort of broadly comfortable with the fact that this kind of cooperation is happening. But this is happening in a context where a genocide is taking place. A genocide is being committed by this very same military as we speak. And we know how viruses can be used in military applications. So I wonder if the member can share his thoughts as to whether it is right, it is appropriate, it is just for the Canadian government to allow Canadian labs to be collaborating with the Chinese military on research that military might use to harm our interests or to commit human rights violations.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. There are a number of things, in fact, because this is a complex question. When we look at it, the collaboration, I said in the beginning of my speech that we should not see China as an enemy. We should have a dialogue. There should be treated as a country like any other. That's not the issue, but we have to be clear about something. The economic war, particularly the war for data, for information, that's the new world dynamic today. So when you establish a corporation with researchers for R&D, it's not China. When you have an agreement, you have to be very strict. Like in any other kind of diplomatic cooperation, it has to be closely monitored. And I think that Canada is not prepared for this global competition in the search for data.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to actually participate in this debate tonight. I know the member for Kingston and the Islands was not, but I am, because I think it's a very important debate, and I think it underscores extremely seminal and basic, now recognized fully by our Parliament, right of the House of Commons and members of the House of Commons to have the ability to hold the government to account. Now, we hear that time and time again, but it seems in this government's mind, this appears to be simply a phrase or a cliche, because they seem to be taking the same position that was taken by the Conservative government back in 2010, when they said that they took the position in the House when the Afghanistan committee was asking for documents that were related to the detainees that were captured by Canadian forces in Afghanistan and turned over to the Afghan authorities and were subsequently tortured. And it was important for the Afghanistan committee to examine this question to determine what in fact was happening, how this may have happened, what the government and military officials knew and didn't know, and all of those questions that were extremely important in terms of Canada's legal obligations under the Geneva Convention and various other extremely serious matters of Canada's international affairs and reputation and all that went with that. Now, that was a very more serious, one might argue, than this particular circumstance. And yet the government of the day took the position in 2010, and I do know something about it, Madam Speaker, because I was active on as a member of the Afghanistan Committee and participated in the debates that similar to this one in terms of what are the powers of committees and what are the powers of the House versus the executive. And I will read from the Speaker Milliken's ruling of April 27, 2010, in which I participated in the debate and argument leading up to it. The Speaker's ruling of April 27, Speaker Milliken said, with regard to the extent of the right, the Chair would like to address the contention of the Minister of Justice made on March 31st that the order of the House of December 10th is a breach of the constitutional separation of powers between the executive and the legislature. Mr. Speaker Milliken had just concluded that the Chair must conclude that the House does indeed have the right to ask for the documents listed in the order of December 10th, 2009 referred to. So he says it is the view of the chair that accepting an unconditional authority of the executive to censor the information provided to Parliament would in fact jeopardize the very separation of powers that is purported to lie at the heart of our parliamentary system and the independence of its constituent parts. Furthermore, it risks diminishing the inherited privileges of the House and its members, which have been earned and must be safeguarded. Now, that separation of powers is from the executive branch and the legislative branch, which has the constitutional duty to hold the government to account. The conclusion of the Speaker was it's been noted that the procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting that the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents are there, that no exceptions are made for any category of government documents, even those related to national security. Now, he goes on to say it's perfectly within the existing privileges to order the production of the documents in question, bearing in mind that the fundamental role of Parliament is to hold the government to account as the servant of the House and the protector of its privileges. I cannot agree with the government's interpretation that ordering the documents transgresses the separation of powers and interferes with the spheres of activity of the executive branch. Now, that's a powerful statement, and it resulted in an order being made for the production of documents by the Speaker, and it was affirmed today by the current Speaker, and in a ruling that I think itself will go down as well in history as the Speaker Milliken's ruling, having been followed by the previous ruling, having been followed in other legislatures for its authority. The current situation is not much different. I mean, obviously the circumstances are different, but the principle is fully the same. That who does ultimately have the authority to have access to the documents and to decide how to dispose of them and how to protect the national interest in the question of security. The Speaker has made, in my opinion, a very good ruling and a very strong ruling dealing with the questions that were put before him, and found a prima facie case of a breach of the rules of Parliament, and that having found that, the appropriate motion was expected to be made. And he did find that the motion that was offered by the Conservatives was not in keeping with the precedents of the House, and as a result, a break was taken so that the motion could be revised. The other issue, of course, that was decided by the current Speaker in his ruling today, is that the solution, these, I think, as the member for Kingston Islands has said, that there is clearly a responsibility that goes with that, and that responsibility is for the House to take measures and make measures to ensure the security of the documents, and it's up to the House to actually do that. The House has done so in the motion that was made before it, and the alternative that was presented by the government, how they responded, was to suggest that it should go to the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. Now that was their solution. It was proposed by the government for the first time, in my view, from everything that I know, that this was the way that the government decided and the House decided to deal with this question of Speaker Milliken's ruling, that this committee was set up just for situations like that. Well, I first heard of that, Madam Speaker, when the government started responding in that way to questions that were asked as to why they didn't comply with the orders of this House that were made on June the 2nd, as well as the March 32nd, March 31st, and May 10th orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. that was the first time that these have been presented, to my knowledge, as to why this NSICOP was set up. That's because, as the Speaker himself ruled, this wasn't an answer. This wasn't an answer to how the House should deal with questions that were of national security, if that's not what the House determined. The House, because that committee, as was pointed out, said despite the composition of the NSICOP committee, and we've had this argument in our Canada-China committee, we've had it here in the House tonight, that this is made up of members of Parliament, yes, and members of the Senate, yes, who are in two branches of Parliament, but they are not a committee of Parliament. In fact, it says so right in this act. They are members appointed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council, which is the Cabinet, and they are appointed who serve at pleasure, which means that they can be removed at any time. And they also make their reports to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister has the right to demand that the report be changed, has the right to withhold documents from this committee, and all of the other things that the executive branch has in dealing with bodies that it creates. So the Speaker quite rightly concluded, when this argument was presented to him, that the Act makes clear that it's not a committee of Parliament. It says it exists, and I quote the Speaker, it exists outside of Parliament, and in these circumstances, the Chair cannot conclude that the document submitted to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliament fulfills an order of this House or its committees. And he goes on to say, nothing in the Act affects or limits the privileges of the House to order the production of documents, even those with national security implications. It's for the House, not the government, to decide how such documents are to be reviewed and what safeguards are to be put in place, if any. And that's what's happened, Mr. Speaker. The House itself has passed a motion which provides for safeguards, provides for a method of dealing with that. And that was something that was discussed by Speaker Millington and also recognized by the Speaker. The Speaker, when he was dealing with this, spoke that said that in the order that was made, if I may for a second find the paper here, the order of the House to in his review of the April 27, 2010 Speaker Milliken ruling, he said he was concerned even after he found that there was a failure to deliver unredacted documents to the House. He said he was still concerned with the issues raised. He deemed it wise, this is Speaker Milliken, to ask members to continue the discussions before allowing the member who had initially raised the question of privilege to move the usual motion for debate. And that order in question offered no measures to protect the information contained in the required documents. And he goes on to suggest some of the ways that it could be done. The result of the discussions, he suggested that they have some discussions about that. He said the results of these discussions would in no way affect his ruling, but the Speaker's intention was to offer a final delay to allow a compromise to be reached. Then he went on to say, and this is a contention that the member for Kingston and the Islands made, that there was no protection made for security. So then the current situation, the order adopted provides that the Office of the Law Clerk and the Parliamentary Council first examine the documents, redact them using specific criteria, and discuss them with the members of the special committee in camera. The Minister of Health was also called to appear and did so on Monday, June 14th, in an effort to continue some form of dialogue. It's not up to the Chair to decide the extent of the measures taken, but to note that they were considered, and there's thus no reason to allow additional delay. So we did have the Minister of Health at the Canada-China Committee on Monday, and the Minister was asked many times to acknowledge that the NSICOP Committee was not a parliamentary committee, and she deferred to answer that question and just said that it had security privileges. That's not an answer to the question, and it's clear that the Speaker of the House has acknowledged that the excuse being offered by the government is not valid, that it's not accepted, and it's not acceptable that the NSICOP committee be the depository of these documents, and in fact that the order that the motion made in the usual form of today is in order for this House to deal with, and is in order under the House. It is in order for this House to pass this motion. This motion is one that the House is entitled to make, and it's up to the House to decide whether to accept the motion or not. I think the matter is very simple. I'm not going to go deeply into the question as to why these documents are necessary. They are necessary clearly because the Canada-China Committee requires them in order to conduct its duties, carry out its responsibilities, to hold the government accountable, and to look into the relationship between Canada and China, which is specifically its obligations under the motion creating that special committee. That committee has been doing that, been looking at the security issues and dealings between the lab in Winnipeg, the microbiology lab in Winnipeg, and labs in China that they had the responsibility and they were dealing with very serious and dangerous viruses, and what security measures were being undertaken in order to properly look after the security of the people of Canada and security of the labs and the security of public health. That's a simple matter, Madam Speaker, but well within the jurisdiction of the committee under its mandate, and it's up to the committee to decide what papers it needs to do that. Having had the support of the committee and the support of the House, it's the responsibility of government now to fulfill that and make those available in the manner that's been suggested. They refuse to do that. This motion here is required in order to purge the contempt that the Public Health Agency of Canada has been and will be found, if this motion is passed, in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House and produce a document so they can go to the clerk, the law clerk of the House and Parliamentary Council, in order to carry out his function of helping to redact the documents and follow through on the motion as was put before this House. That's all I wish to say, Madam Speaker, because I think this is an extremely important issue. It involves the basic understanding of how Parliament works and the responsibilities that members who are elected to this House undertake when they take their own oath of office and are responsible. And in fact, it's a function of the our democratic society that the House has the ultimate power. The executive is to be held to account by our House of Commons. If it weren't for that, Madam Speaker, we would have not a democracy, but a rule by the cabinet, by the executive, and not by the House of Commons, by the people who are elected directly by the electors, and that's our democratic system. This is a function of upholding that, and it's a sacred trust that we have, which we are required to carry out. And we support the efforts of our committees and the work that we're doing by supporting, and in this case, by requiring under this motion that these documents be produced. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly want to thank this member for his presentation tonight. Madam Speaker, last night he also made a presentation in regards to a just-in-case speech, so I just want to thank that member for his service. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, the issues that he spoke about were more about his commitment to this democracy and to this House. And I think there's no greater honor than to be called a House of Commons person, Madam Speaker, because this institution is important. Now, when it comes to our duty to hold the government to account, if you're not part of the executive, it was impressed on me in my first year in this place, if you're not a member of the executive, the cabinet, then you have a responsibility to hold them accountable. And that's how we have responsible government. Would this member agree that by supporting this motion, we would not just be protecting the rights of this chamber, but also giving information, because the government has stonewalled us at every attempt to get this information so we can truly know, was there a lack of competence in the execution of their duties? Or were there legitimate national security reasons that they would not say anything? And members on the Liberal side, those backbenchers, don't they deserve to know their own government's competence or lack thereof? So my question again to this member is, when we present a motion such as this, do we not forward every member's duties by giving them the information so they can hold this government to account?
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's an excellent question asked by the member, who's very adept at making these arguments in Parliament and understands the role of every member of the House. And he makes an interesting point that it's every member on both sides of the House that also have a duty to hold the government to account, every member who's not in the cabinet. What's interesting in this case is that these resolutions, which are referred to in the motion, the resolutions of March 31st and May the 10th, which were adopted by the committee, were adopted unanimously. So the Liberal members of that committee and the Conservative members of that committee, the Bloc member of the committee and the NDP member of the committee all supported the notion that these documents must be made available, because there was an expression of the disbelief in the opinion being offered by to the committee that these documents were needed to be withheld for national security and other reasons, including privacy. That's something that is important to know, that this was a committee unanimously seeking to hold the government to account and to be able to examine the required papers to do it. A very important point.
Honorable député de Shefford.
I would like to welcome the member, or greet the member, and I wish him the most serene of retirements, and I want to congratulate for all the work he has done. He can leave with his head held high. Now, in his speech, there's two things that I heard. First of all, he talked about Canada's reputation abroad. When it comes to relationships internationally, Canada is not back and is losing influence. And the trend that started with the Conservatives is continuing, so Canada is not back. Second thing, there's a refusal to acknowledge our parliamentary privilege to access documents. My colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte illustrated the balance that could have been struck between the committee and the important issue of national security and the right to access these documents that are very essential. Again, this is an affront by the Liberal government to the opposition parties. So I'll let him choose whether he wishes to answer the first or second part of my question. The honourable member for St. John East.
Well, I think it is, whether Canada is back or not, Canada is back, but in what form, I guess, is the question, and we can certainly debate that. The expectation was that Canada would be different. That was the promise of the Prime Minister back in 2015. We haven't seen a lot of evidence of that, and I believe we are struggling to retain or regain the reputation that we once had. However, I'd rather answer the second question, is as to whether or not the government is refusing to comply. Well, obviously, they've been stonewalling this decision or this attempt to get the information, and the government has continued to do that and are continuing to do it here tonight. They give no indication that they wish to compromise or find a way of doing this in a way that would work. They clearly offered nothing, only the non-response of having a committee that's not of this Parliament deal with these documents, and they are refusing to comply tonight instead of agreeing with the motion and moving on.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from St. John's East as well for his speech. He brings such a lot of experience and wisdom to this place, and especially around this subject, which he knows well. You know, we're debating a motion of privilege here tonight, which seems to me to bring up a pattern of behavior in this government, a pattern of lack of transparency, a lack of openness, both in terms of committees. We've seen the government thwart the work of committees through filibusters, to stop the production of documents, to stop important witnesses from coming forward, and a pattern of ignoring the will of the House. Just last week, we had a unanimous motion here in the House, for instance, that, among other things, asked the government to stop taking Indigenous kids to court, and Monday, they were back taking Indigenous kids to court. And I just wondered if the member would like to comment on this pattern.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Well, it's clearly a pattern. Thank you for the question to my colleague. It's clearly a pattern that's emerged over the last number of months. But at the same time, they're complaining that business is being held up. They've been holding up the business of committees by filibustering one after another, sometimes for days and days at a time, and making it difficult for the committees to do their work. So yes, this is a pattern. It's a pattern that they seem to they say one thing and do another. Essentially, they're here saying we want to move business through the House. We want to move business through this House too. There's lots of bills that are important to be passed. We want to see Bill C-12 passed. We want to see Bill C-6 passed. We want to see Bill C-10 passed. There's legislation that needs to be passed because there's an urgent need for it. But instead of doing that, we're seeing them prolonging this debate and in committees filibustering in unnecessary ways when the business is to be done.
Questions and comments? The other member, Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member through you for the very thoughtful speech. And I think he touched on a number of very, very important points about why this debate is important and how concerning it is. The flippant nature that the Liberals are taking this very, very serious issue. I would, however, like to ask the member specifically. The fact that the government has referred this to NSICOP and some of the concerns related to that have been brought up related to the structure of that committee, it being a committee of parliamentarians, not a committee of this House, and this is I think, manifestation of some of the concerns that were brought forward when the initial act was debated that created NSICOP, and how there was the pinnacle of what was claimed to be accountability was left in the hands of the Prime Minister. I wonder if the honourable member from Newfoundland and Labrador would have further comments on that.
The honourable member St. John's East.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that committee has a particular role, and I think the concern at the time was that we had these investigative bodies, these secret bodies like CSIS and the CSE and the RCMP Security Division. They were conducting secret operations on behalf of the government, reporting directly to the Prime Minister, and that there was no oversight. So we had obviously gotten in trouble in the past with some of the behaviors of our security services that were inappropriate and doing things that they shouldn't have done, breaking the law, breaking various conventions, and acting in a manner that was supported and was supportive of torture, as in certain cases where the Canadian government was sued. So the purpose of that was to review what goes on in these agencies and make reports to provide that oversight, not to do the kind of job we're talking about here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, I want to provide this evening an overview of the committee's composition, its mandate and functions, given there have been numerous recent references to NSICOP in the House. I speak this evening exclusively as the chair of our non-partisan committee. To begin, I wish to offer my sincere thanks on behalf of our committee to our outgoing members, the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, the member for Pickering Uxbridge, and the member for Provencher, all valuable members of our committee who offered their considered wisdom, enlivened our debates, and provided an important contribution to our work. J'aimerais également souhaiter la bienvenue aux nouveaux membres de...
I would also like to welcome new members of the committee. We are looking forward to working with the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill, the member for Kootenay Columbia, the member for London Centre North, the member for Mississauga Erin Mills, and the member for Montarville. The committee was created in June 2017 with the passage of an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. In November of the same year, the first members of the committee were appointed. After the 2019 federal election, the committee was reestablished in February 2020, and yesterday, its composition was updated yet again.
The committee was set up to fill a gap in Canada's National Security Review Framework. First, to give parliamentarians the necessary clearances to conduct reviews of the security and intelligence community drawn from highly classified information. And second, to create a body that could look across the community at a range of issues without being constrained by the mandate of individual organizations or the narrow focus of their review bodies. The act that established NSICOP is specific and very clear. It lays out with precision the committee's membership, the appointment process, members' security obligations, the rights and limits to access information for the committee's work, procedural rules, and reporting obligations. The Act also provides that the appropriate committees of the House and the other place must comprehensively review its provisions and its operation 5 years after its coming into force, which will be in 2022. Our committee is unprecedented in Canadian parliamentary history. It is unique in terms of our security clearances, in terms of the physical requirements of our secure workspaces, and in terms of our structure. The nature of the committee, multi-party, bicameral, and a membership with a broad range of experience brings a unique perspective to these important issues. We act as a proxy group for Parliament and for Canadians in examining issues related to national security and intelligence. Le comité est composé d'un président.
The committee's composition is one chair and a maximum of 10 other members, who are all members of one of the two houses of Parliament. Up to 3 members may come from the other place, and up to 8 may come from the House, but not more than 5 of those can be members of the government. This means that parliamentarians on the government side never form a majority. With yesterday's announcement, we now have a complete committee with 8 members from the House and 3 senators.
Madam Speaker, members all hold a top-secret security clearance, have sworn an oath, and are permanently bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act. In the course of its work, the committee may review highly classified information with only a few narrow exceptions. The committee is not entitled to have access to cabinet confidences, to information protected by the Witness Protection Program Act, to information relating to the identity of confidential sources, and information relating directly to an ongoing law enforcement investigation. Madam Speaker, we cannot claim parliamentary privilege in the case of an authorized disclosure of classified information. That is a point I want to emphasize. Members of the committee, myself included, are necessarily circumspect in what we can say in Parliament and in public. It also means that NSICOP members are subject to prosecution under the Security of Information Act should they disclose information that they learned in the course of their duties on the committee. Le comité a pour mandat de...
The committee's mandate is to examine the legislative, regulatory, strategic, financial, and administrative frameworks of national security and intelligence. It can also study any activity conducted by a department which deals with national security or intelligence.
And finally, the committee may review any matter relating to national security or intelligence that a minister refers to the committee. NSICOP reports are unanimous and nonpartisan. The committee prepares and finalizes its reports through consensus, following painstaking deliberations, and all members agree on final content, assessments, and recommendations. NSICOP's reports are informed by the documents that departments and agencies undertaking national security and intelligence activities must provide, as well as by the committee's meetings with relevant officials, outside experts, and members of civil society.
And the workload is heavy. Generally, Madam Speaker, the committee meets 8 hours a week, in addition to any time required to examine classified documents in a designated secure workspace. The members often meet during non-sitting weeks of the House, as well as during the summer.
NSICOP provides an annual report to the Prime Minister that includes its substantive reviews as well as the committee's recommendations. The Prime Minister may then direct that the committee prepare a revised version of its report. The information to be revised is set out clearly in the Act. It is information the disclosure of which would be injurious to national security, to national defense, or to international relations, or is information that is protected by litigation privilege or by solicitor-client privilege, or the professional secrecy of advocates and notaries. Madam Speaker, there are no other reasons under which a Prime Minister may direct the committee to remove information from its reports. Information cannot be redacted because it may be embarrassing to or critical of any government. The redaction process is similar to the one used by the government when determining what information can be released in court proceedings, typically under Section 38 of the Canada Evidence Act. The Prime Minister tables the revised report in Parliament, and the report is referred to parliamentary committees in both houses, as required by our statute. The committee may also submit a special report to the Prime Minister on any matter related to its mandate. Unless the committee has notified the Prime Minister of its intention to prepare a summary of the special report, it also is revised, if necessary, and tabled and referred in the same manner as the annual reports. This is very, very similar to the process followed by the United Kingdom.
I'm sorry. I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Very briefly, I appreciate this member's service on that committee, but we're here to debate a specific motion. He's yet to address this. He's given us background of his committee, which I'm sure he's proud. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, you could get him to come to the motion.
I'm sorry, I should have stayed up so that your mic could stay up. When I stood up, your mic ended. But I do appreciate the honourable member's point of order. I do want to remind members when they are debating, presenting in the House, they have to certainly be addressing the subject matter at hand, mentioning the subject matter at hand or portions of. And so I do want to remind the honourable member, and I know that there is some latitude in the speeches, but I do want to remind the honourable member and all members that when they're making their speeches to please ensure that they keep in mind the subject matter that they are actually debating. So the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying this is very similar to the process followed by the United Kingdom's Intelligence and Security Committee, which must submit its annual and special reports to the Prime Minister for consultation and review prior to tabling, identifying at that time any redactions that have been made on national security grounds. Depuis 2017,
Since 2017, we have conducted 7 studies, which have informed 3 annual reports and 2 special reports. All members and senators have recently received paper copies of our 2020 annual report, and this report and other reports will also be available on our website.
The House to note, Madam Speaker, is that in each instance, NSICOP members reviewed and assessed information up to the government's highest classification. The committee did so with the utmost discretion, arriving at its findings and recommendations independently. Those were then provided to the Prime Minister and responsible ministers. In our 2018 inaugural annual report, we provided a functional overview of the security and intelligence community, including the most significant national security threats, as described by key members of the security and intelligence community. These were terrorism, espionage and foreign interference, cyber threats, major organized crime, and weapons of mass destruction. Also in 2018, the committee reviewed the government's process for setting intelligence priorities, as well as the intelligence activities of the Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces. Nous avons reconnu que les activités durant
We recognize that defense intelligence activities are essential to the security of our armed forces and to the success of Canadian military activities, including abroad. Among other things, the committee recommended that the government could seriously consider granting clear legislative authorization for the conduct of defense intelligence activities.
The committee also presented its first special report in 2018 regarding the allegations associated with the Prime Minister's official visit to India. One recommendation repeated in the subsequent review of the government response to foreign interference was that members of Parliament and senators be briefed upon being sworn in and regularly thereafter on the risks of foreign interference and extremism in Canada.
In 2019, the committee examined diversity and inclusion in the security and intelligence community, and this study provided a basic evaluation of the situation of the intelligence and security community in terms of diversity and inclusion in certain designated groups. Overall, it showed that their representation was lower than that of the public service as a whole, and that the rates of harassment and discrimination remained unacceptable. We recommended that the situation be re-examined in 3 to 5 years in order to evaluate progress made. We also recommended the improvement of data collection and analysis and the development of a common framework for performance measures.
Also reviewed the government's response to the serious challenge of foreign interference. We found that the government's response to the threat was done on a case-by-case, even ad hoc basis, and that our engagement with other levels of government and the Canadian public was limited. In its review, the committee called for a whole-of-government strategy to counter foreign interference and build institutional and public resilience. We were specific in our recommendation about what such a strategy should include, and we further recommended that the government support the strategy through sustained central leadership and coordination. Finalement, le comité a examiné.
Finally, the committee examined the national security and intelligence activities of CBSA. Overall, it was found that the agency's powers to conduct activities linked to national security and intelligence are clear, well-governed, and supported by a number of laws. However, the agency has not received instructions from the minister to conduct sensitive activities related to national security or intelligence. This situation did not comply with CSIS and RCMP practices, and according to the committee, was a flaw as concerns ministerial responsibility. The committee thus recommended that the Minister of Public Safety, provide the CBSA with written directives with regard to the conduct of sensitive activities as they pertain to national security and intelligence.
That same year, the committee also prepared a special report on the collection, use, retention, and dissemination of information on Canadians in the context of the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces Defence Intelligence.
I have another point of order. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, 5 minutes ago I raised a point of order with you. You asked this member to come and to be relevant. He's basically reviewing the annual reports his committee does, which is not the subject of tonight's debate. He is not a rookie. He certainly has a committee role that's important. But, Madam Speaker, I would ask you to rule whether or not he's being relevant to the issue or simply disregarding your ruling and this House.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Island also wishes to add to the point of order.
On that point of order, Madam Speaker, the entire premise of what the government's position was hinges on this member's intervention of the committee that he represents. The entire argument that's coming from the government has to do specifically with this committee. So the member explaining why this committee is the important committee for this is extremely relevant to the argument that the government made. I would encourage you to allow him to continue his speech.
Once again, I appreciate the points of order. I do want to remind the members that the question of privilege hinges upon the motion, and therefore there is some latitude. However, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, is correct in that the honourable member must ensure that his speech revolves around the question of privilege, and that discussion needs to be there. So I would suggest to the honourable member to ensure that his speech is relevant to the question and that he references that point of that question of privilege and the motion if he wishes to do so. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I won't be long, and I think the relevance will become quite self-evident. Following our examination of the documents provided to the committee and our meetings with DND CAF officials, the committee formed an opinion that DND intelligence activities conducted as part of overseas operations may not be in compliance with the Privacy Act. The committee referred this matter to the Attorney General, pursuant to its obligation under Section 31.1 of the NSICOP Act, which requires it to make such a referral when, in its opinion, an activity may not be in compliance with the law. The review built on the committee's 2018 recommendation that the government give serious consideration to providing explicit legislative authority for the conduct of defense intelligence activities, and went further in recommending that the Minister of National Defense introduce legislation governing defense intelligence activities.
In 2020, of course, the members of the committee, like all Canadians, were confronted with the unprecedented situation of the pandemic. Therefore, the committee decided to provide the Prime Minister the only consolidated overview of threats to Canada's national security.
And the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction did not fundamentally change.
I have another point of order. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just wondering if the honourable member could table this report that he's reading or go on to the report about the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, which we're waiting for in York Simcoe, and we'd love to hear that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So again, the honourable member, that's more of a question. It's not really a point of order. I would say that it's more a debate. I do, again, want to remind the honourable member that he should ensure that his speech is relevant, and if he wishes, I can certainly read the question of privilege, which says that this House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt of its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10th, 2021, and accordingly orders its president to attend at the bar of the House. Does he want me to continue? Or does he have the... Does the honourable member for Ottawa South want me to continue, or does he have the question of privilege before him and he will make sure that his speech is relevant to it?
I have the question, Madam Speaker.
Perfect.
Thank you for that. I have the motion, and as I was saying earlier,
I would suggest that he references that every once in a while during his speech, and so therefore the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence. I wanted to continue just to say that the committee, of course, has been reviewing the major threats for the country: terrorism, espionage, and foreign interference, and cyber actors, for example. We have reported very, very openly now for Canadians on the question of terrorism, the growth of ideologically motivated violent extremists, the rise of groups embracing xenophobic violence, anti-authority violence, gender-driven violence. We've seen a growing number of examples of neo-Nazi, white supremacist, misogynist groups, individuals planning or conducting attacks, a trend which is mirrored around the world. And finally, I think while the restrictions imposed as part of the COVID lockdown, such as limitations on travel, have disrupted terrorism facilitation efforts, the pandemic and the concurrent protests increased anti-government rhetoric connected to ideologically motivated violent extremism. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the point of this evening's speech is to illustrate that there is a highly functioning committee comprised of good members from all sides of the House of Commons, and of course, members from the other place as well. It has been working well together now for over 3.5 years, has produced 7 fundamental reviews, 3 annual reports. I've tried to set out for members, for all colleagues, for Canadians, how we conduct reviews under the legislation, when we are asked to redact, how we are asked to redact, the limitations on being asked to redact. And so I think finally, the message I want to leave with all parliamentarians, Madam Speaker, through you is this. Committee members form a dedicated, nonpartisan group of parliamentarians from both houses that take pride in undertaking serious work on serious national security and intelligence issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker, very much for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to correct the member in his speech. He talked about that the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is a proxy of Parliament. I'd remind him that unlike similar bodies in other Five Eyes countries, such as the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament in the UK or the Parliament Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security in Australia, the NISCOP is not a standing committee, nor a special committee, nor a standing committee of the Parliament of Canada, and that they in fact are part of the executive of government, and therefore they do not report to the House. They report to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member is partly correct and partly incorrect. NSICOP is located halfway between Parliament and the Executive. The committee is housed within the executive body of government and does report to the Prime Minister, but it is composed of parliamentarians. It is not bound by the procedural rules of parliamentary committees, and it operates at arm's length. However, the Five Eye organizations he refers to, for comparative purposes, have their own variations on structure. As I mentioned in my speech, the ISC in the United Kingdom has a very similar, if not identical, reporting relationship with its Prime Minister, who also is involved in redactions of reports before those reports are made public, by being tabled in their House, just as our reports here are made public by tabling through the Prime Minister. Committee members from all political stripes contribute their unique perspective as legislators to national security and intelligence matters. They have a range of experience, but together they represent perspectives from across this country.
The Honourable East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The suggestion that this committee is appropriate, it was basically rejected by the Speaker in his ruling today. He says, in reference to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, he says, as the members for Louis Saint Laurent and St. John's East have pointed out, the Act also makes clear that despite its composition, this body is not a committee of Parliament. It exists outside of Parliament. In these circumstances, the Chair cannot conclude that the document submitted to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians fulfills an order of this House or of its committees. I think that's very clear, and I would invite you to refute that ruling.
I'm just going to stop the clock. I'm not going to refute it. I will ask the honourable member to do that. But before I ask the honourable member to do that, I would ask him maybe to unplug and replug his mic. There seems to be an issue for the interpreters. So if he could do that and maybe give me a quick test once he has done that.
Sure. I've just tried it again, Madam Speaker.
Is that working now? Est-ce que ça fonctionne mieux? Can continue. If there's an issue, I will raise it again. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup. As I've noted in my remarks, the NSICOP Act allows the committee to review any matter relating to national security or intelligence that a minister of the Crown refers to it. The committee carefully deliberates before beginning one of its reviews, and it undertakes them on a very consensus basis. Deliberations can include discussions with relevant officials or with other review agencies or open source research. The committee, of course, posts the launch of each of its reviews on its website. So I can confirm this evening that the committee has received a letter referral from the Minister of Health. I can also confirm that the committee has received documents forwarded by the Public Health Agency of Canada in unredacted form.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And given that it's almost summer break, I hope you indulge me before I ask my question, just to maybe my last chance to speak before the break, to thank my staff for their hard work over the years, especially during the pandemic, which has added additional stress to everyone. Thank you to my Whitehorse team, Susan Moorhead-Mooney, Ellen McDonald, and Alicia Kylick, as well as my Ottawa team, Aaron Castleman and Brad Weston. Being the MP for Yukon has been an honor of my lifetime, and I want to thank Yukoners for continuing to put their faith in me year after year after year. And my question is related to the point of privilege and which committee this should go to. I was very excited when NSCOP was created because I thought long before that we really needed it because I assume that many of the most serious safety issues for Canada, security issues for Canadians were not being dealt with by parliamentarians because they didn't have the right security clearance. And I think the members' reports suggest that that has been much improved since the committee was created. From the reports he outlined tonight, I just want to confirm that that is true, that these serious issues.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague from the Yukon. Maybe if I could just take a moment to go back to a theme that's important, I think, to tonight's debate. And this is the question of whether the Prime Minister may direct the committee to revise its reports. He may, but that discretion, the discretion to do so is not unlimited. He may only direct NSICOP to remove information that would be injurious to national security, national defense, or international relations, or that is a solicitor-client privilege matter. And the use of would The word would in the legislation is a high bar, Madam Speaker. The process to determine which information qualifies is modeled on the process used by the federal court to redact information from public decisions. And finally, on that point, since the creation of the committee and throughout our 7 comprehensive reviews, the government has never directed the committee to remove information from a report that was not legitimately injurious.
Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just quickly a comment and then 2 brief questions. First of all, I want to congratulate the member for completely ignoring the question before the House today. He read his way right through it. Second to it, Madam Speaker, he did give a very good overview, a nonpartisan overview of his committee, so I'd ask to see if he would be willing to come to my Rotary Club to give that presentation. We don't talk politics at our Rotary Club. And the last thing I would just simply say, will him in his capacity as a member of Parliament for Ottawa South, will he be voting yay or nay for the actual motion?
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. It gives me an opportunity to come back to an important theme that I think runs its way through the ongoing debate right now, which NSICOP members have been scrupulously careful to not directly participate in because of our special responsibilities. I mentioned the significant constraints that we all carry with respect to sharing information, the fact that our parliamentary privilege is waived in the context of the work that we undertake. I know the member understands that and respects that. But I do want to add to comments I made earlier for his benefit and for the House's benefit around government direction to the committee, which is a theme which has been raised in different places. The government has never pressured the committee to select or avoid a topic for review, Madam Speaker. It has never pressured the committee to change a finding or a recommendation. So I think all members of our NSICOP committee would agree we jealously guard the integrity and the independence of the committee because we are seized with such profoundly important responsibilities in the area of national security and intelligence.
For a brief question,
the honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. I want to ask my honourable colleague to answer the question. I'll give him a second chance. Will he vote yes or no on the motion?
The honourable for Ottawa South.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to, maybe if I could, wrap up this evening, my presence this evening in the House to share the work of NSICOP, the membership, the Act, the powers that it possesses, the restrictions, its role, its mandate. I really want to thank all of the members who have served on the committee since the committee was created 3.5 years ago. I really want to welcome the new members from the Bloc Québécois, from the Conservative Party, from the Liberal Party, who are joining other members, including a member from the NDP and 3 senators. I'm anxious for us to come together to continue to serve the Canadian people by taking on this enormous responsibility and sharing our findings with all parliamentarians from all sides of the House. We think we have an important role to play. We believe we're acquitting ourselves reasonably well, but we are always open to suggestions for improvement. And I would ask the House to consider that there is a mandatory 5-year review of the legislation which creates NSICOP. It will be up for review in 2022, and I know all members of the committee would very much appreciate good guidance and recommendations for improvement in the way in which we operate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion on the floor of the House tonight asks this House to find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the 3 orders, one being an order of this House and the 2 others being orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations, and to order the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to appear at the bar of the House to receive a formal admonishment, as well as to deliver the unredacted documents ordered by this House. The issue in front of us today is simple. Has the government complied with the order made by this House on June 2nd of this year? and the 2 orders made by the special committee on March 31st and May 10th of this year. Orders which mandated the government provide the unredacted documents concerning the government's National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, Manitoba. The answer is clearly no. These 3 orders are binding. They are not resolutions of the House or its committees. They are not an expression of the opinion of the House or of its committee. They are orders that must be complied with, just like Canadians have been required to comply with public health orders of this government during the last 15 months of this pandemic. Orders that concerned quarantines, that concerned movement, that concerned mask wearing, and so many other things. Since the adoption of the order on June 2nd, the government has said it has given the unredacted documents to NSICOP. That is not where the House order specified the unredacted documents be delivered to. The House order was clear. In Clause A, it said, quote, "These documents shall be deposited with the law clerk and parliamentary council in both official languages within 48 hours of the adoption of this order," end quote. NSICOP is not the law clerk and parliamentary council. It's that simple. The government does not get to decide what part of a binding House order it gets to comply with and what part of a binding House order it gets to ignore. Just like Canadians don't get to decide what part of quarantine orders they get to comply with and what part of quarantine orders they get to ignore. Madam Speaker, let us set aside for a moment the fact that the House order compelling the government to deliver the documents to the law clerk and parliamentary council. Let us set aside for a moment that House order. Let us think about in general terms, in the absence of these 3 orders, whether or not NSICOP is the appropriate place to hold the government accountable. Madam Speaker, in our Constitution, there is only one place to which the government is accountable, and that is this House of Commons. We do not elect governments in Canada. We elect a legislature of 338 members, out of which a prime minister and government is appointed by the governor general on the assessment of the governor general, of which member of this House has the support of the majority of the members of this House. That is why this place is the only place in the land where the Confidence Convention exists. The government's accountability to this House isn't just a singular moment when it is appointed based on that assessment. The government's accountability to the House isn't just the Confidence Convention. It is the daily and ongoing proceedings of this House and its committees, through question period, through committees, through debate, through votes, and through so many other proceedings. And the one reason why NSICOP is not the right place to hold the government accountable is because NSICOP is not a committee of this place. It's not a committee of the other place. It's not a committee of Parliament. In the act that governs NSICOP, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act, it says in subsection 4.3, quote, "Not a committee of Parliament. The committee is not a committee of either House of Parliament or of both houses," end quote. Not only is it not a committee of Parliament, MPs and senators on NSICOP actually give up their parliamentary rights. Subsection 12.1 of the Act says, quote, "Despite any other law, no member or former member of the committee may claim immunity based on parliamentary privilege in a proceeding against them in relation to a contravention of subsection 11.1 or of a provision of the Security of Information Act or in relation to any other proceeding arising from any disclosure of information that is prohibited under that subsection," end quote. Furthermore, subsection 5.1 of the Act governing the committee says, quote, "The members of the committee are to be appointed by the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the Prime Minister to hold office during pleasure until the dissolution of Parliament following their appointment, end quote. In other words, members of NSICOP hold office at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. Subsection 6.1 of the Act says, the Governor and Council is to designate the chair of the committee from among the members of the committee on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. In other words, the Prime Minister decides who will chair the committee. Subsection 61 gives the Minister the authority to refuse information requested by the committee. Subsection 8.1b gives a minister the right to block the committee's review of any matter. And subsection 21.5 gives the Prime Minister the power to direct the committee to revise reports and to remove information. It says, quote, if after consulting the chair of the committee, the Prime Minister is of the opinion that information in an annual or special report is information, the disclosure of which would be injurious to national security, national defense, or international relations, or is information that is protected by litigation privilege or by solicitor-client privilege, or the professional secrecy of advocates and notaries, the Prime Minister may direct the committee to submit to the Prime Minister a revised revision of the annual or special report that does not contain that information. These provisions, allowing the Prime Minister to direct the committee to revise reports on the Prime Minister's opinion that information is injurious to national security, national defense, international relations, or solicitor-client privilege, are so broad and all-encompassing that it gives the Prime Minister great latitudes to see reports revised that might be embarrassing to the government. So NSICOP is not a committee of Parliament. Its members give up their rights they have as parliamentarians. Its members and its chair serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. Any minister has the broad latitude to refuse the committee information and to block a committee's review. And the Prime Minister has the broad power to change committee reports before they are made public. All of this is not new. It's the exact criticism Information Commissioner Suzanne Legault gave in her testimony about Bill C-22 that passed in the last Parliament that now governs this committee. So clearly, it's the wrong committee to hold the government accountable. It's like the fox guarding the henhouse, and that's why it's the wrong committee for the redacted documents to be sent to. But really, the argument I've just made about NSICOP being the wrong committee is really beside the point, because the three orders of the House and its special committee are clear. The unredacted documents are to be sent to the law clerk and parliamentary council, not to NSICOP. Now, I've heard the government make reference to the fact that NSICOP is similar to committees that exist in other democracies. That is not accurate. NSICOP is not similar to the UK's Intelligence and Security Committee. Unlike NSICOP, the UK's Intelligence and Security Committee is not under the control of the British Prime Minister. In addition, the UK's Intelligence and Security Committee is a committee of Parliament. It consists of 9 members, one of whom is the chair. While the Prime Minister nominates candidates for the committee, both houses of Parliament must confirm their respective parliamentarians. And both the House of Commons and the House of Lords have the power to reject the nominated candidates. And the chair of the committee is not appointed on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, but rather is elected by committee members at the first meeting of the committee. As a result, the UK's Intelligence and Security Committee has autonomy from the Prime Minister and the government. It is a committee of Parliament with the ability to hold the British government accountable. The government has said it will not hand over the documents because it is concerned about national security. That argument is not cogent, because in all 3 orders of the House and its special committee, a provision was made to protect national security or any details of an ongoing criminal investigation. In the order adopted by this House on June 2nd, Clause D says, and I quote, "The law clerk and parliamentary councils shall confidentially review the documents with a view to redacting information which, in his opinion, could reasonably be expected to compromise national security or reveal details of an ongoing criminal investigation other than the existence of an investigation, end quote. There is a difference between the 3 orders with respect to the Winnipeg Lab documents and the House Order of December 2009 that required the previous Conservative government to hand over documents concerning Afghan detainees. The difference is this. All 3 orders of this House and its special committee in this Parliament regarding the Winnipeg Lab documents have provisions to protect national security and any details of an ongoing criminal investigation. The House Order of December 2009, which had been moved by Mr. Desange on December 10th, 2009, contained no such provisions. It simply ordered the government to hand over the documents about Afghan detainees in their original and uncensored form forthwith, which meant they would have to be immediately and publicly released without any redactions. We took great pains in the drafting of these 3 orders for the Winnipeg Lab documents to address the national security concerns expressed by the government at that time. Madam Speaker, another point to make is this. The first 2 orders adopted by the special committee had the support of all members of the committee, including members of the ministerial party. That was not an oversight. The members of the ministerial party knew exactly what they were voting for and knew exactly what the order of the committee said. And so even members of the ministerial party believe the government must hand over these documents to the House and the special committee. Madam Speaker, since March 31st, 2.5 months ago, the government has ignored these orders. And now their ignorance has caught up to them. Initially, the government hid behind the Privacy Act, ignoring parliamentary supremacy and ignoring the fact that subsection 8(2)(c) of the Privacy Act itself grants an exemption for personal information that is disclosed in compliance with an order made by a body with jurisdiction to compel the production of information. After that argument didn't seem to hold any more water, the government hid behind the excuse of national security, ignoring the fact that all 3 orders made provisions for the protection of national security. The reality is that one has to conclude that the government is doing nothing more but buying time to avoid providing this House and its special committee with information, hoping the clock will run out with the adjournment of the House next week, Wednesday. Madam Speaker, my colleagues and I have not taken this decision lightly to pursue this motion of censure and to call the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to the bar. We understand the constitutional implications of this, and we understand the stress that public servants at the Public Health Agency of Canada must be feeling. However, there are bigger issues at stake here, including the strength of our parliamentary institutions, their rights and their privileges, which have been under immense pressure in the last year, some would even say in retreat because of the restrictions of the pandemic. Since March 31st, we have repeatedly urged the government to comply with the order. We have given the government ample time to comply with the orders and making clear the consequence of not doing so, including earlier this week at the special committee meeting of Monday evening. Despite all these admonitions, despite all these urgings, the government has chosen not to comply. I make one last appeal to the government, Madam Speaker, at this late hour. I urge the government to comply with the orders of this House and its special committee and deliver the unredacted documents to the law clerk and parliamentary counsel of this House. And I urge all my colleagues in this House to vote for this motion if the government continues to refuse to comply with these orders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East. St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his very clear exposition of what took place in the committee, in the Canada-China Committee. I was, as a member of this committee, as vice chair, as well as the honourable member, would like to just ask you to reiterate. You tried to find an explanation as to why the government is refusing to make this information available. They did claim legal authority at one time with the lawyer who was brought to the committee. Do you think that they are acting upon legal advice, or do you think that there's another reason?
We want to remind the member that he's to address all questions and comments through the chair and not to the individual member. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for St. John's East, for his question. I think it's clear that the government is delaying and obfuscating. I think it's clear the government is trying to cover this entire matter up. And I base it upon the following evidence. Initially, as the member from St. John's East pointed out, the government hid behind the excuse of the Privacy Act and the protection of personal information. Then it shifted its argument and started to make the argument that it wasn't about the protection of personal information under the Privacy Act, but rather about national security. And so I've come to the conclusion, I think anyone would have to come to the conclusion, that the government is delaying and obfuscating on this matter because there is information that they do not want to have come to light because it would embarrass the government and demonstrate that they were lax in their oversight of national security and policy at the Winnipeg Lab.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon...
I'd like to thank my colleague for Wellington Halton Hills. He's someone that I appreciate, somebody who works very hard and is very perceptive. At Monday's meeting, I know that my colleague was present. Did he learn anything interesting during the 3 hours of the committee on Monday? The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour...
Thank you for the question from my colleague for the Bloc Québécois. He participated in Monday night's meeting as well. During 3 hours, we did not receive any answers to our questions.
We didn't get any answers to our questions, and I think it demonstrates a profound lack of respect for Parliament, a profound lack of respect for our parliamentary democracy. If you watch committees of other legislatures around the world, parliamentarians get real answers about the questions they are asking. Through the internet and through other media, we can see what happens in legislatures in Europe, in the UK, and in the United States. When elected officials ask questions, they get answers. I think it speaks to the government's profound lack of respect for this place, and the fact that after asking repeated serious questions about the Winnipeg Lab, we continue to get stonewalled and we continue not to receive answers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it has been a great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to work with this member on the Canada-China Committee and various other fora. I know that fighting for democracy and for parliamentary institutions has been a core part of what he's done, both in foreign affairs and domestically. And I want to ask him to just expand on some of the comments he's made that I think are very important about really the broader attacks that we are seeing on the ability of Parliament to do its job, this increasing pressure from the government to minimize the role of Parliament and to minimize its real powers to hold the government accountable. What is the trend that he's observing in this respect, and what do we need to do as parliamentarians from all parties to assert the privileges, the rights, and indeed the important role that any parliament should play in a democracy in the face of the approach of the current government?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that very important question. I'm very worried about the future of our country. I think our institutions have been weakened in recent years, and I think all Canadians should be very alarmed at the state of these institutions. I have never seen institutions so weak in my lifetime as I've seen them now, possibly never so weak in our history. We don't have a Governor General because the previous Governor General resigned because of scandal. We don't have a permanent clerk of the Privy Council. The previous clerk to this one resigned because of scandal. 8 senior members of the Canadian Armed Forces have resigned or been removed from their posts in recent months. We have a parliament that is unable to get documents about a serious matter that concerns the government's National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We have institutions that are failing Canadians. And the government just snubs its nose at all of these issues. We need to wake up. We are in trouble as a country. Our institutions are in trouble.
To go to other questions, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I want to get my honourable colleagues' comment on an analogous situation. On October 26th in this House of Commons, members also by majority passed a motion obligating the government, requiring the government to produce documents to the Health Committee. And it prescribed the process for doing that, saying that the government had to produce unredacted documents to the law clerk, who would then redact those documents in accordance with prescribed criteria listed in that House order. The documents were to be delivered no later than December 7th. The Liberals said that they had over 1 million documents. Well, here we are in June. The Health Committee has received about 8,500 documents, 990,000 undelivered, and the government has chosen to not send those documents to the law clerk in some cases, and has redacted those documents in violation and with criteria beyond what the House ordered. Does my honourable colleague see a parallel or a similarity in the contempt that this Liberal government is showing for this Parliament, and does he think that it's violating the very important concept of supremacy of Parliament?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. It's a good one, and I'll answer it by saying that I do believe there is a pattern here, a pattern of contempt for Parliament from the Government of Canada. I am often shocked at the lack of knowledge that the government has about Parliament and its function within our system. He notes that the government's failure to provide the documents ordered to be given to the Health Committee. We're now seized with the issue of the documents the government has refused to give to the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. I can point to another example that came to my attention recently, which is the fact that someone in the government thought it appropriate in the 2021-2022 departmental plans for the Secretariat of NSICOP
to list its core responsibility as parliamentary review, when the Act itself says it's not a committee of Parliament. And on the list goes, I think it speaks to institutions that are much weakened and that are struggling to keep up. And I think it should be a wake-up call for all of us about the need to strengthen and reform these institutions so that they can serve Canadians in a much stronger fashion than they have been in recent months.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to participate in this important debate. Although I'm rarely speechless, I must say it is a little bit intimidating to follow the member for Wellington Halton Hills with such, I think, powerful and historic words about the state of our institutions. And I would encourage all members to reflect on those words. They go beyond any party, they go beyond any particular issue of the day, but they do speak to particular problems that we see right now in our national life, particular problems that reflect actions and decisions of the government. Madam Speaker, prior to getting elected, this Prime Minister was asked which other regime or political system around the world he admired most. And he said, I actually have some degree of admiration for China's basic dictatorship. And this is what we're talking about, Madam Speaker. We're talking tonight about the fact that the Prime Minister has a problem with understanding democratic values and their importance and how they operate and how they constrain a Prime Minister. And we're also dealing with the fact that as a result of his admiration for the Chinese regime, the Prime Minister has allowed our country to form dangerous associations which threaten our values, which threaten our security, which threaten global security. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to talk about those two issues. I'm going to talk about the rule of law and democratic values, and then I'm going to talk about the particular issues raised by the associations that we've seen in terms of Chinese military-affiliated scientists working at Canadian labs, and the fact that our health minister doesn't seem to see any problem with this. So, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the rule of law, we are seeing, make no mistake, regular assaults on the rule of law by this Liberal government. Last year, at the beginning of the pandemic, this government tried to pass a law under the pressure of very challenging circumstances, tried to pass a law that would effectively give itself unlimited lawmaking power for more than a year and a half. And Conservatives stood up to that. We put a stop to that, thankfully. But it should never be forgotten that the government thought that this was the appropriate thing to try to do in the face of a pandemic, that they wanted to seize on the very real fear and concern that Canadians were feeling, to try to pass a law that would have given them unlimited lawmaking power for over a year and a half without Parliament. Madam Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who has repeatedly been found in violation of ethics laws, multiple reports, multiple violations, according to the Ethics Commissioner. It has become clear that the Prime Minister who said he admired China's basic dictatorship simply does not feel that the laws apply to him. And we're seeing that again tonight. In the last week, we've had back-to-back rulings from the Speaker. Back-to-back rulings calling out the government for failing to respect the rules of Parliament, for failing to abide by them. The first ruling was on Bill C-10. After the government shut down committee debate, the committee then proceeded to vote on amendments without debate, without those amendments even being read. And thankfully, our Speaker recognized that that was a clear violation of the rules of this place. And today we have a very clear ruling. A ruling that, while giving full credit to the Speaker for making, I think we should acknowledge, came as no surprise to anyone, because it was clearly aligned with all of the past precedent, the well-established powers of Parliament to send for documents. Now, why does Parliament, as the voice of the people, as the democratic representative of this country, have the right to send for documents in every case? Because if we are to hold the executive accountable,
if we're to do our job on behalf of the people who sent us, if we're to exercise our industry and our judgment, as Burke said, then we have to have the information available to us to consider what is going on and to consider the steps that need to be taken. Speakers, since the beginning of Parliament, have recognized powers and privileges that must accord to Parliament in its role. And once again, the Speaker recognized that those precedents, recognized those rights, and affirmed that Parliament has a right to request these documents and that the government has to hand them over. But continuing in this debate today, in spite of the Speaker's ruling, the government is not at all chastened, it seems. We have members like the member for Kingston and the Islands simply reverting back to the same old talking points that have been clearly rejected by the Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't think that NSICOP is the appropriate forum. I think that the Canada-China Committee had a right to look at these documents. But frankly, it doesn't matter whether one thinks that NSICOP should be the one looking at this or not. The point is, the Speaker, the lawful authority in this case, has ruled clearly based on the precedent. And the government must follow the law. But again, we have a prime minister who simply does not think the rules and the law apply to him. And his consistent behavior since taking office, breaking ethics laws, ignoring Parliament, and in back-to-back cases in the last week, being chastened by the Speaker, the prime minister is trying to behave as if the law does not apply to him. And Madam Speaker, I want to again go through the events at the Canada-China Committee, where I have the honor of serving as vice chair, to illustrate how this came about. Because the government had many, many opportunities, and we put in place very clear and reasonable checks. And because of the reasoned process through which we proceeded, there was substantial support throughout the committee to proceed in this fashion. Now, the government thinks it's in their political interest to try to make this all about the Conservatives this, the Conservative that. This isn't about the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. This is about the fact that a parliamentary committee unanimously asked for those documents. This process started when the president of the Public Health Agency, Ian Stewart, was before the committee, and members started asking very simple questions about these two scientists who transferred deadly viruses to Wuhan and then were expelled. We were asking some very basic questions about what happened. The president of the Public Health Agency refused to answer. These questions were asked by Conservative, Bloc, and NDP members consecutively. And we asked some very general questions as well. We asked, has there ever been a case where somebody's been expelled for a policy breach? How many cases have there been in which these cases have taken place? Identifying numbers of cases in which there's been expulsion for policy breaches certainly doesn't hurt anybody's privacy, as was claimed at the time. There was a complete refusal to answer these questions. At that initial meeting, the committee agreed unanimously to give the President of the Public Health Agency until that Friday to provide additional information. No additional information was provided. So we used Standing Order 106.4 to summon the committee for a special meeting on March 31st. Now, that initial 106.4 letter was signed by members of multiple parties already. Then we had a motion adopted at that meeting to send for the unredacted documents. Now, we did so in a collaborative way, involving the whole committee in the discussion. We compromised on the number of days. The Liberals thought that the parameters we had set were the Liberals at the committee agreed that we had the right to request the documents. They said we needed to give Public Health Agency more time. We agreed to give the Public Health Agency more time, and they still refused to comply. As a result of their failure to comply, the consequence was that Ian Stewart, the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada, came back to the committee for further discussion for a 3-hour meeting. And there's a few things that are very important about that subsequent meeting that happened on May 10th. Now, one of them is that the Justice Department shared that their legal advice had been to PHAC that they didn't have to provide these documents. And the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs directly told them, you need a second opinion. Your legal advice is wrong. And actually, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, obviously a Liberal MP, went further than that. He said the Department of Justice is often wrong, and he cited a number of precedents of cases where he felt the Justice Department had given bad legal advice. And when I questioned the Justice Department lawyer, I said, look, we have the ruling from Speaker Milliken that says you have to hand over documents that Parliament has an unfettered right of access. Now, you're saying Parliament doesn't have an unfettered right of access. So that means you disagree with the Speaker's ruling. And the Justice Department said, well, yes, it's hard to square the two. It's hard to square my position with the position of the Milliken ruling. So then I said, do you think that Speaker Milliken had the lawful authority to make the ruling? And there was acknowledgement that, yes, Speaker Milliken had the lawful authority to make that ruling. So he was the authority accountable for making this ruling. He made the ruling, and the ruling is different from the Justice Department opinion. Well, Madam Speaker, you know what happens when you have a different opinion from the lawful authority about what the law should be? You have to comply with the lawful authority. That's how rule of law works. In a rule of law society, there's an authority that is empowered to make determinations about law, and you might disagree with that authority. You might disagree with the Speaker. You might disagree with the judge. You might disagree with the police officer on a given day. But you have to adhere to that lawful authority and, where available, seek appeal. But you cannot just say, well, our legal opinion is different from the lawful authority that made that decision, so we're just going to not listen. So this was the really strange testimony we heard from the Justice Department at the May 10th meeting, testimony that was directly called out by the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs. And in the end, another Liberal member, the member for Cumberland-Colchester, moved a motion to order the unredacted documents again. The second motion to order the unredacted documents, it was not only supported by the Liberals, it was actually moved in the first instance by a Liberal member, the member for Cumberland-Colchester. Now that motion was adopted unanimously, ordering the production of the documents. We compromised again with the Liberals on timeline. We wanted it 7 days, they wanted 10. We said okay. And the report was then tabled. So we have two separate orders of the House, very much driven by a collaborative process at the committee. One motion proposed by myself, one motion proposed by the member for Cumberland-Colchester. Unanimous support. Then we have an opposition motion, which says that the government has to comply with this order and provide this information. And again, the government refuses. So we have three consecutive orders, two by committee, one by the House, and the government refusing to comply. We have lawful authorities telling the government to follow the law, and the government saying, effectively, the rules don't apply to us. On Monday, we had the Minister of Health before the committee, and I was precise in asking her whether the decision to not provide the documents was made by Ian Stewart alone or whether she was consulted on that decision. And that was about the only question she responded to directly, but she told the committee that she met with Ian Stewart, they discussed it, and she agreed that they should not hand over the documents. So this isn't just a decision being made by public servants. Public servants need to be accountable for their decisions in terms of following the law. But we see how the Minister of Health, in her position by the Prime Minister, they do not feel that they have to follow the law. Madam Speaker, what is the government saying about these issues? Well, right now they're saying this should be a matter for NSICOP. On the issue of NSICOP, I was very interested by the speech from the chair of NSICOP, the member for Ottawa South. Notably, the member for Ottawa South, who's the chair of NSICOP, did not discuss whether his committee had received the documents. He did not discuss whether his committee was studying the documents, because he can't talk about what the committee is working on. He can only share information with respect to the committee that the Prime Minister allows him to release. And he made the argument that the Prime Minister's discretion in terms of limiting the release of information is constrained by law. But we've seen how the Prime Minister reacts when he's constrained by law. He doesn't believe himself to be constrained by law, Madam Speaker. So it was evident in the speech from the member for Ottawa South why NSICOP is not the appropriate body, because he himself was not able to address very basic questions. He couldn't even answer how he was voting on the motion. He can't actually, because of his role in NSICOP, speak at all about this issue in a serious way in the House, because to do so might give some indication as to whether or not his committee is studying it. We know that NSICOP is not a parliamentary committee. But the point is the Speaker has ruled. These questions about NSICOP have been answered definitively by the Speaker in his ruling, the Speaker being the lawful authority to make these determinations. Now, we see the government making arguments about national security issues. And I will say that the reason these efforts to get documents got so much support throughout the committee, including from Liberal members, including the motion being proposed by the member for Cumberland-Colchester, the reason why these efforts got so much support from Liberal members is because we put in place those protections for national security. Yes, Parliament should use its powers in a responsible way. Yes, with great power comes great responsibility. And that is why we established a process by which the documents would be given to the law clerk and the Parliamentary Council, and redactions would be made at that level. But we wanted an employee of Parliament, not of the executive, to make those determinations. That was a reasonable process that respected national security. And at the end of the day, it was our right as parliamentary committee. It was our right as a collective parliament in the context of the opposition motion to make these decisions. The fundamental point, Madam Speaker, is that in every case, the authorities with the constitutionally given powers to make these decisions made decisions. And in every case, in 3 consecutive instances, dealing with this issue alone, and in many others, as we've discussed, the government said the rules don't apply to us. We know now why the Prime Minister believes that it would be so much better to have a basic dictatorship. We see how the Prime Minister treats our institutions as if we live in a basic dictatorship. Truly respecting the values of a parliamentary democracy means that you do things as an executive that you might not want to do because you are accountable to the people's representatives. You don't get to do exactly whatever you want. You are bound by law. Madam Speaker, at the Canada-China Committee, we've discussed the distinction between rule of law and rule by law. Rule of law characterizing our system where leaders are bound by law, and rule by law whereby leaders use law to their advantage to get the kinds of outcomes they want. The Prime Minister is behaving as if he thinks this is a rule by law system instead of a rule of law system. The Prime Minister needs to know that the rules apply to him. Now, Madam Speaker, on the issue of research cooperation with the Chinese military, we have a case where 2 scientists were involved in transferring deadly viruses to the Wuhan Institute for Virology. The head of the lab at the time, Matthew Gilmore, raised concerns about this. He raised the fact that there was no materials transfer agreement in place. He raised other concerns about the credibility of what was to happen. And his concerns were ignored, and a few years later, he resigned suddenly and left the country. After this information was, these deadly viruses were transferred, even in a context, by the way, where security concerns had already been raised about the Wuhan lab, people were expelled who were involved in this transfer. But no explanation was given as to why they were expelled or what the context of the investigation was. We found out since that another person, Fei Huyan, was affiliated at the People's Liberation Army Academy of Military Medical Sciences while working at the Winnipeg lab. Now, Madam Speaker, some of these issues are complex, but some of these issues are fairly simple. When you hear that somebody from the Academy of Military Medical Sciences is working and gathering information at a Canadian lab, it shouldn't be difficult to identify that that's a problem. The government of China is currently, as we speak, committing genocide. It's running concentration camps for Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. Now, we know that the government of China is deploying all of its most up-to-date technology in its suppression of minority communities like Uyghurs. We know that they are always trying to access new technology, the most sophisticated surveillance, in order to control and repress minority populations and indeed to inflict this ongoing genocide. So when we're engaged in research cooperation around virology with the military of a country that is involved in genocide, I think that should just horrify the basic moral sensibilities of Canadians. And there's all the questions around what kinds of cooperation were happening between the Winnipeg Lab and the Wuhan Institute for Virology. There's very serious questions that need to be investigated about the lab leak theory potentially being a cause of COVID-19. There's security questions. There's obviously intellectual property questions. There's human rights questions. And I posed these questions to the Minister of Health at committee on Monday. And she just piled this in layers of complexity. Well, it's complicated. Well, the world works together. We've got to have this research cooperation. This is the way the research system works. Everybody's working together, on research cooperation. Madam Speaker, I'm in favor of research cooperation with like-minded countries, but I do not want us engaged in research cooperation when there is a very serious risk that research done in Canada contributes to repression of minorities, contributes to genocide, contributes to threats to our own security. These are questions of our fundamental values. And the government, in addition to talking about a basic dictatorship, is just so naive to the risks to our values. Madam Speaker, this privilege motion is critically important. We need to stand up for Canada, stand up for our values, and hold the government to account.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In his intervention today, the member specifically stated, quote, "This was not a decision just of the President of Public Health Agency," end quote. He actually went on to say that this was also a decision of the minister. Then explain to me, Madam Speaker, why isn't the minister named in this motion? Why is it just the President of PHAC who's being called before the bar of Parliament in this motion? Is it perhaps that doing so would actually constitute considering not having confidence in this House? See, this is the games that the Conservatives will play, Madam Speaker, when it comes to this issue. They're willing to sacrifice the career of a public servant for their own political gain, and that's exactly what's happening here. Can the member tell me, Mr. Speaker, why isn't anybody else named in this motion other than a public servant?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member accuses me of threatening the career of a public servant. I would simply say this. I would put at risk the careers of thousands of public servants if it was necessary to defend the rule of law, because the rule of law is important. The rule of law is critically important. It is more important than our comfort. It is more important than anyone's career. It is more important, far more important than my career, Mr. Speaker. The minister told the committee that she had discussions with the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada and agreed with his decision. So the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada is accountable for this decision, and he must bring the documents to the committee. The government also clearly bears responsibility for their own failures, and we hold them accountable every day in question period and other fora. The Minister of Health, the Prime Minister, they are part of this decision to refuse to hand over these documents. And you can be sure that not just Conservatives, multiple opposition parties working together will hold the government accountable and defend the rule of law in this country and demand that we not engage in the deeply troubling practice of research cooperation with a military committing genocide.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very passionate speech. I wondered if he was in a tent or something. He has an interesting background. I listened to the member for Kingston and the Islands say that Conservatives are motivated by political interests, but I'd like to come back to a quiz that I used to do when I was young. I'd like to hold up a mirror so he can see that Liberals are also motivated by political interests. And they use all kinds of excuses to never give any information. We never had any information for the We Charity scandal, and today with the Winnipeg Laboratory, we're not getting anything there either. So does my colleague share my opinion?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je n'avais beaucoup de choses de...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't add much to what my colleague said. In general, I agree. And I'd like to say that I appreciate the cooperation that we've had with the Bloc Québécois on the committee. We have worked together to hold the government to account on the Canada-China Committee, and we've worked very effectively together. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague knows, I disagree with him on many things, but he has made some important points tonight. And I most specifically, I think, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that you have ruled on this motion of privilege. This is something that all parliamentarians should keep as a very serious subject. A breach of privilege is not something to be taken lightly. I know, Mr. Speaker, when you rule on something like this, you do not take it lightly. You investigate the precedents before you make your ruling. And now this is before Parliament. And I've been greatly disturbed by the slightly unhinged comments from the member from Kingston and the Islands, because it appears that the government and government members are not taking this seriously. We heard similar comments with all of the ethical violations that the Prime Minister has made over the last few years, more than any other Prime Minister in Canadian history. And I guess I would ask my colleague why the government is not taking this serious breach of privilege and this debate tonight seriously.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government not taking these issues seriously? Well, I think let's distinguish between members like the member for Kingston and the Islands, who unfortunately is likely simply being given a line to deliver. But why is the Prime Minister? Why is the Health Minister? Why are the powers that be repeatedly refusing orders of the House? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that they have decided that there are things in these documents that they do not want to be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. And that's very much worrying. Because we know that the government wants to move their legislative agenda forward, and they have had many, many opportunities to simply hand over the documents, and then this whole thing goes away. It all goes away. It goes away right now if they hand over the documents. That's all they have to do. And they're not handing them over to the public. They're handing them over to a committee that will, to the law clerk, who will then review them, redact items, hand things over to a committee. The government could make all of this go away tomorrow. But they have repeatedly, knowing the consequences, refused to do that. And that suggests that there is something in these documents that they are so afraid of having see any kind of light of day, even through the law clerk and a committee looking at it in camera. And recognizing that fear in the government should just underline the urgency of continuing to push very hard on these issues.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank this member for his intervention tonight. First of all, I think it's pretty clear to everyone here that he's speaking in support of this motion. But what I would like to ask the member specifically is, in the motion, it actually calls for the president of PHAC to come with the documents, and in that, says right in the motion, contrary to what some members from the Liberal Party have said, that there are safeguards to ensure that the confidentiality and the national security concerns that are raised will be addressed by the law clerk, who has experience ensuring that those vital interests are maintained. Does the member believe that this is a good compromise that will protect national security at the same time allowing parliamentarians to do our job?
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question and for his excellent work previously on the Canada-China Committee prior to the leadership transition. Mr. Speaker, the previous ruling of Speaker Milliken emphasized that Parliament has a right to unfettered access to documents, and also that Parliament is enjoined to exercise that right in a thoughtful and responsible way. And in this case, Parliament has exercised its right, and it's put in place very judicious safeguards. The documents would be handed over to the law clerk and the Parliamentary Council, that they could be redacted and then transmitted on to the committee, who would look at them in camera. But, Mr. Speaker, the critical difference between the government's procedure and our procedure is that in our procedure, it is employees of Parliament who understand and respect the privileges of Parliament, who are making determinations about appropriate redactions, rather than the executive having carte blanche to make its own determinations about redactions based on criteria that they aren't sharing with us. It's important to remember that on these issues of national security, the government didn't even start invoking national security in their arguments until substantially into the process. At the beginning, they weren't talking about national security. They were talking about privacy. But when we clearly pointed out that there are exceptions in the Privacy Act which address the very issues that they're talking about, exceptions in the Privacy Act which talk about the right of lawful authorities to request documents, then they changed tack and stopped talking about privacy and started talking about national security. The point is it was an invented excuse partway through. And when we're asking very general questions about are there Chinese military-affiliated sciences at Canadian labs, those are questions that should be answered, Mr. Speaker. If not in public, then certainly in private.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak of our motion on the question of privilege that I'd like to take the time to reread for those who are listening. So what we are saying is that the House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10th, 2021, and accordingly orders its president to attend at the bar of the House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment delivered by the Speaker, and B, delivering up the documents ordered by this House on June 2nd, 2021 to be produced so that they may be deposited with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council under the terms of that order. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, when we reread the motion, we see that this is of primary importance to a democracy, to respect for the authority of the House of Commons. It is no surprise, unfortunately, that the way this government has been acting for the past 5, almost 6 years now, and now we're reaching a point we have rarely seen in the House of Commons in some 50 years. Lacking such respect for the institution is something that will go down in history, but for all the wrong reasons. I'd like to come back to the file that concerns us today. Why are we here, Mr. Speaker? Well, first of all, we have to understand that there was news that came out in 2019 that 2 Chinese scientists were pushed out of the lab in Winnipeg. And I'd like to say before I begin that I'll be sharing my time with a member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. So in July 2019, we learned this news. It was surprising, but it remained a little bit unclear. We were waiting for more information. COVID started, and we went into COVID mode for 2020. At the same time, the Canada-China Committee was doing work on Hong Kong, and then on a motion that I tabled in committee, we undertook to look at national security and relations between Canada and China. There are different levels, different aspects to security that have to be looked at, like defense, for example. And one of those points was to see or look at the study with public health and China. And that's where specifically we started to see the problems that we are having and seeing today. On March 22nd, the President, Ian Stewart of the Public Health Agency of Canada, came to tell the committee that he was not saying anything. The committee members looked at each other and thought, well, we were asking questions, normal questions, what happened? We talked about Winnipeg, and it was completely cut off. There was no way to get any information, so we started to have doubts and questions, obviously. Following that, we asked for an emergency meeting of the committee on March 31st, and we had the law clerk, Philippe Duchesne of the House, and Michel Bédard, the deputy law clerk, and we asked for advice. They're officers of Parliament. Please explain to us, what are our rights? How does it work? And at that point, we were told the procedure, and it was normal for a committee like the Canada-China Relations Committee to ask for the documents. So at that meeting, we tabled a motion, and the motion asked specifically to have those documents so that they be provided to the law clerk. They are officers of Parliament, and they would go through the documents to redact them if need be, where there was privacy issues or national security issues. So after weeks of waiting, another surprise, we got documents, but redacted documents, not by our law clerks, but by the President of Public Health Agency of Canada and his officials who decided what documents would be redacted and how. So we come back on May 10th. We come back with the law clerks, the officers of Parliament, and the President of Public Health Agency of Canada to the Special Committee on China-Canada Relations and then said, how is it working? How does it work? Once again, the law clerk said it was their job to analyze the documents that were provided by a government agency, and they would have the power, the accreditation to do the assessment. Great. So why isn't it happening like this? At that meeting, there were, at the same meeting of May 10th, another surprise. The Liberal member for Cumberland-Colchester tabled a motion. So the Liberals said they wanted it to be done, that the documents be provided, that the law clerks do the work, and furthermore, that if it didn't work, that it would be sent to the House of Commons. So, what happened? What was to happen happened. It happened again, and the House was therefore seized with the issue. So there was a debate on the motion on June 2nd to vote. The House of Commons voted and gave the order to Public Health Agency of Canada and its president to provide the documents as requested in the legitimate committee of the House of Commons, the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. So, what happens then, Mr. Speaker? Someone somewhere said, hey, I have an idea. We're going to send the documents to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians as if we were sending the documents to committee. We've done our job. Okay. An order that says to send it to the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations with law clerks in place to do the job. No, it gets sent to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, or NSI-COP, and trying to make people believe that that committee would do the job. And then they said that there were all the parties on the committee. The Bloc wasn't on the committee, but it's a secret, top-secret committee. The two Conservatives and the Bloc member who sitting on the committee, all they can learn has to be kept secret until they die. So ultimately what's going to happen, they're going to do the assessment, make a report to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister already knows this information. He already knows what's happening in Winnipeg. Everybody knows that in government. So it's really just for show that they're sending it to NSI-COP. 3 MPs who must keep this secret until they die. We'll never know what the results are. It's clear this is the government's strategy. But once again, it's an affront to the House of Commons. This committee is not a parliamentary committee like the other committees of the House. And it's in contradiction of the order that was given to send it to the Canada-China Relations Committee. In addition to this affront, this parliamentary affront, which shocks me, is the affront to the officers of Parliament. I'm talking about the law clerk and the deputy law clerk. They're members of the team, like our clerks here. They're not elected officials. They're not members of the opposition. They're staff. They're here, given their qualifications and ability to process information to ensure that privacy and intelligence is respected. Why don't we trust our law clerks and provide them with the documents so they can look at the documents and give it to the committee members as requested. So it's an even deeper issue. It's a danger that we can't even imagine as to what has happened in Winnipeg, between Winnipeg and Wuhan and the Chinese army. It's very serious to do these kinds of maneuvers. It adds another layer to the problem. It increases the sensitivity. It creates a phenomenon. We don't want to create fear here, but there's also a way to speak with the opposition to understand what is happening, because we're all Canadians, no matter what our political party is, and we're all entitled to know what is happening here in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Come on.
Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'd like to give this member an opportunity to answer the question that I asked the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. If the real subject of the debate tonight is the government and the way that the government handled matters, why is the government or any member of the government not named in this motion? Why does this motion go after a public servant?
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And the answer will be the same as my colleague from Sherwood Park said. The person in question is a member of the public service. I was going to say officials, but it's an English word, so I won't. But this individual is violating and not respecting an order of the House, be it somebody of the public service, be it 1, 10, 100 public servants. When we talk about the rule of law, the precedence of the House, this person must respond. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Lac Saint-Jean, Mr. Speaker. No problem. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Charlebourg Saint-Charles, a colleague who I think highly of. He was there with me, and the minister came to committee to respond to questions, and every time she answered or did not answer the question, how is it possible? How is this possible? How is it possible to get so few answers to so many questions? I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, in his opinion, did the minister show a lack of respect for parliamentarians? The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Lac Saint-Jean, for his question. It was, I would say politely, disgusting to see the minister testify for 3 hours at Canada-China relations, but she had the order. There are many orders that are given in this House, and she got the order to come to the committee to explain herself and answer our questions. And it was the same kind of answer as when we are in question period in the afternoon, evasive, or a total lack of an answer. The question was, did you get a briefing on what happened, for example? And the answer, no, I didn't get a briefing on that. Are you the Minister of Health of Canada? So it was either a voluntary lack of respect or total incompetence.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask this honourable member a question I asked a previous member, because I'm concerned as a parliamentarian that there's a disturbing pattern of a government that is simply refusing to recognize not only the democratic will of this chamber, but the supremacy of Parliament. It appears that this is a government that thinks it's above the majority expression of the House of Commons. And I'm referring to an order passed in this House on October 26, 2020, that ordered this government to produce documents on a variety of subjects to the Health Committee that to this day the government has refused to do. They violated the time limit. They are refusing to send documents to the law clerk as the order requires, and they are redacting when the order says they are not to redact, but the law clerk is, and then they redact according to criteria beyond the House order. Does my honourable colleague think that this latest motion is simply a continuation of a pattern of disrespect for this House by a government that seems to have forgotten that it's subject to the will of the majority of people in this place.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci mon collègue pour sa question.
Thank you to my colleague for his question. I would say that it's more than a trend. It's a serious trend from this government when it comes to lacking respect for the institution that is the House of Commons. It was said years ago that the Prime Minister said years ago that he appreciated dictatorships because they didn't have to negotiate with a parliament and opposition parties. He mentioned that it was great fun to have a system like that. So when we see how this government operates, we see where the inspiration comes from.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak to this question of privilege, although they're not happy circumstances, though, as we find ourselves yet again with this Liberal government brazenly defying an order of this House in the name of a cover-up. This government operates in cover-ups, so we shouldn't be surprised. Multiple times, the Canada-China Committee ordered documents from PHAC regarding the Winnipeg lab leak, and each time they were met with pages and pages of blacked out documents that did not satisfy the order of committee. Again, not much of a surprise. Blacked out documents came nowhere close to satisfying the order of this committee, and that's why we find ourselves here today. We have serious questions about what happened at the Winnipeg lab. And this is a level 4. It's a it's a high security lab. And we had scientists there that were working with the Chinese military to the point where foreign state actors were given access to some of the world's deadliest viruses that were stored in the lab. We've seen the human rights violations that the CCP will publicly carry out on their own soil. And the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, detailed the problematic relationship between this type of scientific cooperation and information collection between our country and a country that is the Chinese government that is frankly perpetrating a genocide on their soil. But here we have a situation where the government, the government of Canada, is unwilling to provide answers about the access and the samples and the personnel that are involved in this case. We had 2 scientists that were fired. They were locked out of this Winnipeg lab. And we know that their security clearances were revoked because of concerns by our National Intelligence Agency, CSIS. This raises serious questions. Now that the opposition has dialed in on this failure, the government is doing everything they can to hide from accountability. The documents were ordered twice by the Canada-China Committee, and twice the government has failed to provide the information. The House ordered the information be provided, and the government has refused to do that. Now, we've seen it before, and I will speak to that because this is frankly a disturbing pattern that we've seen from this government. How they're willing to do anything to save their political skin, and they'll scream that it is the Conservatives who are acting in some kind of hyper-partisan way by exercising our function as the official opposition in this place. But in this case, the orders from committee were unanimous. Members sitting on the same side of the House as the cabinet voted unanimously for the order of these documents, unredacted, to be reviewed by appropriate authorities, independent authorities. The House had not just the Conservatives. We had the Conservatives, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP vote
to have the parliamentary law clerk review the unredacted documents and then to make an assessment on what information needed to be protected on the grounds of national security. But here we have it, and it's frankly quite troubling. And the member for Wellington Halton Hills really laid out the case quite well. But this is a dangerous pattern, and it does threaten. It does threaten our democracy. It certainly threatens Canadians' confidence in our democracy. We have a prime minister who promised to do politics differently, and he has done, well, frankly, what he's done is not a record to be proud of. It's not open by default. It's not transparent. And I will talk about the government will say that this accountability mechanism that is being exercised, a check against the power of the executive, is some sort of delay. But we know that this government has not prioritized moving legislation through this place. And when they've sought it, they have received the unanimous consent of all parties in this House to advance the necessary supports for people during this pandemic. So this isn't about that. But let's talk about that record that this Prime Minister has. We have reports from the Ethics Commissioner, one titled Trudeau Report 1, where the Prime Minister was found guilty of contravening sections of the Conflict of Interest Act, namely sections 5, 11, 12, and 21. That was for his trip to Billionaire Island. We had the...
Going to interrupt the honourable member, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been a number of points of order tonight with respect to relevance. Certainly myself and the member from Ottawa South were called out on that, and we're continually being asked to be brought back onto relevance. This motion before us today, Mr. Speaker, specifically has to do with the Public Health Agency of Canada and the president of the Public Health Agency. It certainly never once mentions the Prime Minister, nor does it even mention the government for that matter. Yet this member has gone way off topic into talking about the Prime Minister directly and issues that he foresees with the Prime Minister, but he's not being relevant to the discussion that we're supposed to be having on this particular motion today. So I think that it would be prudent of you to rein him in and ask him to stick to the motion. The previous speaker that was sitting in your place started to read out the actual motion to the member from Ottawa South. Perhaps you need to do the same thing for this member so that he knows what we're talking about.
I want to remind the honourable members that the discussion, the debate, has to be relevant to what we're discussing this evening. And I'm sure the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes is probably making an argument, and he's coming back, and I'm sure he'll come back with an argument very quickly. So I'll leave it in his hands to continue.
Speaker, and I'll just ask that that my time should reflect more than 4 minutes left on the clock, because I know that for 5.5 full minutes that I have talked exactly about this motion and did start to build the case for an additional 30 seconds. And so the member from Kingston and the Islands' point is disingenuous at best. But what I'm demonstrating is that this government, led by the Prime Minister, who's named in those two reports, has a pattern of disregarding the rule of law. They believe that the rules do not apply to them. So this is certainly germane to the subject of them defying an order of this House, and that is obviously why you, Speaker, found a prima facie case of privilege that we're debating this evening to be decided by this place. As I was saying, in the Trudeau 2 report tabled by the Ethics Commissioner, the Prime Minister was found guilty for contravening Section 9 of the Conflict of Interest Act. Again, seeing him disregarding the rule of law, as the government did in this case with the PHAC documents. That, of course, was where he attempted to politically interfere in the prosecution of his friends at SNC-Lavalin. So twice that Prime Minister in a 4-year term found guilty of breaking ethics laws. In that same term, we see this pattern of law breaking where the President of the Queen's Privy Council found guilty of contravening Section 6 and 21 of the Conflict of Interest Act. We saw that same pattern with the Finance Minister, Bill Morneau. He was found guilty of breaking the Ethics Act twice. First, with his failure to disclose his directorship in a numbered company and his forgotten French villa, but also contravening Section 6, 7, and 21 of the Act with respect to the WE scandal. And it goes on and on and on. And this government went so far as to shut down Parliament to avoid scrutiny again when parliamentarians were looking to
interrupt the honourable member. I think he is going offline. Would he like me to read the motion to him, or is he okay? Okay, I'll let him continue. I'm sure he'll bring it around to the motion, and we'll stay on topic. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And with respect to the point of order raised from the member from Kingston and the Islands, again, that member who raised it, I'll speak to something that he raised in his speech. And he raised in his speech the question of Conservatives looking to obstruct the business of this House. And so that was raised directly by that member. So I would like to share with the House Speaker that the Liberals filibustered PROC for more than 73 hours, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics for 43 hours.
For Kingston, the Island.
When I brought up that point, I was ruled out of order to be able to speak to it. So if I wasn't allowed to speak to it, Mr. Speaker, you certainly should not be allowing the member to respond to what I wasn't even allowed to speak to.
I wasn't here when that was not allowed, but I do want to remind the honourable member for we have another point of order. The honourable member for
point of relevance. The member from Ottawa South didn't refer to the motion once during the entire speech. So, Mr. Speaker, I can understand that some Liberals are getting a little sensitive, but the member has clearly been talking to the motion. Yes, he's walked around a wider field than perhaps the member for Kingston would like, but I do believe he is on target.
We'll go back to the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, and I'm sure he's going to hit the target right on, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I noticed the member for Kingston and the Islands in his last two questions, which were no rulings were made on those by the chair occupant at the time on who should be named in the motion. Now, of course, the president of PHAC is named because he signed the letters, but I'm just wondering which ministers he would like to amend the motion to name and to have them also admonished, and if that would, or censured, and if that would then bring him on side to vote in favor of this transparency mechanism. But in saying that, I'd also remind the House that the Liberals filibustered the Finance Committee for 35 hours, the Standing Committee on National Defence for 16 hours, and Foreign Affairs for more than 10 hours, and many other filibusters, including the Health Committee, where there was also an issue, Speaker, where documents were not tabled in keeping with an order from parliamentarians. So we have this gross problem with this government where they don't believe that if they provide a rationale that the laws don't apply, they believe the laws don't apply to them anymore. That's not how this works. Canadians expect us to govern ourselves as to the highest standard, and we've seen anything but with this government. This is a straight up and down issue. It's a question of, does the government believe the rules apply to them or not? And if they don't believe the laws apply to them, well, frankly, that's an admission that they're not fit to govern. Because the arguments that they've put forward this evening are absolutely insufficient. Canadians deserve better than a government that is unwilling to follow the rule of law. The lawful authority has made decisions with respect, and there is precedent that establishes that these documents can be ordered. We have confidence in the law clerk that they will exercise their function appropriately and provide these documents to parliamentarians in a way that provides consideration for national security interests. And it's not a question of giving it to a group of parliamentarians who report to the Prime Minister. We're asking that the government demonstrate its ability or a minimum willingness to be accountable to Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, he started to answer my question, Mr. Speaker. I want to give him an opportunity to keep going. He actually just said moments ago, quote, the government did not follow the law, end quote. Well, then why isn't the government named in this motion? The government is not named in this motion. It's the president of the Public Health Agency of Canada. Why wasn't the government named in this when this member and all Conservative members and block members and block questions and all they've been doing is talking about the government the whole night, but yet they didn't even mention the government in the motion. Please, Mr. Speaker, through you, will the member elaborate as to why that is?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, I haven't had a conversation with the opposition House Leader at this point, but I am confident that if the member for the Kingston and the Islands would like to move an amendment to the motion to include a set of government ministers to be censured by this House, that opposition parties would enter into a discussion with the government. And I think that that would be an important first step in the government recognizing that it's been complicit in damaging our democracy. And that would be a good first step in admitting that they'd done wrong. In the meantime, the president of PHAC signed the letters that acknowledged he was in breach of a lawful order to tender those documents. And so he will be called to the bar should it be the will of this House. But again, if the member for Kingston and the Islands would like to name some of his colleagues or individuals from the ministry, I would certainly be willing to broker those discussions to have that added to the motion, and would, of course, enjoy his support in voting for this motion and transparency for Canadians.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout à l'heure, mon...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean asked a question earlier of my colleague of Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles on the transparency of the Liberals. 4 times he asked, how is it possible, this lack of transparency? And I would like to add, how is this possible 2 more times? Looking at the documents that were redacted and given to the Parliamentary Committee for National Security and Intelligence. Not so long ago, there was no member of the Bloc Québécois, but today, this morning, we found out that there was finally a member of the Bloc Québécois that was going to be part of this committee. Is this not symptomatic, this way of acting? The Liberals seem to have a problem, in my opinion, with transparency. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. It's been on full display with this government for 6 years that their unwillingness to do what they promised Canadians in 2015 and 2019, and that's to be the most open government in history and to let the sun shine in as it is the best disinfectant. It's disingenuous, and demonstrative of the issue with NSICOP being the committee that this issue would be sent to, when the nominations from the official opposition for those changes in membership were made in October. And so to have the third party in the House, the Bloc Québécois, not have their member added until this morning on the eve of this ruling from the Speaker, again, it's disingenuous. We've seen them shut down Parliament. We've seen them threaten to go to an election during the pandemic. We've seen hours and hours and hours of filibusters from this government. They seem allergic to being transparent and accountable, and that's why we can't count on them to do the right thing. And it looks like it may need an order of this House and for individuals to be censured. And if that is the will of this place, I'm confident that will bolster Canadians' sense of confidence in this institution.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I just want to advise you that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Just take the whole time. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin my comments by saying thank you to you for the ruling today. I know that the opposition requested for you to deliberate over what had happened with respect to the redacted documents. And I think you came back, Mr. Speaker, with a very fair ruling that respects the democratic principles of this institution, that Parliament does in fact reign supreme, and that the committees do have significant powers. And I think it was a very respectful ruling and one that leads us to this evening and this debate. And I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, just what you said this afternoon as you ruled that the government breached parliamentary privileges by failing to provide secret documents to the parliamentary body that would explain the firing of 2 scientists at Canada's top infectious disease lab in Winnipeg. And you went further, Mr. Speaker, as you know, to say that it's up to the opposition House Leader who asked for the ruling to decide on a follow-up motion that might censure the government or refer the matter for more study. And that's precisely where we are this evening. And that opposition motion and the motion that was put forward by the government House Leader speaks to the fact that the House finds the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10th. And that's a very important issue here, Mr. Speaker, because there's been 3 orders, 2 by committee and 1 of this body, for those documents to be provided to the parliamentary law clerk and to House administration officials, and orders its president to attend the bar of the House in the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the 2nd sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment delivered by the Speaker, and B, delivering up the documents ordered by this House on June 2nd, 2021 to be produced so that they may be deposited with the law clerk and the Parliamentary Council under the terms of that order. And Mr. Speaker, for any Canadian that is watching this debate tonight, I think, and I've sat here for most of it, I think it's rather disturbing, frankly, to see, in fact, the government trying to not provide the information that's been ordered by Parliament or, in fact, these committees. And this is a systemic problem that's been going on for as long as I've been in this Parliament, and many of the members on the opposition side have been in this Parliament, that we see a government that really, despite the words of openness and transparency that they ran on in 2015, in fact, are anything but. And what this government would prefer more than anything else, especially given the time that we're in right now and over the course of the last 6 years, proven by their actions or lack of actions to be transparent and accountable, they would rather have an audience than an opposition. They would rather have an audience than an opposition. And the opposition has effectively, all parties in this House, has effectively done what they are mandated to do, and that's to hold the government to account. And when the facts of this case came out, Mr. Speaker, it was disturbing. And I'll remind again, for the sake of Canadians who are watching, how we got to this point. And I think this is critically important, that there were 2 scientists that were dismissed in January from the Winnipeg lab after their security clearances were revoked in July 2019, and the RCMP were called in to investigate. Guangzhong Gu, the former head of a key program at the lab, and her biologist husband, Qiding Chang, had been the focus of parliamentary debate for weeks as opposition members became aware and had sought information about this. And in May, Canada's spy agency urged the removal of security clearances for the 2 scientists and an unknown number of Dr. Gu's students from China relating to the Wuhan facility and other national security matters. And for months, before the couple were expelled from the lab in 2019, access to information documents show that Dr. Gu played a key role in shipping 2 exceptionally virulent viruses, Ebola and Henipa, to the China's Wuhan Institute. Now, when the government when this first became aware, the first response from the government was that it was an issue of privacy. And they even sprinkled in a little racism in there as the opposition tried in their attempts to get answers to what was going on as a result of these published reports that were coming out and the fact that the RCMP and Canada Spy Agency were involved in this. And then it went into national security issues. And then, as I said earlier, 2 committees of Parliament, plus this body itself, ordered the government to provide those unredacted documents to the law clerk and Parliamentary Council so that it could be studied by, as you said, Mr. Speaker, a body that is supreme in this place. And yet, those documents weren't provided in the manner in which they were asked. So, it's somewhat disturbing that we've seen this systemic pattern, as I said earlier, of a government that has failed in many cases over the last 6 years to be transparent and be accountable to what ultimately reigns supreme in this place, and that is Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And it's quite disturbing that we've got to this point. And, we've seen this is a government that ran in 2015 on the issue of transparency and accountability, as I said, and we've seen over the course of this government being in power, more recently, the WE situation. We've seen a Prime Minister that's been charged under ethics violations and found guilty. There's just all kinds. The list is as long as the day, Mr. Speaker, of some of the violations of this government in not being as accountable and transparent as they said they would be. And it causes me as a parliamentarian, it causes my constituents and Canadians in general to be extremely cynical of what this government is doing by not being as transparent. Now, I know the government argument, and I've listened to some of the arguments tonight, has been that this information has been provided to the National Security Committee, but as you ruled, Mr. Speaker, it's not a committee of Parliament, and I think that was an important distinction to make, that it serves at the whim of the Prime Minister and the executive branch of the government, which by virtue of that association makes it unaccountable to this Parliament, and the information that the committee can create and develop is only given to the Prime Minister. And so that means that Canadians run the risk of not having that information available to them. Now, we understand. Listen, we're not naive, Mr. Speaker, to think that national security is not important. We all know that the first and primary role of government, any level of government, is to make sure that its citizens are secure. And that's why both the committee and Parliament itself in its order made sure that there were processes in place to protect information that would be in the best interest of our national security. And so this motion tonight, Mr. Speaker, that we are debating as a result of your ruling today is a critical one to indicate to the government that they just can't run around and run ramshot on what is parliamentary authority. And there's been examples of that in the past. It was brought up earlier tonight when this pandemic first started, and one of the first pieces of legislation that the government tried to introduce, Mr. Speaker, was to impose unreserved, unconditional tax and spending powers and effectively make Parliament irrelevant until January 2022. And if it wasn't for the opposition, all of us, and if it wasn't for Canadians, and if it wasn't for journalists pushing back on this attempt, this power grab by the government, I would hate to think where we are today. And it's not surprising to me, Mr. Speaker, and it shouldn't surprise any Canadian when the Prime Minister says that there's something about China's basic dictatorship that he likes and that he admires. He wasn't kidding. And we've seen this pattern over and over again over the course of the last 6 years. And again, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by thanking you for protecting this institution. Thank you for being the last line of defense on our democracy and for being there for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable colleague's speech, and he touched on a number of important points, and there's been a number of Conservative speeches over the last couple of hours that have emphasized a couple of very, very important things. One specific and unprecedented thing I would suggest is twofold. One, opposition parties and the majority of parliamentarians are united in the fact that the actions of this government are contemptuous. And second is that this is once again a demonstration of how seriously how serious the need to ensure that government is accountable. All aspects, agencies, and institutions of government are accountable to Parliament and what is the supremacy of Parliament within our democratic system. Two unprecedented things that have been demonstrated here today. I'd ask the Speaker to comment about how it's so unfortunate to see the Liberals using this as an opportunity to try and play politics, to pivot away from how they have been found in such contempt of Canadian democracy.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his statement and his question. I really, the member from Wellington, Halton Hills, I think said it best. It's up to all of us to protect those institutions, those democratic institutions that we hold so dear, Parliament being one of them, obviously. And we've seen, as I said earlier in my speech, a systemic pattern of what I would quite frankly call abuse on the part of the government in terms of the parliamentary privilege of the members of Parliament. We've seen over and over in committees, we've seen in Parliament, where we've seen prorogation of Parliament to take the heat off of them for a pretty significant issue that was happening with respect to the WE scandal. So it's incumbent upon all of us to protect this institution, and we do so because we are privileged to sit in this place, Mr. Speaker, and I've said it many times, and I feel this way as the critic for Veterans Affairs and in all that I am as a Canadian, that there have been lives that have been lost, blood that has been spilled, families that have been decimated by war, to allow us the privilege to sit in this place, Mr. Speaker, and we must defend it, as they did. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask a question about consequences. I must say this, that I was present in this House when the Conservatives were in power, and they were found in contempt by not producing documents to this House. I remember when Conservative ministers like Paul Calandra refused to ever answer a direct question. And now I hear the Conservatives in this House speaking of the absolute need for transparency and accountability. And I hope that represents a change in tone that's a learned lesson. I also similarly heard Liberals, when they were in opposition, proclaim that they've seen a new day and that if they were government, they will be transparent and accountable. And now we see them in government not doing it. So my question to my honourable colleague is, calling the president of the Public Health Agency to the bar and admonishing is a consequence. Ordering him to bring documents is a consequence. Does he feel that this is necessary so that the political parties that, when in opposition, claim allegiance to these high-minded principles seem to forget them when they're in government?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I think that's a very important point that the honourable member makes, because we've seen over the course of several parliaments lack of consequence, and we've certainly seen it with the ethical violations of the Prime Minister, effectively a slap on the wrist, and some of the other consequences that we've seen are resignations of ministers. This is why I feel, and I know our party feels, just how important it is, for the sake of protecting these democratic institutions, the public trust, as well as confidence among our fellow Canadians, to bring in measures, as we are proposing in the next election, measures of accountability that have real consequences if, for example, members of Parliament act in a manner that is not respectful or breaks the law or breaks ethic violations. Those are the types of things that we can do, Mr. Speaker, to improve the confidence of our public institutions, the confidence of those who represent us, and certainly this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for that.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, Speaker, and actually part of my riding includes Summerland, which is in the South Okanagan, and quite honestly, when you start hitting close to 10:30, 11 at night, it's all downhill. So, first of all, it's an honor to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and to join with this serious debate. Obviously, a privilege motion and a finding by the Speaker means all their business needs to stop so that we can discuss this because there are some critical things at stake. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would just like to quickly read the motion so people that are just joining in can hear it. That this House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted March 31st and May 10th, 2021, and accordingly orders its president to attend at the bar of the House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment delivered by the Speaker, and B, delivering up documents ordered by this House on June 2nd, 2021 to be produced so they may be deposited with the law clerk and parliamentary counsel under the terms of that order. Now, I bring all this, Mr. Speaker, because I'd like to share a little with the House tonight, and I hope you'll indulge me because I will be relevant, is first of all, I believe that any government, regardless of a stripe in Canada, should have the following three qualities. A, they should try to be ambitious. B, they should be competent in carrying out their duties. And lastly, they need to be accountable. Now, when we talk about ambition, Conservatives might say we just love this country as it is and we want to keep things, we want to keep, the country moving. And maybe they just want to be excellent at delivering public services. We certainly saw a lot of that during the Harper government. But this government decided that they would do things differently. So hand on heart, we're going to be open and transparent. C-48 came along, which you'll know, Mr. Speaker, which many people took on as Change the Access to Information Act that did not achieve the goals of what was said in 2015, opening up ministers' offices to access to information. And now today, Mr. Speaker, I've heard more criticisms because of COVID. The access to information isn't there. 2 billion trees. Let's plant 2 billion trees. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've lost a number of seasons already since that promise was made in 2019. They said this year that they're going to plant 30 million. That's 1.5% of the total amount. And in British Columbia last year, Mr. Speaker, to put some context, we did over 314 million trees. So again, words and then actions not in line with that. Lastly, I'll just say on electoral reform, many people in my riding still remember that they made a promise, hand on heart. We will, this will be, 2015 will be the last election under first past the post. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I raise those things is because of two things. First of all, it gives people a sense of where they're going. And as a parliamentarian, you really want to be able to engage with people, and people want to be engaged by saying, tell us what you're going to do. Now, then it moves to the competence side. So, Mr. Speaker, I got to tell you, in my office in Summerland, I share an office with Dan Ashton, MLA, and we will have people come in, and the thing I hear most on, when it was found out that the government was going to be doing, through the Canadian Armed Forces, joint military exercises for winter training with the Chinese military, people got really upset. They came in huffing and puffing. The same goes with the CanSino biologic vaccinations orders. Again, government says in May of 2020, we're going to be doing this. People said, why would you work with a country like that? And again, this is nothing to do with nationality or ethnicity, Mr. Speaker. This is about just working with the Chinese Communist government that is known to break international norms. And Mr. Speaker, and finally, I'd just like to say, now it brings us to what's happened at the Winnipeg lab. Mr. Speaker, it's a world-class facility, but there are some serious problems there. And people have said, what is going on? So that leads us from ambition to competence, now to accountability. That's where I come in, Mr. Speaker, because my role is to hold this government to account. In fact, anyone who's not a part of the executive, the cabinet, not part of the government, is a member of parliament and must hold the government to account. That's responsible government. If the government cannot maintain the majority of support in this House, they fall, a new government comes in. Maybe after election, maybe not. Maybe just a new government will form. But that's the key point of accountability. So when people ask me these questions, Mr. Speaker, and then we come to this place, or we go to a committee like the Canada-China Relations Committee, or the Health Committee, and ask questions of ministers. And the ministers themselves, Mr. Speaker, will not give substantive answers. In fact, they answer questions that seem to be totally unrelated. Now, it might be a talking point, Mr. Speaker, but the problem we have with this is we can't take those talking points back to our citizens and tell them those things and have them take us seriously. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have tonight is we have Liberal members. So we have the member from Kingston the Island, we had the member from Ottawa South, and they were, the member for Ottawa South totally disregarded the motion. But the member for Kingston, and I asked him this specifically during debate, I said, does this member have knowledge of what is in those confidential documents that we are asking so that we can look at to hold this government to account? He said no. So the ministers aren't talking, but those members of parliament that carry this government's water say, no story here, nothing to see here, folks. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. What are we supposed to take to our constituents? So, Mr. Speaker, we did raise, after multiple committees were stonewalled by the Public Health Agency of Canada, maybe under order of this government. This sounds like there were some discussions back and forth. But, Mr. Speaker, ultimately, we deserve those answers. And the government originally put up arguments about privacy. And we know that the law clerk has a means to do that. It's a process established, well done. I don't think anyone here would say that the law clerk hasn't done a spectacular job when it comes to monitoring privacy. So then they spun off onto national security. And look, I take national security incredibly seriously. But at the same token, Mr. Speaker, I'm here as a parliamentarian, as a opposition member, and I want to hold this government to account. And the ministers won't say anything. The members who we debate with tell us that everything is magically fine. Don't worry. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. And now, Mr. Speaker, where do we go? How do we get those things? Well, Mr. Speaker, we've settled by democracy. And it's Speaker Milliken had pointed out that it's the right of Parliament to get unfettered documents. We've put in place a process to make sure that national security and privacy risks are dealt with. The Liberal government tried to slide it off to the NSICOP committee, a committee of parliamentarians, yes, but not of this chamber, and not in a way that ourselves or even backbench Liberal MPs can find out the information so we can judge for ourselves whether or not the government is doing a competent job of our national security. If there are serious breaches, Mr. Speaker, serious breaches at that lab where you have to have a very high security clearance, and we hear things that the president resigned unexpectedly, that 2 members were fired, and we won't get basic questions on it. And we find out that Ebola and other serious viruses were transferred with no material transference agreement in place. We need to have those answers. Now, I don't know what's in the documents, Mr. Speaker, but what I do know is we have these questions that need to be answered, and we will do so. And if we don't, Mr. Chair, what then? Will this government, with a prime minister who I have to say, Mr. Chair, has shown very little regard for Parliament as an institution, where will we go? And this is what I always worry about, Mr. Speaker, is we've been given a very special trust by Canadians. And they basically say, hold the government to account, make sure they do good things, make sure we're proud of our institutions. That's a tall order. We will do that, Mr. Chair, but we will only be able to do that is if we get the correct information. So I would simply say this, Mr. Speaker, all members in this place want to know and be proud of being in this country. We want to know that our government is doing all it can to protect national security, but that they're doing so in a competent way. And to be asking questions is not anti-patriotic. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is patriotic for us to say we expect the best of our government. I look forward to the questions. I do hope members will vote in favor of this motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In a question that I asked earlier of the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I asked him if why the government wasn't named in this motion and why it was a public servant and why he was willing to sacrifice the career of a public servant for political gain. And in response to that question, I heard the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan say that he would sacrifice the careers of 1,000 public servants if necessary. And so my question to this member, and I mean, notwithstanding the fact that I'm very surprised that the NDP and the Bloc would go along with a motion given the fact that Conservatives are willing to say that they will sacrifice the careers of public servants over this, would this member like to indicate if he too joins that sentiment of the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan? Is he willing to sacrifice thousands of public servant careers over this?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I like to stay rooted in practical reality and not let overheated rhetoric rule the day. So what I'm going to say is this, is that the Public Health Agency of Canada is the trustee of those documents. We want to have those documents. We would like to call them to this place so that they can be deposited and so a signal can be sent from Parliament that we, again, have asked for the information and we will be respected and this institution will be respected. That's protecting the integrity of this House. So the second thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is then we will look at the documents, we will be careful with them because obviously we want to be sensitive to both privacy and national security, and then we will make our judgment on whether or not a further censure of the government from the Prime Minister or perhaps the Minister of Health needs to be carried forward. But overheated rhetoric? No. Better sense of what is going on? Please.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Avignon, Matisse, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And in all honesty, I would have liked to talk about environment with him tonight, but perhaps it's because of the government's lack of transparency. How is it possible that we don't have the answer to these questions? But I would like to know, according to my colleague, why the documents were sent to the NSI COP committee instead of what was ordered, in his opinion.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this Prime Minister has set a tone from the top down in his government. And quite honestly, that tone is one where it's a disregard for this Parliament. I don't take it personally, and for parliamentarians in general. I believe that he simply thinks, well, this is the way I would like it, this is the way it should be. And NSI COP may be valuable for our national security agencies, our intelligence committees, to be able to bounce off and see what the values of parliamentarians are based in the context of their operations, and the Prime Minister could also learn from those as well. But that is not accountability. That is a form of checking in with the values of parliamentarians that are on that committee. But it is not the accountability of this House, and it is not a committee of this House. As has been said before, NSI COP can actually be ordered by a minister or Prime Minister to stop reviewing a particular file. That is not what we're asking for here, Mr. Speaker. We need more light, less deflection from this government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. A question that will last about 35 seconds, and we'll hopefully have a 35-second answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this government routinely defy ethical codes. We've had this Prime Minister violate the ethical code more times than any other Prime Minister in Canadian history, and Liberals do not take seriously the fact that this is a breach of privilege. And I'd like to ask my colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, why he thinks the Liberals are refusing to take what is a breach of an order of the House, a very important thing, Mr. Speaker, as you've indicated, why they don't take this debate seriously.
Well, member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, in 30 seconds or less.
I'd like to thank the member, my fellow member from British Columbia. It's a great question. Look, if you're not part of the cabinet, the executive, then you have a responsibility to hold the government to account. Now, maybe that happens in the government caucus, but I imagine, Mr. Speaker, that there are many people that just kind of raise their eyebrows. Look, we had the member from Colchester, Cumberland Colchester, pardon me, make the motion for the production of documents on the Canada-China Committee. There are members, backbench Liberals, that want to know. What we need from this government, Mr. Speaker, as I said, more light, more clarity, less deflection.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Speaker, for your excellent ruling, and thank you for staying up this evening with us. Certainly doing a fabulous job, as are many of the speakers here, and thank you for your continued patience. So I'd like to start out, as I have started a number of speeches throughout my career, and talk a little bit about one of my favorite political philosophers, and actually building on the previous member's talk. He talked about more light. Well, that brought up to me one of the greatest allegories in the history of political philosophy, what they call the allegory of the cave. The allegory of the cave is, of course, foundational to political philosophy, been cited literally millions of times in preceding 2,000 years. And so what the allegory of the cave says is you need to imagine children since birth, instead of being raised in the light and the sunlight of the day, they are literally put in front of a wall with a flame behind them. And so the only thing that they see are literally those shadows on the wall. Because that's all they've ever seen, they believe that is the reality. They have no possible way of knowing that there's a great big world outside. All they see are these shadows of these puppets in the wall. And so they believe that is what reality is. And then as the story goes, as Socrates tells the story, one individual gets up and says, and sees the actual outside of the world. And it sees, this is amazing. Look at this. There's so much more than just shadows on the wall. And the tragedy of the story is that actually he comes back because his eyes have difficulty going and seeing in the dark. The other folks, all the other prisoners actually think he's been blinded. And so they never want to go outside the world. And what the relevance to this story is, and that I'm sure the member from Kingston and the Islands is about ready to raise the point of order, is that it is directly relevant to what's happening here. And through what we're seeing here is we're just seeing the shadows. We've got newspaper reports. We've got little bits of the story, and he's willing, and the Prime Minister is willing to explain and give the unredacted documents to a committee of parliamentarians, but not a committee of parliament. This is the very definition of seeing the shadows on the wall, but not actually getting to see the reality. And so with that, I would just like to go through some of the chronology of what has happened here, and just so that we're all aware of this, what exactly has happened. So this has not been a rush to order. This has not been any type of parliamentary tactics. The evidence being that the first order of the House the first issue occurred in March 31st from committee with the Special Committee of Canada-China Relations adopting a motion ordering the Public Health of Canada to produce within 20 days unredacted copies of all the records of dismissal of the two individuals in question. And then on April 26th, PHAC finally provides, but it's heavily redacted. This goes against parliamentary sovereignty and parliamentary supremacy. As of course, Speaker Milliken ruled that there is that Parliament has the absolute unmitigated right to demand whichever documents they have. And it should be noted that Parliament didn't demand that these documents all get publicly disclosed. They're an officer of Parliament, the law clerk, an individual who has the highest level of confidence, I'm sure, from all parliamentarians who could review that. Finally, and again on May 10th, once again, the Special Committee on Canada and China Relations adopted a second motion ordering to produce within 10 days unredacted copies of all the documents related to dismissal of Dr. Zhao Ying Key and husband Dr. Kidding Cheng, and relating to the transfer of deadly viruses to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The motion called for the documents to be reviewed by the special committee in camera, the House Law Clerk, and to determine what information were to be made public. After failing to receive that, on May 20th, Public Health Committee provided heavily redacted documents to the committee that did not satisfy the order of May 10th. On May 26th, this matter was, of course, reported to the House, at which point we brought a motion for those additional documents. And of course, the motion of censure that is in question today. Sorry.
Interrupt the honourable member for a moment. I believe we have a point of order. The honourable member for Grey Bruce Owen Sound.
Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Must be getting late.
I believe the honourable member forgot to mention that he intends to split his time with the member from Calgary Nose Hill.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. I'll let him continue, and he can take it from there.
Perfect. Yes, I was honestly getting to that, Deputy Whip. Of course, I would never forget the fabulous member from Calgary Nose Hill. I'm sure everyone will agree, one of the best parliamentarians in all of Canada, and I would certainly never, ever, ever forget about that member or any other one. So thank you, though, very much for the reminder. It is greatly appreciated. And so I would like to go to the actual motion just to read that into the record. Of course, so we go through the series of steps and we ask over and over and over again. And once again, unfortunately, the government fails to provide. And so, of course, the motion reads to this effect, that this House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders in the Special Committee of Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10th, and accordingly orders its president to attend at the bar of the House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment by the Speaker, and B, delivering up the documents by this House on June 2nd, 2021, to be produced so that they can be deposited with the law clerk and parliamentary council under the terms of the order. As we are now entering into, as the Speaker has made an excellent ruling on this, of course, if you were to follow the rules of criminal justice, not of course saying this is criminal, but just using this as an analogy, once we go into the realm of deciding what the punishment should be, of course, we look at the suspect's former conduct. We can't decide their guilt or innocence on this, but we can use their previous conduct to decide what type of censure or penalty they should be focused. And I would say to the Speaker that when we look at the SNC-Lavalin affair, which of course was a significant interference, potential interference with our judiciary system, or we look at the WE scandal or the numerous other ethical breaches of this government, we have to take this seriously and review those other past discretions when we see this discretion, which of course is disobeying the supremacy of Parliament. And when I say this, I will quote another great political philosopher, Edmund Burke, when he said, "The greater the power, the more dangerous the abuse." And so when we look at this and we see there is no more powerful office in the land than that of the Prime Minister. And when we're looking at concerns, there are no more important concerns than that of national security. We have to take this with the utmost seriousness, and I'm sure that all parliamentarians will agree and look forward to having unanimous support going forward for this censure motion. And I continue to be extremely disappointed as I said at the beginning, I want to wake up from just looking at those shadows, just seeing the bits and pieces, and actually seeing the outside world and seeing what the real threat is posed by the communist regime in Beijing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take national security very seriously, and I agree we need to hold this government to account. And there's been a number of serious ethical breaches. In 1949, China became a communist country. It hasn't changed. We know it's still a communist country. On August 22nd, 2013, Conservative Defense Minister Rob Nicholson signed an agreement to deepen military cooperation with China. We had the Canada-China FIPA signed in 2012, which gives Chinese state-owned corporations a great degree of power to challenge our laws and policies. I'd like to ask the honourable member, when did Chinese scientists start working at this level 4 lab, the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg? We know there was a similar breach in 2009 with lab samples taken from the lab. Was the Harper Conservative government complicit in having Chinese scientists working at this lab?
Well, member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the member for his question and for his concern with respect to national security. Let's look at what's in front of us today. There was a serious breach, and we need to focus like a laser on making sure that what happened there does not happen again. Well, we don't even know what happened because once again we are looking at just the shadows on the wall. Sunlight, as the Prime Minister famously said, is the best disinfectant. We need to get transparency while balancing that with the confidentiality required for national security, and clearly. The Parliament has spoken, and we want those documents.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many, I've been listening carefully in terms of what the official opposition is up to and their mischief. And the question I have for the member is, we have a few days left, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We have important legislation, the budget we were supposed to be debating today, conversion therapy, net zero, other very important pieces of legislation. Does the member believe that we are maximizing the benefits of Canadians by having this debate this evening to the degree in which the Conservative parties continue to want to filibuster the government's legislation?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for his prolonged service and many words in this House. But I would say clearly this is not mischief, and I would actually take great offense to that. This is national security. There is nothing more important than protecting the citizens of this great land, and to call that mischief is just ridiculous. And on top of that, it was his government that prorogued Parliament. We could have Bill C-10. We could have these bills already passed if they weren't so busy avoiding the wee scandal to prorogue Parliament.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow up on an earlier question asked about consequences and what the long-term impact of this is. I mean, governments come and go, but what's happened with this government over the last 18 months is a pattern has developed of them simply floating democratically passed motions in this House of Commons. They've done it with production of health documents, refusing to deliver them, ignoring the instructions of redacting, and they're doing it with impunity. Documents were supposed to be produced to Health Committee on December 7th. It's now June. They simply haven't done it. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any concerns about what happens to the future of Canadian government when a particular administration simply ignores a validly passed democratic resolution of Parliament and gets away with it. Is this something that he thinks is in the service of the long-term interests of the Canadian people and Canadian democracy?
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Perfect. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank this member for his excellent advocacy. And quite frankly, what upsets me is not that they flouted Parliament, but we are the representative of the people. So the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, the great people decided to send me here, and I am their representative. So when the government says, no, you can't have that, they're saying no to the people who are ultimate bosses and who separate. And it's that connection to the people that separates us from so many despotic regimes around the world.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so I'm going to start my speech by saying that the ultimate role of any member of parliament is to hold the government to account. And if you're a member of parliament and you do not hold a government appointment like parliamentary secretary or minister, and you're not part of the executive branch of government, your job is to hold the government to account, regardless of political stripe. So what we're debating here tonight is an issue of Parliament holding the government to account on a very serious issue. Parliament heard of a potential very serious national security issue that occurred at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg, involving two scientists that may have ties to the Chinese Communist Party, and also involved the transfer of very serious biological materials that could have public health consequences. So in terms of the role of Parliament holding the government to account, there was a pretty obvious question which ensued, which was what happened? What happened here? Was national security protocols, were they followed? Are the national security protocols that are in place to prevent this type of situation adequate? Do we need to fix it? That is actually the role of Parliament to address. So on June the 2nd, there was a House of Commons order which passed. So Parliament debated a motion and Parliament passed a motion that would require the government to hand over to the House of Commons documents about what happened in this situation. Again, this is the role of Parliament holding the government to account. Now, the government elected to defy this House order, and proper procedure was followed. A point of privilege was raised in the House of Commons, and of course, you, Speaker, you ruled on that, and you ruled that privilege was broken. And why? Because the government had an obligation to follow the order of the House so that it could be held to account. So what we're debating here tonight is a motion to address the consequence of that breach of privilege. And this is very important because when the government chooses to defy the will of Parliament, it's choosing to defy the will of the Canadian people. Each of us here represent a group of Canadians, and there needs to be consequences for that action in order for democratic principles to be upheld, but more importantly as well, also to ensure that we can get to the bottom of this and that good public policy is applied, right? This matter is not a light one that we're addressing here tonight. It's a very serious potential national security issue. And it is our role to ask those questions of adequacy of procedure, and then also to determine measures of censure and for those who are involved in defying the House order. That's actually our job, and that's what we're here to do tonight. So the motion that we're debating tonight in terms of censure is it would require the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to, quote, attend the bar of the House for the purposes of receiving an admonishment delivered by you, Speaker, and to also deliver up the documents as passed by the House order. So why is this an appropriate censure? And I want to debunk a few of the Liberal talking points tonight. And I'm actually hoping that Liberals members of Parliament will understand that their role is to first hold the government to account, not to be a partisan. So let me debunk the three Liberal talking points that I've heard in debate tonight. The first is that, well, documents were handed over. Some documents were handed over to a committee. The acronym is NCCOP. I want to be very clear. This is not a committee of Parliament. So for the government to hand over documents to a committee that was not specified in the House order, that meets in secrecy, it is not meeting the terms of the House order. So that is a bunk talking point. It is actually factually incorrect. The government is factually not in compliance with the House order and required to be censured on that point alone. So they don't get to choose where it goes. Like to take the acronym out, it would be like saying the government saying, well, I decided to send the documents to insert any other committee here of their choosing. That's not how it works. that there was a House order, they have to be compliant with the House order. So that is debunked Liberal talking point number one. Number two is another one that I heard, which was, well, if the House decides to do it, they're trying to destroy a public servant's career. That's also bunk. The president of the Public Health Agency of Canada serves at the pleasure of the people of Canada, not the Liberal Party of Canada. So in choosing to be complicit in the Liberal Party's decision to not hand these documents over, he is also complicit in violating this House order. And he had a role. His salary is paid by the taxpayers of Canada. And he had a role to actually advise his minister and advise the government, we have to be compliant with this or resign. He had a choice, and he chose to be complicit in this. So he should be admonished. I could list a variety of other issues in which the Public Health Agency of Canada has failed Canadians over the last year. Be it we're debating a matter in Health Committee right now about the government being in violation of a order to hand over vaccine contracts in unredacted format. We'll be addressing that at Health Committee. I could also address his flippancy or his just lack of understanding of the gravity of a situation of sexual assaults at quarantine hotels, a response that he gave to me at committee. I could address the fact that today there were reports that the former president of the Public Health Agency of Canada spent close to $19,000 on a personal toilet in their agency as well. Clearly something is amiss there. But to the matter at hand, defying an order of Parliament is something that a public servant should think twice about. We are not a dictatorship yet, I hope. And public servants do not get to just defy the will of Parliament. That's not what we pay them to do. So censure in this matter for him is important because it sends a message to the rest of the public servant to understand who they are accountable for and to. The third point that I heard tonight was that this is about mischief. Think about that for a second. This is a very serious matter. The government, there was an order from the House to hand over documents, and it was not complied with. This is a very serious matter. The government members also talked about this using up time with House debate for other matters. This is a matter of privilege. It takes precedence in the House. My colleague who just spoke and graciously shared his time with me talked about the fact that this government prorogued Parliament and used a lot of time up that they could have used for a legislative agenda. It's not Parliament's problem that the government House leader can't figure out how to schedule legislation. That's not my problem or the people that I represent. A breach of privilege surely is, and there needs to be consequences for that. So there's no talking point on which this stands. We're either a democracy or we aren't. And getting to the bottom of what happened with a potential major national security issue, it is fairly important, but understanding that the will of Parliament is supreme is also equally as important, as are my privileges in the House. So there is no talking point on which the government stands. And I think what I'm hearing tonight in debate is that there is consensus emerging among certainly opposition parties that in the interests of democracy, this censure motion should be supported. I certainly think it should be supported. As was said in debate by other members tonight, it doesn't matter what flavor of government is in power. There has to be some consequence for this sort of an issue. We've outlined that tonight. And I'll just make one more point as well. The original order actually talked about the ability to address matters of national security right in there. So, Speaker, I'll just say this. This is a very important issue. I feel that the censure that's provided in this motion is well addressed and well aimed, and there should be consequences for violating the will of Parliament and breaching members like myself's privilege. And I encourage all of my colleagues, including the Liberal Party, members of the Liberal Party, to support this motion in support of democracy and in support of the primacy of Parliament. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I'd just like to state for the record what a privilege it's been to work with my honourable colleague on the Health Committee and how I couldn't agree more with her when she states the fundamental obligation of opposition and frankly of all members of Parliament to hold a government accountable. And I just want to just state at its most basic what this is about here is, of course, there are facts and issues that every government prefers not to see the light of day. It doesn't suit their narrative, or it may show that they have mishandled a situation, or it may just make them look incompetent. And that is precisely the work of opposition, is to ferret those issues out so that the Canadian public has a full view of the entire record of a government so they can cast a meaningful ballot during an election, which everybody in this country seems to think is going to happen in the fall. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, how important is it that the Canadian people get accurate information about what happened in the Winnipeg lab and how this federal government has handled it in order for Canadians to cast a meaningful ballot at the next federal election?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to echo my colleague's compliment back at him. It has been a pleasure to serve with him and work with him on the Health Committee over the last several months. He has a shared commitment to serving the interests of Canadians in the best way possible and to working across party lines to get that done in a time of need. His question related to the severity of the situation at hand. In a prior life, I worked with the intellectual property management part of the University of Manitoba. We did work with the National Microbiology Lab. I understand the types of materials that are transferred through there in a very intimate way. They need to be treated with a great degree of security and safety. And it's up to Parliament to ensure that those protocols are A, adequate, and B, followed. We can't do that unless we have the information that's in front of that was requested in the House. That's why this order must be completed, and this motion tonight should be adopted.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Desnathan, Mississippi and Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her statement tonight. I was doing a little research today, and on November 27th, 2015, there was a document posted on the Prime Minister of Canada website. It's a 107-page document that's entitled Open and Accountable Government. And I just want to quote a couple lines from there. It says, "The trust of Canadians will also rest on the accountability of our government. In our system, the highest manifestation of democratic accountability is the forum of Parliament." My question to you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, is the fact that she's been here many years beyond me. I'm a relatively new member, and she has much experience. My question for her, through you, Mr. Speaker, is she surprised or shocked at all at how far this government will go to cover up the details of the transfer of these dangerous viruses to China?
Good question. Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Sunshine is the best disinfectant, Mr. Speaker. Parliament should review what happened because we need to understand what happened, A, and B, how to fix this problem to ensure it never happens again. That is our duty to the Canadian people. We need these documents so that we can propose policy to move forward, ensure that if protocols weren't followed, that those who were in charge of that are censured and not put in positions of responsibility, so that the Canadian public can be assured of their public safety. That's the role of Parliament, and the government shouldn't be preventing Parliament from undertaking its role in that regard.
Time for a short question for the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech.
I feel like we're seriously getting gaslit here on this, especially around the accusation of mischief. The whole point of this is that the government is failing to answer to Parliament, and then the Liberals accuse us of holding up this place. We've seen this not only with these documents, but also with the recognition of the Uyghur genocide, with calling the IRG a terrorist organization. This government completely ignores Parliament, and then when Parliament doesn't do exactly what they want, they accuse us of mischief. I wonder if my colleague has any comments around that.
I remember for Calgary Nose Hill.
Parliament is supreme. I would love to, Speaker, get the vaccine contracts that were promised under a House order and a subsequent order of the Health Committee, because we've spent billions and billions of dollars on these of taxpayer dollars, and we don't understand what recourse is available to us where contractual obligations clearly haven't been followed up. And the Canadian public has the right to know this so that they can make decisions on who is governing them in the future and whether or not policy is adequate. This is how democracy functions, and it is not functioning right now, which is why, Speaker, you made this ruling and why we need censure in place. So I certainly hope all colleagues will support this motion, and then we can get on with the business of making adjustments to ensure Canadian public safety is put in place. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, it's always an honor to stand in this House and address the pressing issues facing this country. But it is unfortunate, the subject that we are debating here tonight, when the very, very serious question that has been brought forward to all parliamentarians about the actions of a government, and specifically an agency of government that has truly called into question some of the very basic democratic principles that our nation is built on. Now, in the Speaker's ruling earlier today, he very specifically outlined why this debate needs to take place. That the actions of the government are contemptuous and violate the privileges of who we are as a democracy. And I want to touch on that word of privilege for all of those, and I'm sure the many folks that are watching these proceedings need to understand. Privilege is a word that is often referred to as something that has to do with status, but parliamentary privilege is a little bit different than that. And it speaks to the primacy of what democracy is in our country. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, that our democratic system elevates Parliament, the House of Commons, the lower chamber of Canada's Parliament, to be the voice of its people. Every square inch of this nation represented by the 338 seats within this chamber. And I do find it very, very interesting. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a question that I ask students when I'm speaking to their class is simply this: what is the highest elected office in our land? And many students think it's a trick question. And they'll point out a number of things. Sometimes they'll refer to the executive, the prime minister, the governor general, on occasion, a number of things. It kind of depends on where they're at in the social studies curriculum. But there's a few students that do understand the reality of the member of Parliament and the primacy that Parliament, the role that Parliament plays in our nation. And it is absolutely key to the discussion that we are having here tonight and how fundamental it is for the future of our country. And I want to thank the Speaker for being that custodian of this House, that custodian of Canada's democracy, and so thoughtfully addressing such an important issue. And then for the opposition House Leader to bring forward a motion that outlines some specific action items that will be an adequate response to the contemptuous behavior of a government, and specifically an agency of government that is called to the bar. And again, this is kind of a parliamentary term. Most people out there won't understand the history behind the bar of Parliament and what that represents, and the strong, a millennia of tradition associated with that, dating back centuries and centuries in the United Kingdom. But to call an individual to the bar is a significant thing with significant symbolism, which bears how significant this debate is. And then further, the action item of actually doing, calling upon the government to actually do what Parliament has said that it needs to do. Mr. Speaker, I find it tragic that we have to have this debate, that the Liberals have taken it upon themselves and developed a culture where they refuse to acknowledge that Canada, I would suggest, is sometimes even a democracy. And that is troubling on every level. And I hear from constituents often how absolutely fundamental it is that we steward our democracy well, especially at a time where we see so many aspects of that being challenged. And Mr. Speaker, I would note how this particular motion has done something that is quite unprecedented. It has united the majority of members of Parliament, representing a number of different opposition parties, the official opposition being one of them. And I've heard very, very thoughtful speeches from all opposition parties, members representing all opposition parties this evening, that acknowledge the significance of what we're debating here tonight. And it is fascinating and, like I said, unprecedented, I think, to see how united all opposition parties and a majority of members of Parliament are in acknowledging how serious this is. And further, the second thing that is unprecedented is to see how absolutely the flippant attitude that this government has approached such a serious issue. Mr. Speaker, I find it absolutely incredible and disappointing beyond belief that the government would take such an unserious approach and contemptuous approach. In fact, I find it interesting, a number of the speeches from the governing Liberals, it emphasizes why this debate is even necessary, the ignorance, the arrogance that they approach Canada's democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, this has to be met with a serious tone. And it is so unfortunate that has not been the case. And I would just note, this motion that came from the committee that started this whole process included Liberal support. And I would simply ask for those members, where are they? Why are they not taking this seriously? Is it possibly that the executive branch of our government, the Prime Minister and cabinet ministers, have demanded silence on such an important issue? Mr. Speaker, it is a shame, a national shame, that those members that stood up in committee, much to probably political risk, I would suggest, especially with how the government has responded to the motion here today, significant political risk. They have been silenced or are silent here tonight. And that, Mr. Speaker, is incredibly unfortunate and chips away at the strength of what is Canada's democracy. I think when we look at this, we need to expand the context a little bit. This isn't a singular event. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's a key part of what we're discussing here. This motion and the actions leading up to it is not a singular event. And I know some of my colleagues who have spoken before me have outlined aspects of that. And what's been interesting is I've monitored from the position of being on Zoom. You kind of have an interesting window into the perspectives of Liberal members. And whenever things are brought up about the Prime Minister, specifically his record, they're often shaking their head. They're dismissing the seriousness of what some of his actions or actions of those cabinet ministers, what the serious implications that has on Canadian democracy. And Mr. Speaker, the trust for what our democratic system needs to be at the very forefront of everything we do. For democracy is fragile. and the failure to recognize that could have disastrous consequences for the future of our country. We see numerous examples from the PM's conduct, whether it be the numerous ethics violations, whether it be his contemptuous, the way that he treats Parliament and the will of Parliament, especially during a minority. You know, it wasn't bad when the government was in the majority status, because they you know, it's obvious that there was a level of control exerted. But ever since losing that, there's been just a massive deterioration that's taken place. You know, I think we've seen time and time again, cabinet and the disregard for ethics, disregard for effective leadership, the absolute disregard for morals and ethics through cabinet decisions has been incredibly tragic, an erosion of trust within government. We see international embarrassments. Even this past weekend, you know, there was when Bloomberg reported that the Prime Minister piped up and talked about he could be the dean of the G7. Could help negotiate between the United Kingdom and Europe. And the sense that I got when reading the response of international players was one that clearly shows that Canada is not taken seriously on the international stage. We see examples of judicial interference.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
The member perhaps can explain to you, Mr. Speaker, what the relevance of a G7 summit has to do with the motion that is before us today. We've been hearing numerous times today, in particular when myself and the member from Ottawa South stood about the importance of relevance, and it's been ruled on a number of times today. Perhaps you can encourage the member to come back to the discussion at hand, which is the motion that is before us.
On the same point of I think we'll be okay. I thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands in respect to his point of order. Members know that, of course, they have to address their arguments in a way that's relevant to the motion that's before the House. I was listening to the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, and I noted that he has been on this particular tangent. He opened with framing that as an example for the point that he was making. So in these particular cases, when members choose to use these kinds of examples, it's relevant to the topic at hand as long as they tie those two elements together. So I know the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot is halfway through his remarks, and I'm sure he'll keep his remarks germane to the question at hand. The honourable member.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And I would simply say that, yes, I did preface some of these examples with saying that this debate tonight is not without context. The larger context of what has been 6 years of failure, contempt for Canada's democratic principles. And Mr. Speaker, I do, because I know there is also other important business that the House has to get to. And I will simply bring my speech to a conclusion, as I know I've articulated a number of concerns, and as have other members from all parties, especially the opposition parties, I think articulated very, very well some of the real concerns that our nation is facing, our democratic infrastructure is facing. Mr. Speaker, this motion strikes to the heart of what Canadian democracy is about. I would suggest, and I would call upon all members elected to this esteemed chamber to take seriously the need to support it in order to steward that democracy that we all have the responsibility to do, in order to ensure that our democratic institutions are protected, not only for today, not only become a footnote, and that they don't simply become a footnote in history, yet that the supremacy of Parliament and all that that means is ensured for us today, for us tomorrow, and future generations of Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to questions on this from all members. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Battle River Crowfoot for his remarks. It's easy to remember the name of his riding because it's on the wall behind him, which is a nifty innovation. I note that right now there are various cabinet ministers and MPs from the government characterizing tonight's debate as a filibuster of the government's budget. And given the gravity of the issues that we're dealing with this evening, this motion is essentially a motion of contempt of Parliament, finding the government in contempt. I wonder if the member could comment on whether the characterization of this as a filibuster bodes well for the government respecting Parliament in the future.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member touches on an important issue. And I've noted over question period the last number of weeks and throughout really the Liberals' histories, whenever something starts, not going their way, they simply pivot and blame everybody else. And then they yell and scream at the top of their lungs, say and concoct, manufacture, fabricate in many cases a story that has little resemblance to the truth. And that's what we see here today. There are members that have stood up and said that this is somehow delaying things that could have been passed months ago. Well, simply I would say Parliament didn't have to be adjourned for so many months, especially when other democratic countries figured out a way to make their parliament work. In fact, provinces in this country figured out a way to make their legislatures work in the midst of the pandemic. And I see members of the Liberal Party shaking their heads, and they must not like the democratic accountability aspect of what parliamentarians are calling for and demand and what Canadians need. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more that I could go on this, but absolutely it is a national shame that the Liberals would suggest that this is somehow a filibuster when it touches at the very heart of what Canadian
And we'll continue with questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've really enjoyed listening to the debate tonight, the intervention from the member for Battle River Crowfoot, as well as many thoughtful interventions from many different members from all of the opposition parties. Mr. Speaker, there is a simple solution to government for government members who didn't want this privileged debate to happen. They could hand over the documents. It's not as if the government defied one order of the House. There were 3 consecutive orders which repeated the same demand. And in at least one of those cases, Liberal members of the Canada-China Committee joined in making that demand. So if the government's frustrated that we're having this conversation tonight, they only have themselves to blame. All they have to do yet now is say, okay, we will abide by the ruling of the Speaker. We will recognize the authority of Parliament. We will hand over the documents in a secure way to the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council. So I would implore the government again, none of this has to happen. None of this is what anybody here wanted. We are imposing necessary consequences to defend the rights of Parliament. All the government has to do is hand over the documents. And if they refuse to hand over the documents, the real question is, what are they hiding? What is so important to hide that they've brought us to this point?
Okay. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's absolutely true. We wouldn't be here today if this Liberal government had a shred of respect for Canada's democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is, again, a national shame that there is such disregard for Canada's institutions, members of Parliament, the will of Parliament, that they would play games, putting our very democracy at risk. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the answer is quite simple. Canadians deserve better, full stop. And the mandate given to this Parliament after the last election was very, very clear. A majority of this House was not Liberals. And we have, as members of Parliament, as a Parliament as a whole, the ability to make decisions accordingly. Now, our traditions and history have shown that there is a Liberal minority government, and the Prime Minister as leader of the executive, and that's fair and that's fine. But the majority of this House are opposition parties, and we see a tremendous amount of unity.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've asked the question of several Conservative members today, and none of them seem to want to answer it. They'll try to deflect and try to suggest why it's still the government's fault. And this member's speech never once spoke about the president of the Public Health Agency of Canada, despite the fact that he's the one that's being called before the bar to be properly lectured to by you, the chair or the speaker, and to be required to, who's the one that's being summoned before Parliament should this motion pass. So can the member explain to the House why it is that he focused his entire speech on talking about the failings of the government with respect to this, yet the motion that is before the House right now does not reference calling the government, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, any government official or cabinet member before the bar? Can he explain to us why the motion has been crafted in such a way as to not hold those accountable that every single Conservative speech today has said is accountable?
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do find it very unfortunate that that member obviously didn't listen to my speech. And I would encourage him to simply go back and listen, read carefully or watch the video of what I said. Because I think he would find that he's become so blind by partisanship and the inability to respect the institutions of Parliament that they are willing to turn a blind eye to actions of contempt. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting and stewarding the democratic principles of this country, every member of Parliament needs to take that incredibly serious. And the fact that Liberals, and that member in particular many times this evening, have dismissed that with such utter disregard that it speaks to the attitude that obviously comes from the top of an admiration for a basic dictatorship that would bring democracy down in this country. And Mr. Speaker, it is, like I've said a number of times, a national shame that it's come to this point in our country. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his comments and his passion. Before I came to this House, Mr. Speaker, I was a lawyer, and when trained in the law, you understand and learn about debate with respect and treating our institutions with respect, treating our courts with respect. So when I became a member of Parliament, I actually thought I had elevated myself to a place where the rule of law and the decorum and the credibility of the institution were even higher. Unfortunately, I don't always find that my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have that same viewpoint. And my question for my colleague is, what kind of precedent do you feel this sets? I mean, if this is allowed to go without sanction, if there is a purposeful and open contempt for an order of Parliament, where does that leave us as a governing body to go forward? Then what rules would apply? I'm just interested in what you might say about that. Thank you.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments and question. And although I'm not a lawyer, but a student of Canadian politics, she strikes on such an important issue: the need and the demand that we have as parliamentarians to steward the processes, what this institution represents, and to ensure that it is done in the utmost respect for the benefit of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I spoke often in the last election, from when I first announced my nomination all the way up to referencing it often to my staff, to constituents, about the need for good governance. And we see at the very heart of so many of the challenges we face, this is a symptom of a failure of good governance. Mr. Speaker, we need to return this country to a point where there is good governance once again, that Canadians, regardless of their political affiliation, can at least trust the government that is in power, trust that although they may not like the decisions, trust the institutions, trust the fact that their government is working for the best interests of the nation. You know, Mr. Speaker, we need a return to good governance in this country, and the precedent that is being set time and time again by this government is troubling and eroding the trust that is necessary to sustain democracy in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
Oui. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Fass, moves that this House find the Public Health Agency of Canada to be in contempt for its failure to obey the order of the House adopted on June 2nd, 2021, as well as the orders of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations adopted on March 31st and May 10th, 2021, and accordingly orders its President to attend at the bar of the House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on the second sitting day following the adoption of this order for the purposes of A, receiving on behalf of the agency an admonishment delivered by the Speaker. Shall I dispense?
Shall I dispense?
No.
Please. B, delivering up the documents ordered by this House on June 2nd, 2021 to be produced so that they may be deposited with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council under the terms of that order. Now, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate so to the Speaker. The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe it's critically important that all members of Parliament stand and be counted on this important matter of government democratic accountability, and therefore I request a recorded division.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time for government orders. Pardon me? Oral questions, that should be. At the expiry of the time for oral questions, just to be sure. Journals will pick that up anyway. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Stage on Bill C-30, but the Budget Implementation Act 2021.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to have the opportunity to speak before this important piece of legislation. It's great to rise virtually in the House today and speak to such an important topic, a topic that is one of interest to all Canadians, jobs and the economy. But first, I'd like to point out that here we go again, another omnibus legislation by the Liberals. Let me remind the Liberals what their leader, the Prime Minister, said about omnibus legislation. And I quote directly, "I wouldn't use them, period." Well, it's not surprising. They're breaking yet another one of their promises. After all, that's the rule for the Liberal government, not the exception. Canadians are tired of their broken promises and poor performance, especially when it comes to creating jobs and growing our economy. Their tenure in the past 6 years has been a massive economic letdown. They'll try to respond with well-crafted talking points after I'm done the speech. I'm certainly sure of that. But I must admit, they're pretty good at their rhetoric. In fact, they're probably the best at it. Unfortunately for them, Canadians see what we really see. The Liberals' rhetoric is just that, words, rarely any actions. The same is also true of their record on the economy. This government's philosophy of growing the economy and creating jobs is by doing everything they can to get in the way. Unemployed Canadians were hoping that the government would put forward a plan to create new jobs and economic opportunities. Well, these families are going to feel let down by this budget. Workers who've had their wages cut and hours slashed, hoping to see a plan to reopen the economy, are also going to feel let down. Families that can't afford more taxes and are struggling to save more money for their children's education or to buy a home are going to feel let down by this legislation. Speaking of buying a home, it's becoming more and more out of reach for far too many Canadians. The cost of housing continues to rise, making it nearly impossible for first-time home buyers to enter the market. That's why last week we demanded the Prime Minister take immediate action to address the housing crisis in Canada. It doesn't seem like the Liberals are taking it serious, however. In fact, they voted against addressing the growing housing and affordability crisis. On a larger scale, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has noted that a significant amount of Liberal spending in the budget will not stimulate jobs or create economic growth. As is always the case with that side of the House, it's very clear that the Prime Minister's stimulus fund was more about spending on Liberal partisan priorities than anything else. The Prime Minister will add more to our national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. What has the Prime Minister achieved with all the spending? Well, for one, Canada has consistently had one of the highest unemployment rates in the G7 and a record economic decline. In fact, the Liberal government has spent more and delivered less than any other G7 country. This bears repeating, considering they come up with all sorts of talking points for their excuses of their failures. This government and the Prime Minister have spent unprecedented amounts of money, more than any Canadian previous governments combined. The Edmonton Sun writes that Canadian babies born on the federal budget day 2021 had more than $28,000 of debt the moment their eyes opened. Mr. Speaker, that's each Canadian share of the federal government, $1 trillion in debt, and it's only going to go up. This government has delivered less than any other G7 country and are responsible for one of the highest unemployment rates in the G7, along with the record economic decline. Last week, Stats Canada reported that Canada's unemployment rate climbed to 8.2%. Stats Canada also reported that 68,000 jobs were lost in the month of May alone. We lost 68,000 jobs, while our American cousins added 559,000 jobs. What's more, businesses in the U.S. are hiring at such speed that they can't find enough workers to fill vacant positions. Yes, it's also important to keep things in perspective. I can't say this enough. We support getting help to those who've been hit hard by the pandemic. And to the government's credit, programs rolled out and have helped many people. We were there with the government working together to provide support for the extension of emergency support programs during the crisis. We've worked tirelessly to make these programs more effective, and I think my honourable colleagues across the aisle would agree with us. Also, we are fully aware that the jobs lost in May were in a large part due to provincial restrictions put in place as a result of the third wave of the pandemic, and that's a fact. But why did the third wave come with such ferocity, forcing provincial governments to implement yet another lockdown? Why did Sean, a small business owner in my riding, in business for the past 30 years, have to take on $160,000 in additional debt just to stay afloat? And that's after he spent his life savings. The answer, the government's delays in procuring vaccines, the government's delays in closing the border, and the government's ineffective rapid testing strategy. Why did travel and tourism industry and so many other sectors have to suffer so badly and for so long? And by the way, many of those businesses aren't coming back. The answer, once again, is the government's delays in procuring vaccines, their delays in closing the border, their ineffective rapid testing strategy. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that the travel and tourism industry has been nearly crushed. It's terrible what's happened to those businesses. I've heard many of the sector's concerns in the Tourism Recovery Caucus headed by my colleagues from Niagara Falls and Banff-Ardrey. My two colleagues have done an incredible job staying connected to stakeholders, listening to industry challenges, and taking action where they can. These are two great members of Parliament, and I commend them on their efforts as we all try to deal with the fallout of this pandemic and its hardest hit areas. But back to my question, why are so many small businesses hurting to this extent at this time? The answer is simple. For the most part, they weren't allowed to stay open because of this government's and the Prime Minister's failures to act on vaccines and the border and rapid testing. Furthermore, This is what the National Post had to say about the Liberal government's pandemic response. The Liberals' most galling pandemic failure, they couldn't even master basic inventory control. That's a pretty accurate statement, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Prime Minister was denied vaccines by the Chinese Communist regime, and most importantly, he didn't sign contracts with other companies until it was too late. That's a classic example of putting all your eggs in one basket. In this situation, the Prime Minister relied on the Chinese-based company, which basically means that he relied on the Chinese Communist regime. What could possibly go wrong, right? In doing so, he neglected other companies working on the vaccine, which delayed procuring vaccines from them. This failure to act is why we're seeing many countries, including our neighbors to the south, ahead of us by at least 3 months in their vaccination efforts and reopening plans. I think we've all seen the packed sports events on TV and in many U.S. cities. But here in Canada, we're still in lockdowns. It's important to mention that Conservatives were first to call for strong and clear border measures at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, the Liberals dragged their heels, going as far as to say that border control measures don't work, while calling us racist for suggesting that border measures are necessary to prevent the spread of COVID-19 virus. We also fought hard to get Canadians better tools to stop the spread of COVID-19, like vaccines, therapeutics, rapid tests, and better data. Those tools now exist. However, the government hasn't come up with a comprehensive and effective plan to use them to safely lift our restrictions. The government loves to blame provincial premiers, but let's face it, the Liberals don't provide the necessary tools for the premiers to defend their provinces properly against the virus. They left premiers scrambling. Without the responses, the resources, and proper action by the federal government, the premiers implemented the only tool they thought would work: lockdowns. And at this time, as we hopefully see the last of this pandemic, the government needs to start thinking of ways to secure the future of Canadians. This can be done by creating jobs and introducing policies that result in better wages, and introducing policies that help small businesses, especially now when so many are struggling to get back on their feet. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this is not a growth budget. It fails to put forward a plan to encourage Canada's long-term prosperity and leaves millions of Canadians behind. We were very clear that we wanted to see a plan to return to normal, and that would safely reopen the economy and get Canadians back to work. And that's not what this legislation does. We were also looking for a plan to create jobs and boost economic growth. Once again, that's not what this legislation does. For those reasons, I cannot support it. I would also like to say to those watching at home that Canada's Conservatives got us out of the last recession, and we can and we will do it again. We are ready, we have a plan, and we will get it done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development for the Canadian Northern Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I haven't had a chance to say it yet, but to congratulate you on your retirement as a tremendous Speaker of the House. I don't think people also know the tremendous work you're doing for the downtrodden people of Burma, Myanmar, and you've been a wonderful MP and representative, and we all have great respect for you, and it's the first chance I've had a chance to say that. I'd like to thank the member for his speech, remind him that all implementation budgets, no matter who the government is, are implementation budget motions are all omnibus because every budget deals with a number of federal departments. I'm glad he wanted a plan and support for tourism because there's over $1 billion, a record amount for tourism in the budget for festivals, cultural events, heritage celebrations, local museums. There's 700 on top of that, 700 million more for small business, green, inclusive, competitive, creating jobs. And there's a plan, over 700-page plan that deals with Indigenous women entrepreneurs, an A1 strategy, Institute Advanced Research, quantum strategy, photonics, fabrication center, business R&D, MyTax, CanCode, Net Zero Accelerator, Green Growth Hub, Strategic Innovation Fund, IRAP expansion, Elevate RIRP, Innovation Supercluster. In the digital world.
And we'll need to go to the honourable member for Niagara West for a response. The honourable member.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the honourable member for the question. You know, he talks about the tourism industry, and I come from Niagara. My riding is Niagara West. I have a couple ridings over from Niagara Falls. The tourism industry has been devastated, absolutely devastated in this country because of a lack of failure of this government to get things that we need, like vaccines and rapid testing. There was a perfectly decent program happening in Calgary around rapid tests as people return from the country. And what did these guys do? Well, what did the Liberal government do? They implemented a worse plan that took more time. They failed to use rapid testing, and our tourism industry continues to get crushed. It is unbelievable the amount of negligence this government has had when it comes to tourism, when it comes to small businesses being locked down after lockdown after lockdown because of this government's failure to act. We need a plan to reopen the economy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I always appreciate hearing my colleague and friend from Niagara West speaking. He knows I have a lot of respect for him. And I have two questions for him that I think are very relevant. First, he spoke of the tourism industry. We know that the pandemic continues to have economic impacts, and yet this Liberal government is cutting the CRB within a matter of weeks from $500 a week to $300 a week, which is far below the poverty line. What does he think the impact of that will be when people are trying to put food on their table and have almost 50% less in which to do it, even though they still cannot get back to their jobs because of the ongoing impacts of the pandemic? Secondly, the wage subsidy. Many profitable companies use the wage subsidies for dividends and for big executive bonuses. Does he not believe that those companies, profitable companies, should be paying the wage subsidy back? And in that way, we can afford to make sure that the CRB continues at the rate of $500 a week.
Member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby. I've had the pleasure of working with him over the years on trade in particular. We haven't always agreed, but I'll tell you one thing, that member is a huge champion for his constituents, and I've always appreciated that. On the two things, you know, I think that there's the amount, how fast the programs came out was a good thing originally. And there was a lot of discussion amongst all oppositions about how things and people had fallen through the cracks. People are still falling through the cracks, as the member mentions. And I think it's important for this government to listen, to realize that small businesses and people that are dependent on some of these programs still need them when the only option is lockdown, when these people can't actually go to work through no fault of their own. And so I believe that we need to constantly push the government to do better and when they are rolling out programs. And I know that there's been lots of great input from all parties, opposition here in the House.
Going to resuming debate, I do want to thank the honourable member for Yukon for his kind comments, but we'll now go to the resuming debate and the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can add to the glowing comments on of your forthcoming retirement, it has been a pleasure to get to know you these last several years in the House of Commons. You've always been kind, and it's always been a pleasure to chat. And I do wish you the best, and I'm sure your family is very happy to have you home on a much more full-time basis, if I can use those words. Good evening, bonne soirée to all.
Good evening.
Joining us late this evening, and to all Canadians that are watching, including the wonderful residents that I have the privilege to represent here in Vaughan Woodbridge. This evening's conversation, this evening's debate on C30 is not only to ensure that Canadians that remain impacted by the pandemic are supported, but also that we put in place a number of measures that grow our economy and ensure that this economy is inclusive and lifts all individuals. We know that prior to the pandemic, Canada's unemployment rate was at a multi-decade low, and that literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians were lifted out of poverty. We were and we are going in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment and thank my residents of Vaughan Woodbridge and all residents of York Region on their desire to get vaccinated and, yes, allow us to safely return to normalcy. As of today, Mr. Speaker, 76.8% of York Region residents above 18 have received a single dose of a vaccine, and over 22.7% a second dose, including, I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that as of this afternoon, I received my second dose, being a vaccine from Moderna. Millions of vaccines are arriving, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians can be rest assured that our government is laser focused on protecting them and their families and ensuring a strong economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, this evening I am pleased to rise tonight to participate in the continuing debate on Bill C-30, the government's Budget Implementation Act. Budget 2021 is a historic investment to address the specific wounds of the COVID-19 recession and grow the middle class. Yes, the classe moyenne.
The middle class.
Mr. Speaker, the bill is therefore an important one. It will enact the government's plan to finish the fight against COVID-19, create jobs, grow the economy, and ensure a robust economic recovery that brings all Canadians along. Mr. Speaker, we truly want an economy that works for all Canadians and that is inclusive. Among other important measures, the bill would enable funding to establish a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. It would extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and lockdown support for businesses until September 25th, 2021, keeping an important lifeline available. It would also extend important income support for individuals, such as the Canada Recovery Benefit and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, and enhance employment insurance sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 26 weeks, Mr. Speaker. The bill also proposes to establish a $15 federal minimum wage and increase old age security for seniors aged 75 and older to provide them with better financial security. It would significantly expand, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Workers Benefit to invest $8.9 billion over 6 years in additional support for low-wage workers, extending top-ups to about 1 million more Canadians and lifting nearly an additional 100,000 Canadians out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, I've been a great proponent of the Canada Workers Benefit since day one when I arrived on Parliament Hill in 2015, and I'm seeing it expanded for the third time since we've been in office, and it's great to see that we were ensuring that more Canadians are lifted out of poverty while incentivizing Canadians to remain in the labor force and increase their number of hours of work. C-30 would also provide an emergency top-up of $5 billion for provinces and territories, specifically $4 billion through the Canada Health Transfer to help provinces and territories address immediate healthcare system pressures, and $1 billion to support vaccine rollout campaigns across the country. And it proposes to provide a $2.2 billion to address short-term infrastructure priorities in municipalities and First Nations communities. The funds would flow through the Federal Gas Tax Fund, proposed to be renamed as the Canada Community Building Fund. But there's one aspect of Bill C-30, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to discuss in particular, though. It is a clause that amends the Canadian Securities Regulation Regime Transition Office Act. This clause would authorize the government to provide an additional $12 million to fund the continuation of the Canadian Securities Transition Office, or CSTO, for a further 2 years. For those who may not be familiar with this body, the CSTO is a small federal office that was established in July of 2009. Since 2013, the CSTO has supported federal efforts to establish the Cooperative Capital Markets Regulatory System. Today, the principal focus of this office is to support the government with analysis and advice on preparing for the successful administration of the proposed Federal Capital Markets Stability Act in a collaborative manner that is respectful of provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, a well-functioning and resilient financial system that instills the confidence of domestic and international businesses, in addition to individual Canadians, is of paramount to growing Canada's economy. Canada's financial system has demonstrated resilience in weathering the shocks of the global financial crisis of more than a decade ago, and most recently during the considerable economic impact brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Importantly, underpinning this resilient financial system is a regulatory framework with legislative mandates and authorities, world-class leadership, and years of preparation, planning, and experience. While regulatory authorities work in a coordinated system, the Federal Financial Stability Oversight Framework does not include management of systemic risk across Canadian capital markets. This is a critical gap given the current global risk environment and is an area that the Supreme Court has opined is a federal responsibility. Some steps have been taken in this field by provincial securities regulators, Mr. Speaker. However, no Canadian authority has the ability to monitor capital markets systemic risks across the Canadian financial system, nor to act on a national basis to address them. This is what the federal government wants to strengthen in collaboration with provinces. The federal government is also committed to strengthening authorities to combat capital markets crime and protect Canadians' hard-earned savings and investments from fraud. These are targeted areas that CSTO is assessing and providing advice on. Before moving forward, more work is required by federal officials, including in identifying opportunities and developing processes for administrating a systemic risk oversight regime in collaboration with provincial securities regulators. This work will be undertaken in consultation with the provinces, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the additional funding contained in Bill C-30 is needed for the CSTO to continue its important work on systemic risk and criminal enforcement in Canada's capital markets. The CSTO has already made excellent progress. It should receive the funding to continue this important work. I encourage all my colleagues from all sides of the aisle to pass Bill C-30 to not only support Canadians during this pandemic, but also to strengthen our CSTO and also move forward and growing our economy once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the second reading stage of debate on this bill, I asked this same member, the Parliamentary Secretary for Revenue, a question about why this bill fails to address the issues on direction and control, issues that the international development sector and the rest of the charitable sector have been raising for a very long time. Direction and control is about needless red tape piled on charitable organizations that leads to them spending more money in lawyer fees and less money getting to the front lines. When I raised this issue on March the 6th during second reading debate, the Parliamentary Secretary told me he didn't give a very specific answer. He told me he would love to learn about this further. This bill is a missed opportunity to address the direction and control regime that needs to be changed to strengthen the opportunities for the charitable sector. I wonder if the member has had a chance since our last exchange on this issue to do more research on it, and he can update the House on what, if anything, the Finance Department is prepared to do in subsequent bills to address direction and control.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on his question. I'd like to say it was our government that put in place the Advisory Council on the charitable sector, which volunteer-based, and I thank the members that have volunteered countless hours in delivering two very substantive reports to not only the CRA, but all of government. We've looked at those reports, we've implemented some of those measures, and we continue to work with the Advisory Council on the charitable sector in doing the good work that they do day in, day out, of course, and also reflective of how important the charitable sector is to the entire Canadian economy and to how many countless hours millions of volunteers put in here in Canada in helping out their neighbors and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my honourable colleague the following question. The needs are still very high, especially in tourism. If this act is not adopted rapidly, what will be the consequences on artists and also the hotel industry, the restaurant industry, and all of the tourism sector? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my friend and colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for that question. It is very imperative, very important that we get Bill C-30 passed. We need to continue to support all sectors of the economy, and all individuals, all businesses, including the tourism sector, including the hotels, through the rent subsidy. and that can only happen through Bill C-30 and the measures put in place there and the extensions of those programs that we have, and those programs that are being run by the Canada Revenue Agency and the wonderful individuals that are running and implementing 8 out of the 9 programs, I believe, that we brought forward to help Canadian businesses and workers during this most extraordinary period of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I'm concerned and perplexed by the reduction in the Canada Response Benefit from $500 per week to $300 per week starting in July. And I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could walk us through the rationale for that reduction from the perspective of someone who's self-employed or a gig worker who still doesn't have their income, who's lost their income because of the pandemic and isn't going to have it in July or August or September. Could he provide the rationale for cutting those benefits for people who need them more than ever?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley, which is my old hometown where I was born and raised in Prince Rupert. I will only say that our government has been steadfast in its support of all Canadians since day one. We continue to provide the benefits that they need so they do not have to choose between putting bread on their table or paying their rent, and we'll continue to be there for Canadians. Our economy is recovering. We've recovered about approximately 81% of all jobs. I expect in the next 1 to 2 months that we'll see further job gains as the Ontario economy specifically recovers. We've seen full-time employment in a number of sectors actually improve and actually at higher levels than pre-pandemic. We know there's much work to be done. Our government will continue to be there for all Canadians. At one time, almost 9 million Canadians collected the CERB. 5.5 million Canadians were benefiting through their employees of the CEWS. We'll continue to be there for Canadians. We'll have their backs during this most extraordinary period of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start here today, I just want to congratulate you and your family on your 15 years of public service. You have been a leader in our caucus for many decades, and I just want to say I caught your speech last night, the retirement speech, whenever that retirement comes. But you reflected very well on your years of service. You have done our country very proud, and I want to wish you all the best when you do leave that chair and you leave this place. So on behalf of myself and my family, thank you very much for your years of service. Now to the topic of Budget Implementation Act 2021, Mr. Speaker. You know, it was one of the most important budgets, I think, in recent memory. Canadians were waiting for it. And why do you say that? Because we waited over 2 years for the budget. Yeah, we started the pandemic last March, and they continued to delay the budget, and the numbers got higher and higher. And then we find out we're $600 billion or so down, over $1 trillion in debt in this country. And so it was kind of interesting when the numbers started popping out. And Canadians coast to coast to coast were surprised at the big numbers. And as we see a little bit of inflation here in the last little while, they're really going to be surprised at the results. You know, we all know workers in this country face 1.5 years of uncertainty about their employment, about their wages. In fact, now the question is, when will they be able to return to work? In fact, will the job be even there for them in the next coming weeks? Business owners continue to face uncertainty, whether they have a small, medium, or large company. In fact, tonight, Mr. Speaker, while I was sitting here listening to the speeches, I got a text from an Alan who owns Sask West Mechanical, and he told me on the text the cost is skyrocketing in his business. Sheet metals are going sky high. Last August, in his text to me, he said they were $24 a sheet. Now, suppliers are charging them today $49.21. And suppliers, he said, won't even hold pricing for more than 24 hours. Think of the uncertainty with him even quoting a job for the employees that he has with Sask West Mechanical. in our city of Saskatoon. I can't imagine quoting a job. You know, you see the prices go up, like I mentioned, from $24 to $49.21, and they'll go up again tomorrow when you call and say, I have this job, we're ready to go. And so it was nice to hear from Alan today. He's been in my office a couple of times, and the uncertainty with his business, because he employs a lot of people. And of course, heating is his business, and he does a lot of commercial. And just the rise of cost, the supplies that he is facing today as he quotes jobs. Well, no, food prices are going up, meat, lumber, almost everything that we have talked about. You know, I hope I don't jinx it, but I think we're seeing the end of the light here. And I look at my province of Saskatchewan, and I'm going to give them kudos here tonight. Premier Scott Moe. They want to be fully open by July 11th. In fact, when I arrived in Ottawa Sunday, I've had my second dose, second vaccine, and you know, so you're happy. You have your first one in April, and the province is moving forward. I had my second one last week, so we're pretty good. So you get down here in Ontario, and it's night and day. Shops are still closed. You can only go for the restaurants on the patio. Or in my province of Saskatchewan, we're almost wide open right now, and I credit that to the Saskatchewan Health Authority and Premier Scott Moe. So their goal is to have everyone 12 and over completely vaccinated. Right now, their goal is to get to 70% of at least one vaccine. So today, we're at 67% in Saskatchewan. We're only 3% down from that. In fact, Saskatchewan said today they only need 28,000 more people to get their first shot, and then we're going to open things up. Isn't that a great story in the province of Saskatchewan? But I'll tell you, for the last 14 months, the province couldn't get the vaccines needed, and especially up in northern Saskatchewan, where vulnerable situations exist. And that was the first thing the province of Saskatchewan tried to do, is work with the Indigenous communities. In fact, I'll say this. I am so proud of Saskatoon Tribal Chief Mark Arcand, who took it upon himself to have vaccines at SaskTel Centre open for Indigenous people and everybody in the Saskatoonan area. It has been wonderful outreach by the tribal chief of Saskatoon, reaching out to the community. You can line up and get your vaccine. So as we go forward, today they announced for football fans in the province of Saskatchewan, Mosaic Stadium, they want to see 33,350 for the home opener on August the 6th against the BC Lions. That is the goal now in the province of Saskatchewan. But in the last 14 months, it's been devastating in Saskatchewan and this country. We're all asking ourselves, outside of my province right now, when are we going to reopen? How are we going to manage the debt? And how much debt will it be? It's interesting because I talked about the inflation rate. It's at its highest point right now in over a decade. We're up 3.6% this year alone. Declining state of the Canadian economy is a major concern. And it's interesting because the member before me from Niagara talked about a baby born in Canada today is already $28,000 in debt. My daughter next week, Mr. Speaker, will deliver our second grandchild next Thursday in Saskatoon. So we should be celebrating. I've got two grandchildren. One 5.5 years old, and the other one next Thursday will be born, but born with a $28,000 debt. Wow. We've done that to our kids. And think about that. A child born today in the country, $28,000 in debt. So when the baby comes next Thursday, the 24th of June, we'll celebrate, but I also have to tell my daughter and son-in-law, that's $28,000 in debt. And how are we going to pay for that? You know, Canadians, they're resilient. They have faced uncertainty about the stability of our health system. Thankfully, I think it's been able to hold up so far. We've had hiccups all over the country, but I think everyone would agree we're coming out of this as we see it right now. Some faster than others, as I've talked about. We're a little concerned about Ontario and Manitoba right now, but they're coming out of it as we speak. So we need a plan, Mr. Speaker, to secure the future of our country, to secure the future of my daughter's child that will be born next Thursday in Saskatoon. We need a plan that secures good jobs for Canadians, that secures accountability in government, and we've talked a lot about that here tonight, that will secure mental health for Canadians and supports who are really struggling. That is one issue, I think, Mr. Speaker, over the last 14 months. We have seen a decline in this country of mental health. And we all know someone who is struggling. Some openly, others sit at home and say nothing. And we see it here in the House of Commons, actually. Many of our staff haven't been in the office. So how are they doing at home? Yeah, they get their work done. But when we get a chance to see them when we come back to Ottawa in our offices, that's when we know things have probably changed in the last 14 months. That will secure our country against the next pandemic. We must get prepared for that, and that secure our economy in the long term. What we've seen is that this government is woefully unprepared to implement such a plan, and the budget 2021 missed that mark in providing one. However, the parliamentary budget officer even noted that significant amount of Liberal spending will not stimulate the jobs, and we saw that. Massive job losses in the last 2 months alone. April, 129,000. Last month in May, we had another decline. That can't happen anymore, Mr. Speaker, because mom and dad coming home without a job does not sit well in the family. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Canadian Northern Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his speech for a couple of reasons. One is he mentioned the very important item of mental health, and we really appreciate that and agree with him because of our large contributions to that before the budget and in the budget. But I basically wanted to thank him for his support of business, and I know he'd appreciate the fact that we've provided over 27,000 CEBA loans worth $1.4 billion to Saskatchewan and 98,000 jobs protected in Saskatchewan with $1.28 billion and 731 RRF projects for $50 million. But I'm hoping he will support the budget because some of these businesses, as he heard earlier speech tonight, said they won't be quite ready yet to get back. And without this budget, the rent subsidy, the wage subsidy, they expire in June and at the end of this month. And this budget would extend them to September and also add $1 billion for tourism and $700 million for small business. So I hope he will quickly support the Budget Implementation Act, C30, so that we can get these things in place to continue to support Saskatchewan businesses.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. He's been a great spokesman for Northern Canada. Yeah, you know, and I looked at my province of Saskatchewan, and hospitality industry has really been hit in the last 14 months. We've had hotels that opened that have phoned my office in the last couple of months saying, boy, we missed timing. We opened last April, and here we are like 12, 13 months later, there is no business. The other one, of course, is the tourism industry. And we're hoping, you know, he's from Northern Canada. The tourism industry is very, very important up north, but it's also very important in our province once again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I often hear the Conservatives talk about securing the future. And for me, securing the future, that means we need to fight climate change. I know that we have diametrically opposed visions when it comes to that. But when I look at the budget, I see that the government is investing $17.6 billion in green recovery. So that's a few million less than what was invested in the oil and gas sector since the beginning of the pandemic in public subsidies. That's $18 billion that was invested there. So even if we have diametrically opposed visions, does he agree that we need to do more for the environment in the budget? The honourable member.
For Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from the bloc. You know, Saskatchewan is an innovative leader. Carbon sequestration right now in the city of Estevan was the first of its kind in Canada, and we're hoping that Alberta joins Saskatchewan. The government has talked about billions of dollars maybe in the next little while to get the carbon in to the ground. Our farmers are the best in Saskatchewan. I know, you know, the carbon capture and all that when you're drying grain in the fall is expensive, but zero tillage. We're on the crust and have been for decades in our province. We're world leaders. I'm very proud of the innovation of Saskatchewan, and, you know, they'll beat the curve. They'll far exceed the green economy from other regions in this country. I know that for a fact.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for raising the plight of students, and he mentioned the crushing debt that students have to incur now to get a secondary education. You know, the history of education in this country over the last 150 years has been one of extension. At one time, having primary school education was enough. In the 50s and 60s, it was high school. Now, let's face it, you really can't participate fully in our society unless you have some form of post-secondary education, whether that's a trade or a community college or university. Does he agree that it's time that we extended our concept of public education to include at least the first 2 years of post-secondary so that we can make that accessible to all Canadian students, not only to help them get the education they need to succeed, but also to help our economy meet its full potential by having free tuition for students in post-secondary education.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway. It's funny you asked that question because my wife was a former teacher. Both my kids are teaching, one in Saskatoon, one in Lethbridge. I spent 10 years as a school board trustee. Yes, education is first and foremost in our province of Saskatchewan. In fact, it should be of Canada. But it's funny, we don't even have an education minister. And yet we control education on reserves. And so when I asked long ago, 2-3 years ago, what are our attendance figures on our reserves? They couldn't ask. They didn't have any answers. So as parliamentarians, we got to do a better job in this House. We got to ask the questions about grades and attendance. Totally agree with them. Thank you.
Before resuming debate, I would like to warn the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue that he has about 3.5 minutes left for his initial comments, and he'll have an opportunity later to finish. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your generous allocation of time, and I would like to congratulate you. I was privileged to hear your speech yesterday. It was a great lesson in democracy, and I was really happy to be able to listen to it. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-30 is really lacking in consideration for Quebec. It doesn't respect the choices and the will of Quebecers, and obviously the federal government is not respecting that will. I would like to remind you that the Bloc Québécois voted against the 2021 federal budget because the federal government didn't meet our two main demands, that to significantly and sustainably increase Canadian health transfers from 22 to 35%. And that was a demand that was shared by the Quebec government and other provincial governments. And they also refused to increase the old age pension by $110 for those 65s and over. Despite our reservations about the budget, the Bloc Québécois recognizes that the 2021 budget is the budget of the post-COVID economic recovery, and it allows better access to credit for small businesses in Quebec. It was essential that Bill C-30 provide for an increased access to credit for small businesses, particularly for startups. And, we know startups have had a really tough time through COVID. Through its intellectual property loans, Bill C-30 encourages innovation and the potential for a greener economic recovery. But there's more to business recovery than just access to credit, which in many cases leads to debt and drives businesses into bankruptcy. It becomes harmful when it's used to cover the fixed and recurring costs of these companies. Credit only postpones, in some cases, bankruptcy. So, what has the federal government done to help small businesses and to reduce the administrative burden on those businesses? Well, very little, almost nothing. And yet the federal government can act, and it has no excuse. And, when we're at, a deficit that's, many billions of billions, well, clearly they could do more. Consider that international agreements are difficult to understand with all their laws, regulations, measures, standards, clauses, etc. It's hard for entrepreneurs to adequately evaluate an agreement and seize the possible opportunities. The federal government is not sufficiently helping businesses seize these opportunities. We need better communication. What is the federal government waiting for to reduce this administrative burden, to better support businesses in accessing international markets, to strengthen the ability of Quebec and Canadian industries and businesses to compete globally? As someone who cares deeply about businesses in Quebec, and particularly in the agricultural sector, I'm extremely disappointed in how little the federal government is doing to reduce the tax burden on agricultural entrepreneurs. And one of the simplest solutions to reduce the administrative burden on Quebec businesses would be to introduce a single tax return managed by the government of Quebec. And this is a recurring request from Quebec Premier François Legault, and it's a desire of the National Assembly, which has unanimously called several times for the implementation of a single tax return. I'll also remind you, Mr. Speaker, that Quebec already collects the GST for Ottawa, so Quebec already has the ability to collect all taxes on the territory of Quebec. By the same token, by having direct access to tax information from foreign countries, Quebec would have all the tools it would need to lead the fight against tax havens, in which Ottawa no longer has any credibility. This major gain in expertise for Revenue Quebec would allow for greater tax justice for Quebec taxpayers. And I'll stop there and I'll start again later. Thank you. I think that's a good moment to interrupt debate for the moment. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have another 6.5 minutes for his comments and his speech, and obviously another 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House resumes debate on this motion.
I think that 12:53 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 66-2, the House will now proceed to concurrence in committee reports.
Resuming debate of concurrence in committee reports number 7, motion to concur in the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, sanctions imposed by the People's Republic of China.
And we're resuming debate, and we'll beginning with the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to speak in this chamber. I will start by saying that I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot, so I look forward to his comments at the conclusion of mine. Well, as indicated, this current debate is regarding the concurring report from the Foreign Affairs Committee, which condemns the imposition of sanctions by the government of China on the member for Wellington, Halton Hills. I'll start off by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I'm actually quite shocked that there was concurrence with this decision and with this report, because this certainly does not match the legacy of foreign affairs and foreign affairs strategy or lack thereof and direction from this government. And from the top, Mr. Speaker, it would seem that this concurrence report is about China. And yes, it certainly is about China. So let's talk about China for a moment. Their atrocities on Canada, Canadians, and the world. Of course, there's the horrible genocide of the Uyghurs. And it was the member for Wellington, Halton Hills, speaking up about this and taking a principled stand in the House, which earned him these sanctions. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, of course, we have more than 2 years, the arbitrary incarceration of Corrigan Spavor, So that's something certainly which we can be in just discussed regarding the People's Republic of China. In addition, of course, the banning of imports, in particular, the pulses that we saw, the terrible trickle-down effect that this had for our agriculture and for our farmers. But Canadians have not been alone, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the effects felt by China. Schellenberg remains on death row, of course. Taiwan has faced horror as its next door neighbor under constant threat. But my point here tonight, Mr. Speaker, isn't that. This concurrence report is not about China. This concurrence report is about the types of leaders in the world who are willing to stand up to the world's dictators and determine the direction that the world will go in. And, Mr. Speaker, there are two types of leaders. There is the member for Wellington Halton Hills, who I will go back to, and there is, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister who has praised the dictatorship of China. The Prime Minister who wrote a tearful eulogy for the passing of one of the greatest dictators Latin America has known. For a Prime Minister who has donated more than $50 million to the Asia Infrastructure Bank to contribute to the Belt and Road Initiative around the world that keeps developing nations captive. That is one type of leader, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister that this world has. But it is not the type of leader that the world needs, Mr. Speaker. The type of leader that the world needs is the member for Wellington Halton Hills, who said upon these sanctions that he would wear these sanctions like a badge of honor. He went further than that, Mr. Speaker. He said, he spoke in the House, the sanctions imposed on me and others have brought us together. They have backfired. I have met with elected parliamentarians who have been sanctioned in the United Kingdom, the European Union, and members of national parliaments throughout Europe. The sanctions have brought us together and have brought us together in action. The sanctions imposed on me, he continued, and others are a clumsy effort by the People's Republic of China to silence the free speech and open debate at the heart of liberal democracies. They will work if we are silent, and we cannot be silent. We cannot lose the hard-won and hard-fought for ideas that underpin our democracies. A belief in liberty and freedom, a belief in human rights, a belief in democratic institutions, and a belief in the rule of law. For if we are silent, we will let these hard-won and cherished beliefs be lost to a new ascendant model of authoritarianism, repression, and fear, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I will add that the member for Wellington Halton Hills was in good company in the last administration of the Canadian government with Harper, with John Baird, with my predecessor in Calgary Mindaport, Jason Kenney, because they were a government that were governed by the values of democracy, the rule of law, human rights, all of these things which have been lost by the current government, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to see concurrence of this report, but really this report and this concurrence, Mr. Speaker, is not about China. It is about the types of leaders in the world who are willing to stand up for the values that will put the world forward. And one of those leaders, Mr. Speaker, is the member for Wellington Halton Hills. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? Accordingly, we'll go to resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, to rise in this chamber, albeit virtually this time, to address such an important matter that strikes to the very heart of the democratic principles that I would hope all Canadian parliamentarians represent. We have an authoritarian state actor, the Chinese Communist Party, who repeatedly has demonstrated disdain for modern democratic values. Mr. Speaker, this is something that all Canadians need to take seriously. And I would just note this follows a very important debate where we have discussed at length the importance of respect for democracy and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, I do want to read into the record the motion that we are debating concurrence on, and that is this, quote, that the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development strongly condemn the unacceptable actions imposed by the People's Republic of China against one of the committee's vice chairs, the Member of Parliament for Wellington Halton Hills, and the House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights, which represent an affront to Canada's democracy and parliamentary system. As parliamentarians, we will continue to actively denounce human rights violations and breaches of international law in keeping with our respect for basic human rights, and that this motion be reported to the House. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for all parliamentarians to demonstrate how important it is that we take the democratic values of our country very, very seriously. It's unprecedented to see these sorts of sanctions against a committee and against a particular member of that committee. And the speaker before me, my honourable colleague from Calgary Mindicor, referenced the comments that the shadow minister from the official opposition, his statement when he learned of these sanctions, that he would wear it as a badge of honor, because Mr. Speaker, that is the attitude that all of us should take seriously, that we should at all costs defend human rights and the dignity of life and our democratic principles that define us. We are doing what we are supposed to do. And the fact that that this member and the committee were denounced should very, very clearly state that this committee is getting to the root. They are threatening the tyrants that are defining and in some cases taking lives in the People's Republic of China. You know, I'm proud to be a conservative that's taking a stand, and I would note, Mr. Speaker, that this shows a clear contrast. It was not the Minister of Foreign Affairs that was sanctioned by name. It was not a Liberal member. It was not an NDP member. It was not a Bloc member. It was a Conservative member. And Mr. Speaker, I think that shows that the Conservatives are, even from the opposition benches, demonstrating to the world that we are leading on issues like standing up for human rights. And it is clear that although the talking points we hear from the members opposite would suggest something very, very different, when there are very, very clear examples like this, where a communist regime would sanction by name, the only person by name in this case, a member of the official opposition, Conservatives are doing something right. And I'm proud to be a member of that party. And this contrasts very clearly with some of the actions of the current government. You know, and I have no doubt when I mentioned the Prime Minister's statement at a fundraiser prior to getting elected, where I don't think he knew he was being recorded, where he said he admired China's basic dictatorship. And there's the head shakes by members of the Liberal Party that don't seem to like to remember that he said that. There's contempt for Canada's Parliament and aspects of our democratic institution. You know, we look at some of the specific examples in regards to our relationship with China. Many of those issues are being studied before the special committee. We see the unprecedented movement of the Minister of Foreign Affairs abstaining on behalf of the government of Canada, breaking with parliamentary protocol on a motion to condemn a genocide. Unbelievable that would be the legacy of the Liberals. And then most recently, the Prime Minister would parrot communist talking points about asking tough questions about Chinese state interference would somehow be an issue of racism, not to mention the many economic impacts that have been felt, and certainly coming from a largely rural riding, certainly the impacts in agriculture and trade have been significant. It's clear that Canadians need to be able to trust that their government stands for the values, the core values of what Canada is. And Mr. Speaker, I call upon this entire House to concur with this demotion and demand respect for the rule of law and the democratic principles that define what Canada is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I just want to join my colleagues here to wish you a happy retirement. And thank you for the role model that you have set for many of us freshman MPs here in this House here. Back to the speech my colleague had just provided, Battle River Crowfoot. He mentioned about the sanction that was actually laid on our member, the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, and on the Conservative side. It's been observed that in many of Chinese countermeasure or sanction, they've been leveled on government officials, those who have power. And it is rather an exception that on this particular case, China has sanctioned an opposition shadow minister, as well as a parliamentary subcommittee, the entire subcommittee. I wonder if the member have some insight into why China would be doing that. Of course, nobody would actually know exactly why, but what would his thoughts be on that? Thanks.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And let me just take a brief moment to as well thank you for your service to this House as Deputy Speaker. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and certainly the efforts and service to stewarding democratic discourse in this country are something that will be remembered. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question because I think it touches on something that's very, very important. The fact that the Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs, an opposition member of Parliament, would be the one that's sanctioned, I think speaks to how absolutely effective in the leadership that Conservatives are demonstrating, not just in Canada, but around the world when it comes to standing up for Canadian principles at home and abroad. And I think that it further speaks to the sanctioning of a committee that there is good work, and I will give credit where credit is due. There is good work being done by all members of that committee. And it is encouraging to see that that the principles of Canada, that the principles that I would hope we all hold dear, are being stood up for, and to see that these sanctions were leveled means that we're asking the right tough questions to demand accountability for a foreign state actor that is perpetuating injustices around the world and upon its own people. And it is absolutely essential that there be accountability for that.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Alberta as well for his great speech on this topic and coming to the defence of our colleague from Halton Hills. I know that he's been a longtime member of the House of Commons and one that really stands up for democracy. If there's anything that sums up the member from Halton Hills, it is that his hawkish attention to democracy and also his heritage from Hong Kong. And so I noticed in his speech that he referenced the fact that it's this member that's under sanction from the Chinese and not the Foreign Affairs Minister. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that a little bit more. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that when as a member of Parliament, being in my first term, I was astounded that when a Conservative opposition day motion was brought forward to deal with an issue of foreign affairs, which isn't overly common, it's not uncommon, but it's often not the norm. But dealing with the genocide being brought against Uyghur Muslims, which is especially significant being some of the actions that have rocked this country with the London attack this past week. I found it absolutely stunning that the entire executive of a government would not only abstain, but then that the Minister of Foreign Affairs would break with parliamentary protocol, break with the standard rules and procedures of this House, and announce that he was abstaining on behalf of the Government of Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's not leadership. That is an absolute failure to stand up for the values that Canada needs to represent around the world. And I'm proud to be a part of a party that has a member like the member from Wellington Halton Hills, who makes it clear that no matter what the cost, we will continue to stand up for those principles, those democratic principles, and the rule of law and justice around the world.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm standing up today in these wee hours in the House of Commons to speak on the concurrence debate regarding the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, where the committee, in a unanimous vote, strongly condemned the sanctions put in place by the People's Republic of China on my colleague, the MP for Wellington Halton Hills, as well as the members of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. My colleague from Wellington Halton Hills has been a strong advocate for human rights for those in China and across the world who are at risk or face persecution as a result of actions by the communist regime in China. He has fiercely defended the rights of the people of Hong Kong, fighting the dissolution of democracy, and of Taiwan, who faced intimidation from the Chinese regime. In addition, he stood up for Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims who are facing genocide, as recognized in this House by a motion from my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills, and being placed in forced labor. We still haven't seen effective measures from our Canadian government on that motion. My colleague from Wellington Halton Hills has been relentless and consistent in his fight against the communist regime in China, reported abuses, and now the communist regime has placed sanctions on him. These sanctions show, as my colleague for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan said when debate first started on this report earlier this month, that, quote, the stands that we take in this place have an impact on what happens in China on the global tenor of discussion. So where are we now? Well, while the government may say one thing on the Chinese communist regime, we haven't seen actions to back it up. The Liberal cabinet abstained from recognizing the genocide of Uyghurs. We still don't have any concrete action from this government to make a decision on Huawei's involvement in Canada's 5G network. And in 2020, the Conservatives called on the government again to make a decision. The Public Safety Minister back in May of 2019 said that they would make a decision before the 2019 election, and yet here we are 2 years later still waiting. Canada is the only Five Eyes ally to not bar or restrict Huawei from its 5G network. June 18, 2020, at an Invest in Canada Act study I was part of at the Industry, Science and Technology Committee, testimony was heard by the Assistant Director, Requirements of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. And in his opening statement, he said, quote, corporate acquisition is not the only way through which hostile actors can threaten Canada's economic security. Threat actors can also access proprietary government information through cyber attacks, espionage, and insider threats. Insiders are individuals with direct access to the systems and intellectual property in corporate and research environments. This could potentially include business people, scientists, and researchers. Put another way, today's spies also wear lab coats, not just trench coats, unquote. Now, those comments are very relevant considering the debate that just occurred in this place this evening. And as I said earlier in my speech, the government put in place ineffective trade measures to stop the import of goods made with the forced labor of Uyghurs. Myself and my colleagues in the Conservative caucus have been raising the issue of products made with Uyghur forced labor getting into our supply chains now for several months. There are measures on forced labor in CUSMA, and the government signed onto a joint integrity declaration on doing business in Xinjiang to tackle this forced labor earlier this year. A Conservative motion at the Trade Committee was voted down to study if and how these measures were working. But since then, I've asked the International Trade Minister numerous times if these measures have stopped one shipment of products made with Uyghur forced labor. And every single time I've asked this, as recently about parts of solar panels, we've received not an answer and instead got deflection. How is it that the government cannot say if even one shipment has been stopped? Could it be because the answer is zero? After all, the Minister of International Trade told me during recent questioning that these measures are still being operationalized. Well, operationalized sounds like either these measures are still not in place or no imports have been stopped. And it's not just Conservatives. The Toronto Star reported in March of 2021 that despite government measures, that products made with alleged Uyghur forced labor, like train parts and textiles, were still entering Canada. And in May, Global News reported our solar panel supply chains might be tainted with Uyghur forced labor from Xinjiang. We hear time after time about different products potentially made with Uyghur forced labor coming into Canada, and the government doing nothing to stop it. This is why my colleague, the MP for Wellington Halton Hills, stands up in this House to put pressure on the government to act, and is now facing sanctions from the Chinese regime because of it. The government constantly failing action to report on human rights abuses by the Chinese Communist regime. And on this side of the House, we will continue to stand up for human rights. We will ask questions that need to be asked because our government is failing to do so themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a brief question. I want to congratulate my colleague on the excellent work she is doing on the issue of Uyghur forced labor. She's doing such a good job that I'm sure she'll have the honor of being added to the sanctions list at some point as well. It is so disappointing to see that the government seemed to want to be able to make some kind of an announcement on Uyghur forced labor, and yet they, after putting out an announcement, they've sort of been telling us, actually, we're not ready. We're still working out details. They're backfilling things, and by all indication, no shipments have been stopped. And it seems to me that what we need is something modeled after the United States' Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, a bipartisan legislative initiative that recognizes the reality that so many of the products that come out of Xinjiang are at risk of involving forced labor. So more of a comment than a question, but I just want to congratulate my colleague on the work she's doing on this front at the Trade Committee. And it's too bad that she wasn't able to get the support for a study on that from other members, but hopefully we'll be able to continue to put the pressure on the government to move this forward.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comments. And this effort is definitely a team effort. You know, there are many on this side of the House that are asking these very difficult questions at various committees, asking in the House of Commons here. So it is definitely many of our colleagues that are very concerned about these issues and that continually press the government, asking the questions and looking for answers. And we haven't received any of the answers that to the questions that we've been asking. So we'll continue to press. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. I just wanted to tell her about the fact that the all-party group to end modern-day slavery and human trafficking, heard today from experts or I guess it's now yesterday, from experts just around whether the Canadian Border Security had stopped any shipments, and that at that point, yesterday, they hadn't heard of any shipments being stopped. I'm just wondering if the honourable colleague can comment on that.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comments and for his update of this House. And I mean, those are the type of questions that we need to continue to ask, and to ask what's not working. You know, if we can't get answers, then either there's some processes that aren't working, there's some policies that aren't working, or is there something to hide? And so those are the kind of questions that we need to keep pressing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and once again, congratulations and thank you for all of your years of service there, Mr. Speaker. and there's never been a more honorable gentleman in that chair or lady. So thank you very much. And to the honorable member, I'm just wondering if she could comment more on the impact of the Uyghur genocide and on the human rights violations that are going on there, in her belief, and what actions should be taken to protect the vulnerable people in China and elsewhere in the world.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe just before I continue on, I would be remiss in also not congratulating you on your retirement at some point and for the good work that you do here. And just on a personal note, you were one of the first people that came to me when I was newly elected and gave me some really great advice. So I will always cherish that. Thank you. To answer my honourable colleague's question, absolutely, this is very important. Human rights is something that we, as Canadians and as Canada, have stood up for as part of our history, as part of our heritage, and so it's very important that we stand up against abuses and that we make sure, in particular, that in this case, that products that are being produced, we have processes in place to make sure that they're not coming into Canada. Surely Canadians, if they knew perhaps that some of these products might be tied to forced labor, they would want to know that. And so, these are the type of questions that we're asking and are looking for answers.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a question for my honourable colleague here in this House here. We always try to be standing in the opposition or our opponent's side. So I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here, and I was thinking, what would the government be asking? And part of one of the point that I think they would ask is, it's a complicated world. Supply chain is it's not something easily differentiable from one country to another. So isn't symbolism enough? Isn't virtual signaling enough? And that's the first question I have. The second question is, it's easy for the official opposition to keep on criticizing. Do you have anything positive to provide in this situation? Secure something about our future, maybe?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for his question. Well, absolutely. In our platform, we have 5 pillars for economic recovery, and one of them is securing our future, and that definitely falls into that. As part of this, there are some procedures in place, and they don't appear to be functioning. And this is why, just as one example, at the committee, we wanted to study one of those features, which is the integrity declaration, to see if it is in fact even working, and maybe what can be amended. And we didn't even have the opportunity to do that. And every time that we ask a question around that, we don't get any answers. So that's just one example of something that exists that appears like it's not functioning.
Questions and comments. Qu'est-ce commentaire?
Questions and comments?
Ready for the question. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? Yes.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Mr. Genuis, supported by Mr. Kelly, moves that the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Monday, April 12th, be adopted. As usual, if a member of a recognized party in the House wishes to request a recorded vote, a recorded division, or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Hello to Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a recorded division.
Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has only amplified existing vulnerabilities of the homeless and those who are precariously housed. With RITS and capital funds poised to sweep older apartment buildings as distressed assets, the older and often lower rent market rental stock in our community is at serious risk, and the people who call these buildings home at severe risk of displacement. I have raised this repeatedly in the House, including in December 2020, when it was reported in the Globe and Mail that private buyers were lining up to try to get their hands on rental towers, especially the older buildings, which tend to have lower rents. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, people have continued to face skyrocketing rents, ballooning home prices, rental evictions, and demo evictions. The urgency for action is more acute than ever. The last time the importance of housing was backed up with serious action federally was after the Second World War, when hundreds of thousands of affordable supportive housing units were built by the government to make sure soldiers returning from the war had a place to live. Now, veterans who serve our country increasingly find themselves without a roof over their heads. Clearly, the Liberals do not feel the sense of urgency to act that at-risk renters, housing providers, and housing advocates do. When the Liberals have declared that adequate housing is a basic human right, their actions do not come close to matching their words. I raised in question period the criticisms of the Parliamentary Budget Officer and housing policy experts of the complete inadequacy of the affordability criteria in the largest parts of the Liberal government's housing strategy, pointing to the announcement of a project in Ottawa providing 65 units at only 21% of median income. This makes the housing sound affordable, but in reality, it is $1,900 a month, nearly 50% higher than Ottawa's average market rent. It is clear to anyone who's honest about the grim reality of the housing crisis that the Liberals' national housing strategy will not achieve what the Liberals claim they are committed to. Over 40 housing organizations and advocates from across Canada jointly signed a letter to the housing minister listing 11 concrete actions that the government must take to address the housing affordability crisis. The NDP fully supports these calls, such as the need to limit the ability of the RITS and large capital funds in the fueling of the rising costs of housing and rent. This includes the creation of a housing acquisition fund that provides nonprofits quick access to capital for acquiring properties that are at risk of going to these funds. Former UN Special Rapporteur on Housing Lalani Fahora wrote to the federal government in the early months of the pandemic, highlighting the importance of supporting the nonprofit sector with such a fund, and subsequently called for the Recovery for All. It was called for by Recovery for All and by the FCM as a separate piece from the Rapid Housing Initiative. As of yet, the government has not responded to the call. My constituents are rightfully asking, why should these predatory landlords make hundreds of millions of dollars tax-free when working Canadians often have to spend over 50% of their income on their rent? I ask the government this question, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The National Housing Strategy responds to every single one of the issues just raised by the member for Vancouver East, and I am very proud to be part of a government that for the first time in about 25 years has returned leadership on the federal stage to the national government and has delivered a $72 billion national housing strategy, which is building in all sectors and all parts of the spectrum of the housing challenges this country faces. The Rapid Housing Initiative, to which the member dismisses as not being an important initiative, the Rapid Housing Initiative, in the last 6 months, $1 billion has been spent to acquire close to 5,000 units of housing, and we have just invested in the last budget, which is about to be voted on by this Parliament, another $1.5 billion to further extend that program. That program allows nonprofits and cities and housing providers across the country, primarily, in fact, Indigenous housing providers who were the major beneficiary of the last round of funding, to acquire those distressed properties. And it was precisely in response to calls from the former UN Rapporteur on Housing and from different housing activists across the country that we built this program. We also have taken the Reaching Home program from 50
$450 million a year to $500 million a year to make sure that when we purchase these buildings, we end up with a program that also provides supports for people who are homeless to make sure that the housing works for them. On top of that, we've also in the recent budget added $315 million in rent supports. And when the member opposite complains about the housing we are building inside both the market rental program and the co-investment fund and says that they're coming online at the wrong price point, the member opposite fails to understand that when you build housing, you buy labor in the market, you buy land in the market, you buy supplies in the market. The only way to make it affordable and deeply affordable is provide subsidies. That's why our program does all three of the things that a national housing strategy should do. It builds housing, it repairs housing, and it subsidizes housing. I take her back to her campaign platform, the commitment to build 500,000 units of housing. If you read the small print, it required cities to come up with a third of the money. Now, if you take the National Housing Strategy's Rapid Housing Initiative, $1 billion created 5,000 units of housing. To create 500,000 units, you need about $100 billion based on the current price point. Asking cities at this time to come up with $33.3 billion to fund the housing is an astonishing demand to make on cities when she knows they can't afford that. But what's really amazing is that she has absolutely no plan to subsidize to make that housing affordable and no plan in her party platform to actually repair and maintain the housing that's going to be acquired through this fund. The NDP makes all kinds of grandiose statements, expects everybody else to pay for it, and when their programs don't get support, sits back and complains about the housing we do provide. The National Housing Strategy has provided hundreds of thousands of new investments right across the country to provide housing that's both new, that's repaired and brought back online, and is subsidized into affordability. We're not done yet. There's more to come. There's more to do. We're committed to making sure we deliver on all of these fronts. The $72 billion National Housing Strategy is the start. We're not finished yet. It was announced at $40 billion. It's already been built to $72 billion. There's more on the way because we're committed to making sure Canadians achieve their right to housing, as we have legislated, the first government in the history of this country to legislate the right to housing.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, if the government won't listen to me, perhaps they'll listen to Tim Richter, who basically said that even with this budget that the government tabled, that it is not going to achieve the goals that they have set out to end homelessness. That is the reality, and the parliamentary secretary may not like it, but that is the reality. I have been strongly advocating for human rights-based approach to housing, where everyone has the right to safe housing and where the federal government meaningfully implements the right to housing as well. The government is failing to deliver on that. The faster they admit it, the faster they get on with it, the faster they acknowledge what needs to be done to address this crisis, the better it is for Canadians. That's what I'm advocating for. I know that the parliamentary secretary would not like to hear any words of criticism, but the reality is they are failing the people on the ground. You don't have to go far. Just go walk the streets and you will see for yourself that the people who are in the community who need housing are not getting access to it.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the member advocates for policy. I'm part of a government that's actually delivered it. We delivered the right to housing. We have delivered additional units and additional investments, and we continue to add more investments and more components and more chapters to the National Housing Strategy. She references Tim Richter's comments at the head of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. Yes, this one single budget has not fundamentally ended homelessness overnight in Canada. That is a challenge that several budgets will be required to achieve, but our budgets are lined up and are achieving those results. The 5,000 units in the Rapid Housing Initiative, it wasn't something the NDP asked for. It's something our government worked with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness to deliver. It's something our government worked with housing providers to deliver. And now that we've got the first $1 billion out the door, $1.5 billion is now on the way, and those housing programs will house a further cohort of homeless Canadians. We know it's a large challenge. We know that inactivity on the federal government. We inherited a government that was spending $250 million a year on housing. We have put $72 billion into the housing strategy. $26 billion has been spent so far. Hundreds of thousands of units across the country. $1.3 billion alone in the city of Toronto to repair public housing. And when we talked about repairing public housing, the House Leader for the NDP said repairing housing shouldn't be part of the National Housing Strategy. I can assure the member opposite that if you don't repair housing, if you don't subsidize housing, and you don't build housing, you don't solve the chronic housing crisis in this country. And if you don't do all of those things,
and we'll have to leave it there. La députée de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Just a moment. Could you please activate your microphone? Try again.
Aucune audio.
We don't have any audio.
Essayez encore.
Try again.
Vous pouvez m'attendre?
Can you hear me?
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
C'est là.
Ben, c'est pas bon parce que j'ai pas de micro. Attendez un instant.
Ça fonctionne.
The interpreter regrets that the sound quality does not allow for interpretation.
Monsieur le Président, ça me fait plaisir d'être avec vous en plein milieu de la nuit pour vous parler d'un sujet qui est très important, qui fait en sorte qu'on doit absolument en parler, qu'importe l'heure du jour, de la journée. C'est la capacité de ce gouvernement de diviser, de créer des classes différentes, particulièrement au niveau des aînés. Monsieur le Président, non seulement ce gouvernement a choisi de créer 2 classes de compensation pour les dommages créés par le système Phoenix, il s'est attaqué particulièrement aux aînés en ne faisant pas pour eux la chose qu'il fallait qu'il soit faite, c'est-à-dire leur permettre d'avoir accès aux compensations pour tous les problèmes qu'ils ont eu avec le programme Phoenix en même temps que les autres. Qu'est-ce qui arrive, Monsieur le Président? C'est pas compliqué, c'est qu'un retraité de la fonction publique qui demande à avoir accès à ces compensations parce qu'il y a eu des problèmes avec Phoenix.
Je dois.
I would ask the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable to change his headset, perhaps. The sound quality is not sufficient for interpretation.
Essayez cette.
Try with a different headset. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is better. Thank you. I don't know where I was likely denouncing the government, the federal government, on the fact that it created 2 classes of seniors, particularly for Phoenix retirees, Mr. Speaker. We have retirees who have been told that when they try to claim compensation, that there's no form for them to obtain compensation, and that the form will be available only in the fall. But that's not surprising, Mr. Speaker, because this government in its budget created 2 classes of seniors, those 65 to 70 and 75 and over that are seniors. It's a budget that creates problems for them for a very simple reason. People 75 and over in June 2022 will have a $500 payment in 2021, and they will also have the guaranteed income supplement increasing next year. Why did this government choose to help just part of seniors and not all seniors by including those from age 65 to 75? That is the question that we're wondering, and seniors are wondering too. Groups of seniors in my riding as well. I've never had as many responses to a riding email as I have since the government made its announcement in this budget. People are shocked, and rightly so. There's no reason to that people aged 65 to 75 can't also be helped by the government because the cost of living is going up. And does that mean that people age 65 to 75 spend less? Absolutely not. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. You can't imagine just how disappointed these people are by the government's recent budget. The president of the FADUC network, the largest seniors network in Canada, said it's a good intention to help those 75 and over, but those eligible for OAS don't receive anything. So they're wondering seriously, why is there a difference? Why is there this division? Why has the Liberal government chosen to create 2 categories of seniors? These people have also been victims of the pandemic. They've been isolated. They have sometimes been mistreated because they weren't able to see their loved ones, and their loved ones couldn't help them during the pandemic, and they feel so abandoned by the Liberal government. So the question that I'm asking this evening is why this stubborn-headedness to divide seniors, and so that seniors who have just retired and the younger seniors are receiving less than those 75 and older. The Honourable
Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you can indulge me before I start my response, I would also like to congratulate you on your amazing parliamentary career. You You have always held yourself with great dignity, Mr. Speaker, as a member, and we are going to miss you very much. The interpreter is interrupting service because the honourable member's microphone is not plugged in.
De Phoenix pour les retraités de la fonction publique fédérale. First, let me say that the government has the greatest respect for its dedicated and hardworking public servants, both retirees and those who are currently employed. And all current and former public servants.
I just have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary momentarily, and thank you for his kind words, by the way. But we're just having a slight problem with the audio, and we're wondering if perhaps the headset looks to be the correct and proper standard, but wondering if it's possible that the microphone that's actually in use is maybe the one on the device. So it perhaps might be able to connect it. Is that better? C'est mieux. Oui. Apparemment, c'est correct.
Yes, apparently it's better now. Please go ahead. Thank you. Should I start again from the beginning, Mr. Speaker? Well, I think that we can probably start after restart the last 40 seconds or so, if you could restart from that point. Would that be all right? Yes, okay. Thank you.
Say that the government has the greatest respect for its dedicated and hardworking public servants, both retirees and those who currently are employed. And all current and former public servants deserve to be paid in an accurate and timely manner for their work on behalf of Canadians. Nous reconnaissons.
We recognize that the implementation of the Phoenix Pay system has had direct and indirect repercussions on a large number of current and former employees. In June of 2019, we came to an agreement with several unions in the public service to provide funds for current and former employees who had to deal with the negative repercussions of this system. And a number of elements of that agreement were put in place in 2019 and 2020, while the process for claims for major claims and personal difficulties was launched in January of 2021. These processes are now accessible to around 146,000 current and former public servants.
October 2020, we finalized an agreement with the Public Service Alliance of Canada for damages caused by Phoenix, as well as the late implementation of the 2014 collective agreements. This agreement with PSAC, like the 2019 agreement with the other unions, provides general damages to current and former employees. Most employees represented by PSAC received a payment up to $2,500 on March 3, 2021 for general damages and compensation for the late implementation of the 2014 collective agreements. Government officials are working collaboratively with their Public Service Alliance of Canada colleagues to implement the terms of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of components to the agreement, and we all want to make the process as easy as possible for those who wish to make a claim. And of course, this includes retirees and all former public servants.
We have learned from previous experience, and one of the lessons that we've learned is that going quickly doesn't always give the best results. We want to do things properly. Yes, Mr. Speaker, former employees who were represented by PSAC will have to make a claims request to receive a payment, and other information on how and when that will be done will be provided in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, former members of PSAC can always make a claim through the process in place for personal expenses, to reimburse costs for tax services, and a number of others.
That we are working hard on behalf of retired and former public servants to get them the compensation they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to repeat the sentence that was written to me by a retired member of the public service when he learned that he wouldn't have access to compensation and that he would have to wait for a form which didn't exist, which would only be available in the fall. And what he said, this retired public servant who served our country for many years to the best of his ability and who unfortunately lost income because of Phoenix for a certain amount of time, what he said was, I am... I hope the parliamentary secretary will hear this message from this member who said, essentially, I'm screwed, and who wanted to have access to compensation. And so that's why I wanted to talk about this in his name and speaking in the name of all the retired employees who had to have been told, the form doesn't exist yet. These are all people who are waiting for somebody finally to listen to them and answer them quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've certainly heard the words from my colleague's constituent, but Canadians can be assured that public servants will be able to count on the support of this government. We believe that all of our public servants, current and former, need our support, and we support them. They all deserve a good retirement, including my colleague's constituent.
And we're working hard in collaboration with the unions to making sure that eligible public service retirees are paid what they're owed in a timely manner. We are fully committed to fair and timely compensation for out-of-pocket expenses brought on by Phoenix-related compensation issues. And we're working forward, and we're moving forward with all the damages process to look after all our retired public servants as quickly as we can. Mr. Speaker, we will get there together in cooperation with unions and the current and former public servants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity in this very late hour to stand up today for workers in forestry, contracting, and home renovations in Kelowna Lake Country, British Columbia, and across Canada, and most importantly, the opportunity to stand up for everyday families. Softwood lumber plays a critical role in Canada's economy, and thousands of families rely on its production to supply our domestic markets and our exports. And softwood lumber agreement is critical to providing that certainty and stability. With lumber being a North American commodity, Liberal inaction has led to higher prices in Canada. The last agreement Canada had with the United States was negotiated with the previous Conservative government and expired in October of 2015. Leading up to that expiration, the current Prime Minister promised to negotiate a new agreement within his first 100 days in office. Well, there have been 3 U.S. administrations and over 2,000 days since then, and we've heard of no formal negotiations. The Liberals were also outmaneuvered during CUSMA negotiations by failing to include softwood lumber in that agreement. On February 27, 2020, the Conservative members from the Trade Committee wrote the Deputy Prime Minister outlining the, quote, adverse impacts of CUSMA, unquote, and on softwood lumber warning that CUSMA does, quote, nothing to prevent the United States from applying anti-dumping and countervailing duties to Canadian softwood lumber, unquote. They gave many recommendations, none of which have been acted on. Taking the easy way out and failing to negotiate softwood lumber into CUSMA put Canadian businesses and workers at risk. Simply put, the Liberals keep getting outmaneuvered. There is clear evidence that jobs and investment are going south. The charts of North American production of softwood lumber show as of 2015, Canadian production has fallen while steadily rising in the U.S. We've heard from within the industry that this is due to so much uncertainty over the past almost 6 years. Lumber production and exports to the United States are key to the industry's long-term stability and viability as our supply chains are integrated. This situation was further exacerbated when the U.S. Commerce Department announced that it intended to double the tariffs on our lumber exports on May 21, 2021. That is why I, along with my Conservative colleagues on the International Trade Committee, called for an emergency meeting to address this potentially devastating issue. At the June 4th meeting, the minister stated during her testimony, quote, "I think the tariffs that have been imposed are certainly causing concern for home builders and for consumers," unquote. The minister postured as she was unable to point to any meetings or calls that had taken place with any of her U.S. counterparts in the nearly 2 weeks it had been at that time since the Commerce Department's announcement. We've had no past negotiations since the last agreement expired that we've heard of, and no upcoming scheduled negotiations. Prior to that meeting, I also had the opportunity to question the minister during debates on the main estimates on May 31st, where I wanted to clarify conflicting comments. U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Tai had testified during U.S. congressional hearings that Canada has, quote, "not expressed an interest in engaging" when it came to softwood lumber. And several days later, the Canadian Minister of Natural Resources implied at a Natural Resource Committee that it was in fact the U.S. who was not willing. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is simple to the Minister. When will the government quit hiding their failures behind a wall of opaque talking points and finger-pointing and start getting to work for my constituents in Kelowna Lake Country, British Columbia, and Canada? And when will the government get serious and start negotiations on a new softwood lumber agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is one of the main pillars of Canada's economy. We recognize the immense contribution of over 200,000 forestry workers who are key players in Canadian production of high-quality wood products which are known and recognized around the world and which generate economic benefits for all Canadians. Allow me to start by saying very clearly, unequivocally, that the duties imposed by the U.S. on Canadian softwood lumber are unwarranted and unfair, and they hurt workers and the industry on both sides of the border. The minister has raised this issue on every possible occasion with President Biden, with the American Trade Representative, Catherine Tai, and with the Trade Secretary, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo.
We'll continue to vigorously defend Canada's forestry sector, which supports hundreds of thousands of good middle-class jobs for Canadians across the country. We are taking a Team Canada approach, working hand in hand with the softwood lumber industry, labor unions, and provincial and territorial partners on all fronts. We have also launched a series of challenges against the initial U.S. duties on softwood lumber through both the WTO and the new NAFTA. Over the years, we have consistently been awarded legal victories that clearly demonstrate our softwood industry is in full compliance with international trade rules and that Canada is a trading partner in good standing in the multilateral rules-based system. Our support for the softwood lumber industry and its workers are unequivocal, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, our government announced the Softwood Lumber Action Plan, providing $867 million in support, in measures to support forestry industry workers and their communities. And through the pandemic, we supported around 8,500 forestry firms with a total of nearly $600 million of our government's emergency wage subsidy program. We also know that market diversification for our wood products will create Canadian jobs and benefit the communities that rely on the forest industry. That's why in 2019, we made an additional investment of over $250 million to action plan programs to help producers tap into new markets and diversify production.
In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2021 includes $54.8 million over 2 years to improve investments in the transformation of the forestry sector And that's particularly working with municipalities and community organizations who are ready to jump on new economic opportunities linked to our forests. Workers in the forestry sector can rest assured that we will always be there to defend their interests, their families, and their communities. Our government is working very hard to come to a result that will benefit all Canadians. That having been said, we will only accept an agreement that is good for our softwood lumber industry and an agreement that protects Canadian jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not just the livelihoods of the workers in the softwood industry that are under threat, but baseless tariffs also have the added bite of increasing costs to Canadians due to our integrated markets. Cost of living and increased cost of housing is a #1 concern for my constituents in Kelowna Lake Country and across the country. Our relationship with the U.S. on all fronts continues to diminish due to the mismanagement of our trading relationship. That is why the official opposition put forth a motion, of which I tabled and was supported, to create a new Canada-U.S. Economic Relations Committee. 11,000 lost jobs in the forestry sector, over $100 billion lost investment in oil and gas, concerns over lost business due to Buy American policies. The Prime Minister talks big, yet all but shrugs at these issues. The Minister says softwood lumber is her top priority, but couldn't point to any actions or conversations since the announcement of tariffs that she's had with any of her U.S. counterparts when she testified at the Trade Committee. When is this government going to get off their hands and start taking any concrete actions on a new softwood lumber agreement?
Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my honourable colleague, she is wrong. Canada has always vigorously defended Canada's softwood lumber industry, and it continues to defend our forestry workers and our communities at all turns. Our government has raised the softwood lumber issue with the United States on every possible occasion, and we firmly believe that finding a resolution is in the best interest of both countries, and we continue to stand ready to discuss this issue with the United States. We will continue to defend our industry through every legal measure, including under CUSMA, NAFTA, and at the WTO.
And will continue the challenges faced by the softwood lumber industry as a priority. Mr. Speaker, we have won before, we will win again.
Pursuant to an order made on Monday, June 14th, 2021, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.